Chapter 552. Joanna smiled faintly and said, "It's a pity. Master said that the influence of your demonic clan is too strong. If they don't surrender, we'll have to kill them all and leave no one alive." The fiendish demon clan, in addition to the offspring of natural unions, they could also use their own blood, flesh, and body parts to contaminate ordinary humans, turning them into demons. If there wasn't the restriction of human warlocks, and if there was enough food, then it would only take a month for the Hellion clan to easily transform all of Tyrandot's subcontinent's humans into Hellions. Hellions were like a malignant virus rooted in the human race. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't allow such monsters to exist. Therefore, he sent Joanna to command the Dark Elves and a large number of battle robots to encircle and annihilate the Hellions. The fiendish demons had no way to escape and no door to hell. "You forced us to do this. Since that's the case, you can go to hell." A look of despair flashed across the Pantheon Hellion monarch's eyes. With a flip of his hand, he took out a black plate-like artifact and placed it on the ground. Strange runes lit up on the black plate-like artifact one after another before disappearing into the void and opening a gate. A vast and seemingly endless amount of demonic chi gushed out from the gate. Jie, Tyrandot's subcontinent, the great demon Emperor Cartman has returned. Following a ferocious laugh, a claw covered in black fur extended from the gate, and moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power gushed out of the gate and filled the space. Joanna's pretty face changed. Demon Emperor Cartman? Damn it, this is the demonist plane, a terrifying existence comparable to a weak divine power. We absolutely can't let him out, otherwise Tyrandot's subcontinent will be finished. The gunner robot wielding the super electromagnetic gun shone brightly, and beams of light bombarded the huge claw covered with black fur. A copious amount of blood splashed, and the huge claw covered in black fur was covered in countless small wounds. But with a surge of demonic chi, the small wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demon race's vitality was incomparably tyrannical. If it wasn't an injury from a nomological attack, they could recover very quickly. Some special demons would even have their heads chopped off and their hearts dug out. As long as their magic cores were not destroyed, they could recover. A pair of claws covered in black hair stretched out from the gate and pushed against it. Then, a 10-meter-tall demon Emperor Cartman with the head of a gorilla, a horn on his head, and countless natural runes engraved all over his body, covered in black hair, and shrouded in thick demonic chi walked out of the gate. Joanna's figure flickered as she turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. She could clearly sense that she was just like an ant in front of demon Emperor Cartman. As long as he wanted to, he could kill her at any time. Dark Elves, top-quality goods. Stay here and be my toy. Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes, shrouded in demonic chi, saw the fleeing Joanna, and he smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a stream of black demonic chi shot towards Joanna as if it had a life of its own. In a breath of time, the black demonic chi hit Joanna, sealed her power in a flash, and eroded her fleshly body. Curses! Joanna clenched her teeth, and with a flip of her hand, a black Rubik's Cube appeared in her hand. With a dazzling radiance, the black Rubik's Cube turned into a black armor that covered her body. After Yang Feng developed the ruler armor, he developed more magic cube bodies and gave them to Joanna and the other women. The body Joanna got was called Darkwalker, which was a body specially used in the underground world. It was embedded with a precious moonlight core and equipped with many high-energy crystals. When the Darkwalker magic cube covered Joanna, frightening moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted in a flash and dispelled the black demonic chi. When the demon Emperor Cartman felt the fearsome aura, his complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Moonlight Warlock!" The Tsangji Plains human warlocks had an illustrious reputation in many planes. When the demon Emperor Cartman sensed the fearsome aura, his heart turned numb. This time, he came to this world with his true body. If he died, then he would truly perish. At this time, the 1,000 battle robots rushed towards Demon Emperor Cartman, one after another. A fierce glint flashed past Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes, and he bellowed, turned into a black stream of light, and rushed towards the 1,000 battle robots. After a moment of fierce fighting, the 1,000 battle robots were completely smashed by Demon Emperor Cartman, and countless wreckage scattered on the ground. There were some wounds on Demon Emperor Cartman's body, but demonic chi surged, and the small wounds quickly healed. While Demon Emperor Cartman was entangled with the battle robot, Joanna had already quietly disappeared with the help of the Darkwalker. There was a flash of greed in Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes. It's not a true Moonlight Warlock. It's just a secret treasure that imitates a bit of Moonlight Warlock might. It's really a good treasure that can let a trifling human Great Warlock imitate a bit of Moonlight Warlock might. It's definitely a God Armament grade secret treasure. Greetings, Your Majesty Demon Emperor Cartman. The 3 Hellion Great Warlock rank experts arrived in front of the Demon Emperor Cartman and saluted him respectfully. This Emperor needs to replenish some blood. The Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes narrowed slightly, then he opened his ferocious maw and inhaled. A terrifying attractive force enveloped the entire forest, and one Hellion powerhouse after another flew into his mouth. The 3 Hellion monarchs could only watch helplessly as one Hellion expert after another was sucked into Demon Emperor Cartman's seemingly bottomless maw. Watching their clansmen being devoured by Demon Emperor Cartman, the 3 Hellion monarchs felt grief in their hearts, yet they didn't dare to show it on their faces. In the demon race, the strong were revered, and there was endless slaughter. To be able to stand out and become a Demon Emperor rank expert, they were definitely ruthless characters. So long as the 3 Hellion monarchs made any strange moves, then the Hellions would be wiped out. After devouring almost half of the monstrous demon clan's powerhouses in the forest, Demon Emperor Cartman closed his mouth and showed a trace of satisfaction. His aura also continued to strengthen. The 3 great demon kings of the monster race had used an artifact to bring Demon Emperor Cartman over from the demon world, but the power of that artifact was unable to completely bring Demon Emperor Cartman over. As a result, Demon Emperor Cartman had to consume a huge amount of his own strength to forcibly cross over from the demon world. Demon Emperor Cartman took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a look of intoxication. So this is the Tsangji plane. As expected of one of the most powerful planes. Here, I don't feel any plane suppression. This is great. This is the most suitable plane for us demons to inhabit. Different planes can accommodate different levels of powerhouses. For example, a grade 9 plane can only accommodate legend rank, Great Warlock, powerhouses at most. Any powerful existence, even if it is an Infinity Warlock, will be suppressed to the legend rank if they enter a grade 9 plane. If an Infinity Warlock wants to descend to a grade 9 plane with their true body, they must completely destroy the plane origin will of the grade 9 plane. Once the plane origin will of a grade 9 plane is destroyed, the entire plane will die. The land will become desertified, the various elements will dissipate, and the plane will eventually become an abandoned plane full of deathly stillness. Apart from the 36 primary material planes and the Tsangji plane, many planes find it difficult to accommodate powerful races. Therefore, the Tsangji plane has attracted the coveting and competition of so many powerful races. Demon Emperor Cartman glanced at the 3 Hellion monarchs and sneered. From now on, I am your master. You have to do everything in your power to assist me in opening a planar passageway to the demonic plane, understand? The 3 Hellion monarchs smiled bitterly and responded helplessly, Yes, Your Majesty. Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he uttered coldly, Tyrandot subcontinent. I'm back. Yang Feng, you damn little ant, you dare to kill my clone. How dare you kill my clone? I'll tear you to shreds. The city of dark elves, inside a large temple. The great matriarch of dark elves, Cheyenne, knelt on the ground. Behind her, there were countless beautiful dark elven girls prostrating themselves on the ground and reciting prayers. In the center of the large temple, there was an idol with a 70% resemblance to Yang Feng's. This idol was Yang Feng's avatar on the Feisua plane, the god Ian. With the top-notch warp gate that could freely cross space, Yang Feng's women could use the warp gate to shuttle to different places. After Cheyenne finished dealing with the matters of the Fuso subcontinent, she would return to preside over the affairs of the Dark Elves. Bang! Along with a blare, the gate of the temple was pushed open, and the pale-faced Joanna strode inside. Cheyenne creased her eyebrows slightly, then waved her hand and said, "You can all withdraw." The young but charming dark elven priests got up one by one and retreated. Cheyenne said lightly, "Joanna, what's going on? Aren't you besieging the Hellions? With 1,000 mechanical golems, you shouldn't be unable to take down a few trifling great warlock rank Hellions, right? If that's the case, then you're too incompetent." At the time, it was Joanna who betrayed Cheyenne. Although both sides were now Yang Feng's women, but their relationship was still very poor. Chapter 553. Joanna said with a dignified expression, "The demon Emperor Cartman was summoned by the Hellions from the demonic plane." As if she had heard a trivial matter, Cheyenne said tranquilly, "Oh, that's it?" Joanna was stunned. Her beautiful eyes flashed with anger and she barked, "Cheyenne, why aren't you gathering the people? Immediately disperse the clansmen, and let them escape on their own. The demon Emperor Cartman is a moonlight warlock rank expert. Even human moonlight warlocks aren't his match. Even if all of us dark elves join forces, we still won't be his match." Cheyenne swept Joanna with a ridiculing glance and said faintly, "This matter isn't something we can handle. We should inform Master and let him handle it." Joanna creased her eyebrows slightly and said, "Master? He's just a trifling starry sky warlock. His strength can't compare to that of the demon Emperor Cartman." The demon Emperor Cartman didn't come with an avatar this time, but with his true body. He's a moonlight warlock rank demonic god. Even if Master's mechanical golems are stronger, they still won't be his match. When Joanna was captured and forcibly subdued by Yang Feng, although she didn't dare to resist him, but she was still very unwilling. She had been leading troops to besiege Hellions in the underworld, and rarely served Yang Feng with other beautiful women. Cheyenne didn't explain. She smiled faintly, took out a palm-sized communicator, and pressed it. After a while, Yang Feng's voice came from the communicator. "Cheyenne, what's the matter?" Cheyenne said in a coquettish voice, "Master, the demon clan in the third layer of Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world used their clan's final trump card to summon demon Emperor Cartman from the demon clan's plane. Reportedly, the demon Emperor Cartman's true body came in person, and his strength is intact." Yang Feng said, "I know, I'll go and handle this matter." A vast and terrifying demonic might suddenly swept in from outside and shrouded the entire city of dark elves. Under the pressure of the vast and terrifying demonic might, the complexions of the dark elves below the level 1 warlock rank turned pale, and they were either kneeling or lying on the ground, almost unable to budge. The dark elves with level 1 to level 3 warlock rank strength also felt as if a boulder was pressing down on them, their eyes flashing with fear. "This is the main city of dark elves. Yang Feng's harem city, good. After I've conquered the city of dark elves, I'll use the cruelest method to kill all the dark elves in the city of dark elves and let that scoundrel Yang Feng know the consequences of offending me, the demon Emperor Cartman." A mass of black demonic cloud floated over from afar. Demon Emperor Cartman's arrogant and savage laughter rang out from within the cloud. When the dark elves within the city of dark elves heard that extremely sinister voice, they trembled all over. Even the level 3 warlocks turned pale, and they couldn't even display 30% of their strength. Godfiend powerhouses all had innate pressure. Gods had divine might, dragons had dragon might, and demons had demonic might. Under the envelopment of all kinds of pressure, all beings below the demigod level who were not divine beings would be oppressed by the terrifying pressure, and they wouldn't be able to exert even 30% of their abilities. It was precisely because they possessed all kinds of innate pressure that Godfiend rank experts were aloof, and didn't fear the siege of experts below the Great Warlock rank. In ancient times, during the era of the 8 Great Warlock dynasties, a Great Warlock rank expert was a qualified ordinary soldier. Only with enough Great Warlock rank soldiers using all kinds of arrays and secret treasures could they threaten Godfiend rank experts above the Moonlight Warlock rank. When Joanna felt the terrifying demonic might, her complexion suddenly changed greatly, and she shouted, "Yang Feng, don't throw away your life. After you practice cultivation until the Moonlight Warlock rank, then come and take revenge for us. The Demon Emperor Cartman is already here." What a surprise! I didn't expect that you would also worry about my safety. Yang Feng's voice suddenly sounded in the reception hall. The space distorted, and he walked out of the distorted space. He looked at Joanna with a merry smile, reached out, and pulled her into his embrace. Of the 3 legend-rank Dark Elves, Cheyenne had long since submitted to Yang Feng and offered her everything. Both Joanna and Romulage were very proud. Joanna chose to lead her troops into the underworld to besiege the dark races. Romulage, on the other hand, was an assassin who walked in the darkness and also assassinated the dark race expert. The 2 beautiful women weren't willing to wag their tails towards Yang Feng and beg for his favor in exchange for resources. Yang Feng thought that they didn't have a trace of affection for him. However, it was clear that Joanna was still somewhat concerned about his safety. Joanna embraced Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes misted up and tenderness surged. "Idiot, what are you doing here? Moonlight Warlock rank experts aren't existences that you can contend against. Even human Moonlight Warlocks aren't the opponent of the Demon Emperor Cartman. He's a top demon expert. Idiot." The Demon Emperor Cartman was a top demon expert. Although his realm was the same as that of a human Moonlight Warlock, but unless it was a human warlock who formed a virtual world, or an expert who cultivated a variety of formidable secret methods, had deep accumulations, or possessed frightening secret treasures, it would take at least 3 human warlocks of the same rank to defeat him. Cheyenne looked at Joanna in Yang Feng's embrace, and a glint of jealousy streaked past her beautiful eyes. "Don't worry. Watch me." Yang Feng smiled slightly, took a step forward with Joanna in his arms, and set off ripples in the space that swallowed him. In the sky above the city of Dark Elves, spatial ripples flashed, and Yang Feng walked out with Joanna in his arms, looking like a pair of immortals. "It's him. The great god Ian. He's Yang Feng, the ruler of our race. Damn it, I'm so envious of Joanna." The beautiful dark elven warriors looked up at Yang Feng and Joanna with envy in their beautiful eyes. Under Cheyenne's leadership, the entire Tyrannid subcontinent's dark elves began to believe in the god Ian, completely abandoning the goddess Lolth. Of course, the dark elves' belief in Yang Feng was shallow. There wasn't a single true believer among them. However, this didn't hinder their worship of Yang Feng, which was the innate worship of the strong among dark elves. That's Yang Feng? How did he comprehend the law of space? Yang Feng, isn't he a level 2 warlock? How could he comprehend the law of space? When the undead Hellion monarch and the other 2 Hellion experts saw Yang Feng, they were immediately dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. A few years ago, Yang Feng was still a level 2 warlock. The information the undead Hellion monarch and them obtained was only from a few years ago. Ever since they were chased by Joanna, it became increasingly difficult to obtain information. They had no idea that Yang Feng had already broken through to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. The demonic cloud churned and surged, and the Demon Emperor Cartman slowly walked out of the black demonic chi and stared at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. A dignified expression on his face, the Demon Emperor Cartman uttered solemnly, Yang Feng, you actually promoted to a moonlight warlock. The eyes of the undead Hellion monarch and the other two Hellion experts suddenly flashed with astonishment, and they trembled, full of fear. Moonlight warlock! Joanna's beautiful eyes erupted with an extraordinary splendor in an instant. Staring at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes sparkled with indescribable joy. Moonlight warlock, you actually promoted to a moonlight warlock. Dark elves respected the strong and worshipped the strong. At the time, Joanna was forced to submit to Yang Feng. Deep in her heart, she looked down on Yang Feng, a puny human warlock who relied on mechanical golems to defeat them. This was why she led the dark elven experts to kill and suppress the dark races in the underground world. Only after Yang Feng promoted to a great warlock and starry sky warlock did she have a favorable impression of him. Now that she heard that Yang Feng has promoted to a moonlight warlock, Joanna's heart trembled, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with indescribable joy. She felt that Yang Feng was 10 times more handsome than before. Yang Feng smiled slightly. An intermediate moonlight warlock rank might spread in all directions with him as the center. Although the moonlight warlock rank might wasn't as powerful as demonic might, but it still suppressed the undead Hellion monarch and the other two Hellions, and their eyes shimmered with fear. They didn't expect that a puny human warlock from back then would grow to this point in just a dozen plus years. Intermediate moonlight warlock. You're actually an intermediate moonlight warlock, you're really a genius. Your cultivation speed is terrifyingly fast. But the more it's like this, the more I can't let you live. Yang Feng, today is the day you die. The eyes of the demon Emperor Cartman flickered with madness, and he smiled malevolently. Advanced moonlight warlock rank demonic chi surged inside him, and sharp blades emerged from his joints. As if a terrifying transcendent descended to suppress the secular world, he suppressed the secular world. Yang Feng willed, and a white, transparent battle demon armor covered him. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out and suppressed the demon Emperor Cartman. A dignified look in his eyes, the demon Emperor Cartman slammed a fist containing violent demonic chi into the true god Empyrean imprint. Countless strange chains suddenly shot out from the true god Empyrean seal and pierced into demon Emperor Cartman's body. They forcefully pulled demon Emperor Cartman into the true god Empyrean seal and suppressed him. After the true god Empyrean imprint suppressed the demon Emperor Cartman, it vibrated continuously and finally, a strange imprint appeared on its surface. The demon Emperor Cartman's appearance could be vaguely seen. Chapter 554. Joanna was dumbstruck. Her cherry lips parted slightly, an incredulous expression on her face. Suppressed! The demon Emperor Cartman was actually suppressed, just like that. So strong. So strong! In the city of dark elves, when the countless dark elven beauties saw this scene, their hearts trembled, their beautiful eyes sparkled, their tender bodies trembled, their slender legs rubbed against each other, revealing intoxicating expressions. Dark elves struggled to survive in the underworld where the strong preyed on the weak, and the goddess Lolth was even more sinister and ruthless. Only the strong could survive among dark elves. So long as they were strong, the dark elves had to obey their orders. In such an environment, the concept of the strong being respected had already been engraved in the bones of the dark elves. Seeing Yang Feng defeat the demon Emperor Cartman with a single spell was more useful than any aphrodisiac for the dark elven beauties. Go to hell! Yang Feng swept the 3 Hellion monarchs with a glance, then flicked his finger, and a speck of 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared, turned into a berserk fire dragon, and swept towards the 3 Hellion monarchs. 3 fireballs suddenly appeared in the void. After struggling for a while, they turned into ashes and sprinkled down from the sky. Amazing! When did he become so amazing? Joanna watched as the 3 Hellion monarchs, whom she regarded as great enemies, were casually crushed by Yang Feng as if ants, and her heart trembled. She looked at Yang Feng as if honey was about to drip from her beautiful eyes. Joanna's beautiful eyes sparkled, tender as water, revealing an indescribable charm. With a touch of a fragrance, she whispered in Yang Feng's ear, "Take me back to my room, I want you." Joanna, who originally had a heroic temperament, became even more beautiful and dazzling, making Yang Feng's appetite stir. He laughed heartily, took a step into the void, and disappeared. In the city of dark elves, from a dark corner, Romulage walked out. Looking in the direction in which Yang Feng disappeared, her beautiful eyes rippled, and she whispered, "Moonlight Warlock, his rate of progress is really frightening." Tarandit Subcontinent, Rose Garden. The gorgeous Carolina with a noble temperament sat in the garden and looked at the colorful, extraordinary plants, enchanted with spells. After a long time, she sighed faintly with complicated emotions. Moonlight Warlock, he has promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. Carolina was originally the #1 female genius in Tarandit Subcontinent. In such a resource-poor place like Tarandit Subcontinent, she forcibly cultivated to the pinnacle Great Warlock realm. At the time, relying on the resources provided by Yang Feng, Carolina broke through in one fell swoop and became one of the 2 female Starry Sky Warlocks of the Tarandit Subcontinent. But now Carolina was still a junior Starry Sky Warlock, while Yang Feng was already a Moonlight Warlock. The gap between the two was getting bigger and bigger, making her jealous. Carolina thought about it, adjusted her mood, and revealed a smile. "Moonlight Warlock, only a Moonlight Warlock is worthy of being my man." Carolina mused. "It seems that I have to be more proactive, or else Cordelia will get ahead of me." Unlike the proud, reserved, and noble Carolina, Cordelia, like Cheyenne, completely lowered her status to serve Yang Feng. Disregarding her status, she even served Yang Feng together with Eunice and Judy. Moreover, she was exceptionally bold and was willing to play in any position. Naturally, she was doted on by Yang Feng. With Yang Feng's support, Cordelia's cultivation speed advanced by leaps and bounds, and she could break through and promote to a Starry Sky Warlock at any time. Ever since Cordelia had betrayed Carolina, the 3 most beautiful roses in Rose Garden were no longer as close as they could be. Currently, Carolina could still rely on her Starry Sky Warlock ranked cultivation base to suppress Cordelia. But once Cordelia broke through and became a Starry Sky Warlock, Carolina might be suppressed by Cordelia instead. On the contrary, Carolina might be suppressed by Cordelia. After all, Cordelia was much more favored by Yang Feng than Carolina. If it wasn't for the support of her ally Clarissa, Carolina would have been forced into a sorry state by Cordelia. After all, in Yang Feng's eyes, a trifling Starry Sky Warlock was nothing. Yang Feng spent a rose-colored vacation in the Tarandit Subcontinent. After his body and mind were greatly relaxed, he returned to the demon fighting sect. This trip to the Tarandit Subcontinent strengthened Yang Feng's determination to climb to the top. Before, in Yang Feng's eyes, the demon Emperor Cartman was a nearly invincible transcendent. If Yang Feng had stayed in the Tarandit Subcontinent at that time without making any progress, by now, he would have definitely died at the hands of the demon Emperor Cartman. At that time, as soon as Yang Feng heard about the continent, he immediately went to the continent because he was well aware that if he didn't have the strength, then a disaster might befall him at any time. The Tarandit Subcontinent was indeed barren, and cultivation resources were very scarce. Here, a low-grade magic crystal would be regarded as a treasure. But this was a subcontinent after all, with a population of more than 10 billion. In the eyes of evil warlocks, fiends, hellions, and devils, the population of more than 10 billion was a big fat piece of meat. Without formidable strength, then the position of the master of the Tarandit subcontinent would not be stable. A few months later, the invitations sent by the Battle Demonic sect had spread throughout the Great Cloud dynasty. Countless forces of all sizes rushed over from all directions and converged on the battle demonic sect. After the Time Sky City competition assembly, Yang Feng's reputation spread to many prefectures of the Eastern world along with the countless Starry Sky warlock rank geniuses of the Great Cloud dynasty. Before the Time Sky City competition assembly, Yang Feng's name was only known by some great families and forces that attached great importance to intelligence gathering. After that, many warlocks of the Great Cloud dynasty's prefectures learned of Yang Feng's existence and deeds. The battle demonic sect's reputation expanded along with Yang Feng's. Compared to Shi Shui's moonlight ceremony, the forces of all sizes who received the invitations prepared more sumptuous gifts to congratulate him. On the day of the moonlight ceremony, bells rang in the battle demonic sect, announcing the official start of the moonlight ceremony. In the battle demonic hall, Lu Wuchen, sitting in the seat of honor, looked at the many powerhouses in the hall, and revealed a smile in his eyes. In the last moonlight ceremony, most of the forces sent moonlight warlock rank representatives. This time, however, there were 6 glorious Sun warlock rank warlock leaders. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, the moonlight ceremony this time was far superior to Shi Shui's moonlight ceremony. When Yang Feng's group of 4 stepped into the battle demonic hall, countless eyes focused on them. He's here. Yang Feng. Yang Feng is here. Is he Yang Feng? Zhang Hanshan and the other 2 were personal disciples of the other 3 great elders. They were peerless geniuses who could challenge junior moonlight warlocks while in the quasi-moonlight warlock realm. However, in the battle demonic hall, countless people focused their gazes on Yang Feng, full of curiosity, apprehension, and jealousy. Very few people looked at Zhang Hanshan and the other 2 geniuses. The leaders of the forces that came from all over the Great Cloud dynasty all possessed moonlight warlock rank cultivation bases or above. In their eyes, ordinary moonlight warlocks were nothing. However, Yang Feng, a freakish powerhouse who could defeat 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world who formed a virtual world while in the Starry Sky warlock realm, was the one they paid the most attention to. There was a flash of disappointment in Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes. These people don't have us in their eyes. They are all looking at junior disciple brother Yang Feng. The pressure is really great to walk together with a freakish genius. There was a flash of disappointment in the eyes of Zhui Yifan and Zhou Feng. The moonlight ceremony was the most glorious moment for every moonlight warlock. Once they stepped into the moonlight warlock realm, they would become gods and demons. Therefore, the 10 great sects would hold a moonlight ceremony for every moonlight warlock to celebrate. It was extremely difficult to promote to a moonlight warlock. Even with the battle demonic sect's foundation, it may not be able to promote to a moonlight warlock in 100 years. If it wasn't for the trip to the Time Sky City, Zhang Hanshan and them would have gained tremendous benefits. If they wanted to promote to a moonlight warlock, it would take them at least 200 to 300 years to make thorough preparations and smoothly advance to a moonlight warlock. Of course, they could also advance by force. However, that would bring the risk of death and failure. Originally, the protagonists of the moonlight ceremony were Yang Feng's group of 4. However, although Zhang Hanshan's group of 3 were personal disciples of the great elders of the battle demonic sect, but they didn't have any outstanding accomplishments. Naturally, they weren't as dazzling as Yang Feng. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Feng's group of 4 sat down next to Lu Wuchen and looked at the leaders of the major warlock forces. The inner sect disciples and true disciples of the battle demonic sect looked enviously at Yang Feng's group of 4. Once they stepped into the moonlight warlock realm, they would become gods and demons. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank experts. Every moonlight warlock was the pillar and upper echelon of a sect. Any moonlight warlock was qualified to establish their own meridian in the battle demonic sect. They could form a peak and obtain great authority. A fragrant wind blew, and a beautiful woman dressed in purple strode into the reception hall with 4 disciples dressed in the Bright Moon School's uniform. She was Elder Meng Yunhan of the Bright Moon School. Meng Yunhan smiled sweetly and said, "Well met, senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on the addition of 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect. In less than 10 years, your esteemed sect has gained 5 Moonlight Warlock. This is a sign of great prosperity for the sect." Lu Wuchen said with a smile, "Junior disciple Sister Meng, please take a seat." Meng Yunhan took a seat with the 4 disciples of the Bright Moon School. When her gaze fell on Yang Feng, a complicated look flashed past her beautiful eyes, and she sighed in her heart. In less than 3 years, he has advanced from a great warlock to a Moonlight Warlock. There are really despairing monsters in this world. Chapter 555. Once you stepped into the Moonlight realm, you would become a transcendent. Moonlight Warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. No matter where they went, they would be valued. Even in the 8 Warlock dynasties, where human Warlocks were at the peak of their glory, Moonlight Warlocks were powerful existences that rarely produced 1 in 100 million ordinary people. Meng Yunhan was also a genius at the time. It only took her 20 years to cultivate from an apprentice Warlock to a Starry Sky Warlock. This cultivation speed was enough to make Carolina, the number 1 female Warlock genius in the Tyrannid subcontinent, feel ashamed. However, it took Meng Yunhan 368 years to cultivate from a Starry Sky Warlock to a Moonlight Warlock. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, an ordinary Moonlight Warlock's cultivation time was more than 700 years. When Meng Yunhan thought that it took Yang Feng less than 3 years to promote to a Moonlight Warlock from a Great Warlock, she couldn't help but feel jealous inside. Shortly after Meng Yunhan took her seat, a glorious Dawn Warlock rank elder from the Star River sect, the Golem Gate, the Beast God School, and the Myriad Snow Gate brought people to congratulate her. A beautiful woman in yellow and a handsome young man followed by 4 men and 4 women entered the reception hall. Among the 4 men and 4 women, there was a young man with an unruly expression. There was a snake-like imprint on his forehead, and he exuded a violent and unruly aura. "That's the Scarlet Fire Demonic Snake Shangguan Luo of the Moonlight 10 Heroes and 7 Stars. It's him." Sure enough, the Tai Yi sect won't let go of this opportunity to attack the Battle Demon sect. Yang Feng's performance in the Time Sky City was too dazzling. Now, most of the Warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty know his name. After all, he's a peerless genius who fought against 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City. The Tai Yi sect must suppress his edge. When they saw the young man, the complexions of the leaders from different Warlock groups changed at once, and they commented spiritedly. Yang Feng stared at the young man with a dignified glint in his eyes. A Moonlight 10 Heroes expert. The Moonlight 10 Heroes and 7 Stars were recognized as the 17 strongest Warlock geniuses in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The 7 Stars were arranged according to the Big Dipper and were above the Moonlight 10 Heroes. This ranking was a tradition left behind by the 4th Warlock Dynasty, the Star Dynasty, and had been carried on until now. In the era of the Star Dynasty there were only 7 stars. The 10 Heroes was a tradition added by the Magic Note Dynasty. As the most powerful Warlock dynasty in the Zhangji Plain, the Great Cloud Dynasty had many experts, including many Moonlight Warlock rank experts. Every Moonlight Warlock was a genius among geniuses. Who knows how many hardships they have gone through to reach this step? Many peerless geniuses among Starry Sky Warlocks are stuck at the step of breaking through to the Moonlight Warlock realm, and until they die of old age, they are only quasi-Moonlight Warlocks. For the Moonlight 10 Heroes and the 7 Stars to be able to stand at the apex of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight Warlocks, the strength and potential of each of them can be imagined. After Yang Feng promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, he can easily kill some rogue quasi-glorious Sun Warlock. However, against an opponent on the level of the Moonflower 10 heroes, he didn't have certainty of victory either. After all, it hasn't been long since he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. The beautiful woman in yellow said lightly. Saint Lotus Sect's Zhao Ilian greets senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on adding 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect. The handsome young man said with a smile. Tai Yi Sect's Zhang Xianchong greets senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on adding 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect. Lu Wuchen frowned imperceptibly, looked at Shangguan Luo, and said lightly, Thank you. Please take a seat. Zhao Ilian and Shangguan Luo took their 8 genius disciples back to their seat. In the reception hall, gazes focused on Zhao Ilian and Shangguan Luo. The conflict between the Tai Yi sect and the Battle Demon sect was well known. Experts of the Moonlight 10 heroes like Shangguan Luo basically had their own things to do. If they weren't presiding over a plane and suppressing the riots of the Aboriginals, they were carrying out various research experiments, adventuring in dangerous secret realms, or conquering other planes. Experts of the Moonlight 10 heroes and the 7 stars basically wouldn't waste time appearing in other people's moonlight ceremonies. Now that Shangguan Luo came here, he clearly harbored malicious intentions. Under the gazes of the crowd, Shangguan Luo's gaze focused on Yang Feng and carefully sized him up. The atmosphere in the reception hall became very strange. Right at this moment, a tall, handsome, middle-aged man who emanated a gloomy aura between his brows, and half of his face was inscribed with strange runes, strode into the hall with large strides. Behind the middle-aged man followed 4 young warlocks dressed in the Saint Demon Sect's attire. One of them had a jade-like complexion, starry eyes, an extraordinary temperament, a smile on his face, and exuding dazzling self-confidence and a formidable aura. He wasn't the least bit inferior to Shangguan Luo. The 3rd hero of the Moonlight 10 heroes, the fiend noble young master Suo Li. Why is he here? Why is someone from the Saint Demon sect here? When the warlock leaders saw this scene, their faces flickered, and they commented spiritedly. The Saint Demon sect and the Corpse Demon sect, one used archfiends, archdevils, evil ogres, kindred, and shadow life forms. The other was a sect that dug up the corpses of powerful beings and used them to conduct taboo spell research. The behavior of these 2 sects was extremely cruel and strange, so they were ostracized by the other 8 great sections. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the reputation of these 2 sects wasn't good. However, the ancient devils, ancient demons, and other powerful beings were all extremely powerful. As long as one could gain their favor, offer enough sacrifices, and understand the rules of trading with them, one's cultivation speed would increase by leaps and bounds. Although the Saint Demon sect and the Corpse Demon sect had a bad reputation, but they were very powerful. In terms of the number of Moonlight Warlocks alone, the Saint Demon sect had more Moonlight Warlocks than the Battle Demon sect and the Bright Moon School combined. However, when dealing with ancient devils and ancient fiends, they would be restricted by their power. As a result, powerhouses above the Bright World Warlock rank were very rare. The Saint Demon sect only had 1 Infinity Warlock and 2 Bright World Warlock. Even so, by virtue of its huge number of Moonlight Warlocks, the Saint Demon sect occupied many planes and possessed tremendous power. Its ranking among the 10 great sects was even higher than the Battle Demon sect. The Saint Demon sect had never participated in any sect's moonlight ceremony. But now it sent people to participate in the Battle Demon sect's moonlight ceremony. This was naturally surprising. The warlock with half a face engraved with strange runes smiled and said, Saint Demon sect's Kai Xing greets senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on adding 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect. Lu Wuchen responded coldly, Thank you. Please take a seat. Kai Xing didn't care. He took his people to the Saint Demon sect's seats and said with a faint smile, Senior disciple Brother Lu, This is a good-for-nothing disciple of my sect named Suali. I heard that your sect's Yang Feng defeated 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world in the Time Sky City competition assembly, greatly increasing the prestige of the Great Cloud dynasty. This stupid disciple is unconvinced and wants to exchange pointers with Yang Feng. Since Yang Feng is here, why don't we let them exchange pointers? Lu Wuchen's face sank and he said coldly, Yang Feng has just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. Suali is already the 3rd hero of the Moonlight 10 heroes. I don't agree with their exchange of pointers. Each of the Moonlight's 7 stars could defeat weaker Glorious Sun Warlocks. Each of the Moonlight 10 heroes could easily defeat quasi-Glorious Sun Warlocks and contend against some weaker Glorious Sun Warlock. Yang Feng had just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. According to common sense, no matter how strong he was, it was practically impossible for him to defeat a bottom feeder of the Moonlight 10 heroes. After all, the Moonlight 10 heroes were warlock geniuses who have promoted to Moonlight Warlocks more than 100 years ago, and each of them possessed amazing battle prowess. As the Battle Demon Sect's sect master, Lu Wuchen naturally didn't want Yang Feng to be humiliated by Suali. In the Tsangji Plain, many proud and arrogant warlock geniuses were humiliated to the point of committing suicide on the spot after a defeat. Some were ruthlessly attacked during a spar, and their soul origin was damaged. Unable to break through for the rest of their lives, they were reduced to trash and died of depression. Suali came to challenge Yang Feng with ill intentions. Lu Wuchen naturally didn't want to see Yang Feng defeated and seriously injured. There was a sinister flash in Suali's eyes, and he said provocatively, Yang Feng, do you want to be a coward? If you don't dare to accept my challenge here, then get lost and shout, the Battle Demonic Sect is inferior to the Saint Demon Sect 3 times. If you don't do that, then I'll challenge your Moonlight Warlocks one by one and cripple them all. I'll show everyone what kind of trash the Battle Demonic Sect's Moonlight Warlocks are. With a furious look on his face, Kai Xing barked, Impudent! Suali, you're too impudent. The Battle Demonic Sect's Yang Feng is a peerless genius who defeated 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world. How could he be a coward? How could he refuse our challenge? You dare to spout nonsense in the Battle Demonic Sect? That's too impudent. After returning to the sect, I'll report this to the sect master and have him punish you with 10 years of reflection. Even though Kai Xing berated, but his words were aimed at Yang Feng. Everyone understood the meaning behind his words, but no one said anything. Lu Wuchen was just about to reprimand Suali when he was choked by Kai Xing's words. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. The Saint Demon Sect was a bit stronger than the Battle Demonic Sect. Chapter 556. Yang Feng looked at Suali and suddenly said with a faint smile, Interesting. Since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish. I accept your challenge. Let's fight right here. Lu Wuchen's face changed dramatically. Yang Feng. Yang Feng said with a smile, Sect Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. He's just a good-for-nothing who hasn't even formed a virtual world. His cultivation base is just a little stronger. In my eyes, he's nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs, nothing to fear. Even though I've just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, such a good-for-nothing is not my opponent. Suali's face twitched and he became furious at once, and his eyes radiated frigid killing intent. Although Suali's battle prowess was astonishing, and he could contend against some weak junior Glorious Sun Warlocks, but he still hadn't formed a virtual world. However, he had never been able to condense a virtual world. This was the greatest scar in his heart. Warlocks who hadn't formed a virtual world were bound to not be invincible in the same rank. The standard of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 Stars was that one had to be an expert who had formed a virtual world. Although Suali's battle prowess was astonishing, and he was once infinitely close to the Alcade star, but he still couldn't become one of the Moonlight's 7 stars. In the end, he was surpassed by the rising geniuses one after another. This was the biggest scar in Suo Li's heart and his greatest taboo. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Feng tore open his biggest and most painful scar, filling his heart with anger and killing intent. Lu Wuchen frowned slightly and waved his sleeve. "Since you've decided, I won't try to persuade you." Rays of resplendent light surged out of the hall and entered the center of the hall. Waves of spatial fluctuations formed an arena. A gloomy expression on his face, Suo Li's killing intent surged, and he blurred into motion and flew into the arena. Yang Feng also stepped into the arena. "Yang Feng, you're really stupid. If you were a well-behaved tortoise, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But now you've come to throw away your life, how foolish! I'll let you experience the power of the Moonlight 10 heroes." Suo Li's face was ferocious. He spread his fingers, and a suit of armor engraved with countless strange runes and inlaid with 9 demon skulls suddenly flew out and covered his body. As soon as the armor of the 9 fiend skulls attached to Suo Li, the eyes of the fiend skulls turned, as if coming to life, and the 18 eyes stared at Yang Feng. The 18 eyes turned continuously, and a gloomy, strange, and ferocious aura diffused from Suo Li. With a flick of Suo Li's wrist, a blade as black as ink, inlaid with 9 evil ogre skulls, engraved with countless runes, and refined from the spine of a glorious sun warlock rank evil ogre appeared in his hand. 9 demons armor, evil ghost demon saber. Suo Li is actually serious. The 9 fiend armor is a level 6 secret treasure refined from the essence of 9 moonlight warlock rank fiends. The evil ghost demon saber is a level 6 secret treasure refined from the corpses of 9 moonlight warlock rank evil ogre and the spine of a glorious sun warlock rank evil ogre. These 2 level 6 secret treasures are full of evil and curses. Any one of them can curse moonlight warlocks to death. Dozens of moonlight warlocks have already died at the hands of these 2 ferocious secret treasures. For Suo Li to be able to subdue them, that's really scary. There was once a quasi-glorious sun warlock who was cut by the evil ghost demon saber. Plagued by the evil ogre curse, he was cursed to death. For Suo Li to use these 2 ferocious secret treasures, it seems that he doesn't just want to swap pointers. When the leaders of the major forces saw Suo Li use the 2 secret treasures, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The 2 level 6 secret treasures, the 9 demons armor and the evil ghost demon saber, were evil secret treasures with curses. These 2 rank 6 secret treasures both had strong curses on them, making them even more terrifying than some rank 7 secret treasures. Some weaker junior glorious sun warlocks weren't willing to rashly become enemies with Suo Li because of these 2 ferocious secret treasures. Suo Li's status as one of the Moonlight 10 heroes was mostly due to these 2 secret treasures. Without these 2 secret treasures full of curses and powerful evil chi, he wouldn't have been able to become one of the great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 10 heroes. Yang Feng looked at Suo Li, and a warning sign welled up in his heart. He instinctively felt the threat of death from Suo Li. With a thought, the white war demon armor suddenly appeared and covered his body. The highest realm of the battle demon secret method, White Battle Demon. He really succeeded in cultivating it. White Battle Demon, that's a realm that only the 4 great elders can cultivate. To be able to cultivate it, he's worthy of being the #1 genius of the Battle Demon sect. The eyes of many inner sect disciples and true disciples in the Battle Demon sect flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. The Battle Demon secret method was broad and profound, and the further one advanced, the more difficult it became to cultivate. If the Moonlight Warlock geniuses in the Battle Demon sect didn't specialize in this secret method, they would only reach the Gold Battle Demon realm. At most, only the Black Battle Demon realm would specialize in this secret method. In the Battle Demon sect, The glorious Sun Warlocks who specialize in the Battle Demon secret method were at most in the Black Battle Demon realm. As for the White Battle Demon, only the 4 Great Elders could successfully cultivate it. Now that they saw Yang Feng use this secret method, the disciples of the Battle Demon sect naturally became excited. When Lu Wuchen saw this scene, a complicated look flashed in his eyes and he sighed. White Battle Demon, what an enviable talent! As a fundamental secret method of the Battle Demon sect, the Battle Demon secret method could resist countless spells and erupt with 5-fold battle prowess when cultivated to the pinnacle. It was more powerful than many Empyrean-grade secret method. The only regret was that this secret method was only a combat secret method, and not a secret method that could allow people to directly cultivate to the Bright World Warlock or Infinity Warlock realm. The more powerful the Warlock, the greater the effect of the Battle Demon secret method on them. Lu Wuchen has cultivated the Battle Demon secret method for many years, but he is still in the Black Battle Demon realm. When he saw Yang Feng operate the White Battle Demon at will, he naturally felt upset. Yang Feng pressed the fingers of a hand, and the ruler magic cube changed and turned into a set of black armor that covered him, making him look like a black god of war. Go to hell! A fierce expression on his face, Suo Li slashed out with his sword, and freaks with twisted and malevolent faces gushed out of the evil ogre fiend's sword and rushed towards Yang Feng. The freaks with twisted and malevolent faces are strange phenomena formed after the evil ogre fiend's sword slayed enemies and devoured the souls of their masters, plus the life force of warlocks. As soon as those strange monsters appeared, the entire Grand Colosseum darkened. The surrounding scenery seemed to have frozen, no longer changing. A strange and incomparably icy chill pervaded the entire arena. The surroundings were silent, and all sounds disappeared. The sky and the earth were dim, and the space seemed to distort. The entire grand arena seemed to have turned into a strange and twisted domain. A strange aura that made one despair and madness spread out from this domain. The freaks were best at creating some strange and terrifying phenomena, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, and scaring the victims. By absorbing the despair and fear of the victims, they would grow stronger, and eventually kill the victims. In the strange ogre domain, glorious Sun Warlocks who didn't know how to resist the ogre domain would be ground to death. Yang Feng clearly felt wisps of frigid aura pass through his ruler armor, but 90% of it was blocked by the Battle Demon armor. Nevertheless, the remaining wisps of frigid aura almost froze his blood. If it was before he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, Yang Feng would have been eroded by the frigid aura, unable to move. What an amazing ogre domain! Unfortunately, the person you ran into is me. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, radiated resplendent light, and chains formed from countless runes stabbed towards the distorted and weird space. Miserable screams came from the surrounding space, and distorted and transparent freaks were pulled out of the void by the rune chains and absorbed into the true God Empyrean imprint. The true God Empyrean imprint, which inherited the various powers of the transcendent Empyrean imprint, could suppress countless gods, demons, and evil ogres. Even secret methods such as 7-color Skyfire and 9 revolutions Divine Wind were far inferior to the true God Empyrean imprint in terms of restraining freak. The distorted space collapsed inch by inch, revealing a frightened Suo Li. Yang Feng pointed at Suo Li, and the true God Empyrean imprint turned into a stream of light shooting towards Suo Li's head. A fierce glint flashed in Suo Li's eyes, and he suddenly slashed at the true God Empyrean imprint with his sword. Countless faces emerged from the evil ogre fiend's sword and formed a river of filth that eroded and polluted the true God Empyrean imprint. The level 6 secret treasure evil ogre fiend's sword has slain countless fiends and evil ogres and absorbed their souls. The river of filth it condensed can pollute many level 6 secret treasures. Even level 7 secret treasures will be polluted and eroded into scrap iron when touched by the river of filth. With the support of Yang Feng's life force, the true God Empyrean imprint shone brightly, and the side engraved with Demon Emperor Cartman suddenly twisted, opened its maw, and swallowed the river of filth. Rune chains ejected from the true God Empyrean imprint, wrapped around the evil ogre fiend's sword, twisted wildly, and tore the evil ogre fiend's sword into pieces. Evil ogre souls were extracted and absorbed into the true God Empyrean imprint. After losing the evil ogre souls, the evil ogre fiend's sword suddenly decayed and shattered. Sua Li issued a heart-wrenching scream, "My evil ogre fiend's sword!" Chapter 557. Even though human warlocks imitated many powerful existences and created all kinds of powerful secret methods, but after all, they were still secret methods created by imitating those powerful existences. But after all, it was a secret method created by imitating those formidable beings. Among experts of the same rank, the physical constitution of human warlocks was much weaker than that of those formidable beings. Even supreme geniuses with a special constitution, like the first Warlock dynasty's Time Lord, were weaker than archgods of the same rank, who were famous for their tyrannical fleshly bodies. Human warlocks racked their brains to create secret treasures. They were treasures with all kinds of outrageous powers. With the help of secret treasures, human warlocks defeated one powerful race after another and became the pinnacle existences of the world. As the third hero of the Moonlight 10 Heroes, 30% of Sua Li's strength rested on the evil ogre fiend blade. Now that the evil ogre fiend blade was destroyed, his strength fell to the bottom, and he fell outside the ranks of the Moonlight 10 Heroes. He could no longer contend against Glorious Sun Warlock. When Kai Xing saw this, he was furious at once, and Glorious Sun Warlock rank aura seeped out of him, and he wanted to kill Yang Feng. Little bastard! Fiend warlocks and devil warlocks used the bloodline of fiends, devils, and other evil creatures to practice cultivation. Their cultivation speed was far faster than that of ordinary people, their lifespans were longer than that of ordinary warlocks, and their combat strength was far greater than that of ordinary warlocks. But at the same time, there were also great flaws. One of them was that it was difficult to control their emotions, and it was very easy for them to get angry and lose their reason. Within the sphere of influence of the Saint Demon sect, Kai Sheng was like an emperor who could kill anyone he wanted to die. He controlled the lives of countless warlocks and ordinary people, and he would kill people in a fit of anger. Now that he saw the evil ogre fiend's sword destroyed by Yang Feng, his eyes immediately filled with killing intent. The evil ogre fiend's sword was a level 6 secret treasure, but it had all kinds of strange and evil powers. If used well, it could even slay some Glorious Sun Warlock rank freak. There weren't many such treasures in the Saint Demon sect. Now that it was destroyed, Kai Sheng was naturally furious. Humph! Lu Wuchen snorted coldly, and then released Great Circle Glorious Sun Warlock rank aura in a flash and enveloped the entire hall. He released killing intent and locked Kai Sheng from afar. If Kai Sheng dared to make a move in the Battle Devil Hall, Lu Wuchen would definitely kill him on the spot. The Battle Demon Hall is enchanted with countless spells. Here, even if a Bright World Warlock comes, they will be easily suppressed by Lu Wuchen. Kai Sheng was alarmed by Lu Wuchen's aura and killing intent. The scarlet color in his eyes slowly receded, and he regained a trace of clarity. He looked at Lu Wuchen with incomparable fear before turning his gaze back to the arena. After the true God Empyrean imprint devoured the evil ogre fiend's sword, the chains formed from countless runes continued to extend and stab into the 9 fiend armor on Sua Li. One after another, sinister and strange power shadows formed by the demonic power flew out of the 9 demons' armor and were forcibly pulled into the real God Empyrean seal. No! My 9 demons' armor! Sua Li's face was filled with despair, and he let out another extremely miserable and shrill cry. The 9 demons' armor on him cracked, shattered, and fell to the ground. After losing the 9 fiend armor and the evil ogre fiend sword, Suo Li's demonic chi, which seemed capable of covering the sun, suddenly disappeared, and he only exuded the aura of an ordinary pinnacle moonlight warlock. Tears of blood flowed out of Suo Li's eyes, and he roared like a devil. Yang Feng, you dared to destroy my 9 demons' armor and the evil ogre fiend's sword. I want you dead, I want you dead. I want you to die a horrible death. The Saint Demon Sex warlocks like to use the power of fiends and evil gods. But at the same time, they are easily eroded by the evil power, become cruel, bloodthirsty, and easily lose their reason. If it was a warlock from the 10 great sects, even if they were defeated by Yang Feng, they wouldn't be so stupid as to start a fight in the Battle Demon Hall. Devil Grand Duke Batista of the 7th floor of Hell, I am willing to offer my flesh and blood, soul, and everything else. Suo Li's eyes were scarlet red as he chanted a strange incantation. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. A black, twisted tunnel slowly appeared, and an aura that contained great terror and despair gushed out from that twisted tunnel. When Yang Feng sensed the terrifying aura, his face flickered at once. This isn't something I can deal with. Is this great sacrifice? A spell that sacrifices everything to a powerful existence from another plane in exchange for that existence's help? The infernal realm is the 9th floor of hell formed by devils from the endless abyss that runs through countless planes. There are countless devils living in the infernal realm. The devils living in the infernal realm are somewhat different from the archdevils of the ancient demon plane. They are existences created by using the soul of an infinity warlock rank Archdevil Grand Duke of the 9 demons plane as a blueprint. The Devil Grand Duke Batista of the 7th floor is a pinnacle infinity warlock rank existence. In the 7th floor of Hell, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse may not be his opponent. Even if such a powerhouse sends a clone to Suo Li, it isn't an existence that Yang Feng can contend against. Stop, Suo Li, you idiot! We concede. Kai Shing's face fell, and he bellowed and spread the fingers of a hand, and black gas flew out of his hand, enveloped Suo Li, and formed black runes that sealed Suo Li, pulled him out of the arena, and flew to Kai Shing's side. Once Suo Li completes the great sacrifice, he will die. Everything will be devoured by the Devil Grand Duke Batista. His soul will fall into Batista's hands, and he will reincarnate into a devil with great potential. If Suo Li's great sacrifice could kill Yang Feng, Kai Shing wouldn't mind perishing together with him. But this is the Battle Demon Hall. Even if the Devil Grand Duke Batista summons a clone here, it will be easily killed, and everything will become the Battle Demon Sect's spoils of war. Suo Li's death would be tantamount to his contribution to the Battle Demon Sect. Kai Shing naturally won't let this happen. After Suo Li lost the 2 level 6 secret treasures that were most suitable for him, his strength fell to the ordinary pinnacle moonlight warlock realm. Even so, he was still a pinnacle moonlight warlock, ranking in the top 20 among the Battle Demon Sect's moonlight warlock. Kai Shing naturally won't give up on such a powerhouse easily. Defeated, even a Moonlight 10 Heroes rank warlock was defeated by him. How terrifying! He is just promoted to a Moonlight warlock, yet his strength is already so terrifying. How terrifying! With his current strength, among Moonlight warlocks, only Moonlight warlocks of the 7 stars are his match. In the Battle Demon Hall, the leaders from different warlock groups looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Yang Feng broke through in the Time Sky City a few months ago and advanced to a Moonlight warlock. It was for this reason that the Saint Demon Sect's Kai Shing brought Suo Li of the 10 Heroes to challenge Yang Feng and cast a shadow over his mind. It would be best if they could inflict heavy damage to Yang Feng's soul. The evil ogre fiend's sword's secret treasure was extremely evil and contained all kinds of incredible abilities. Once the fleshly body was slashed, even the soul would be contaminated. After the soul of a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse was contaminated by the evil ogre fiend's sword, they might not be able to heal their soul for years or even decade. Standing in the arena, Yang Feng looked at the Tai E-Sex Shangguan Luo and said with a smile, "I'm very interested in the Moonlight 10 heroes. Shangguan Luo, why don't we take this opportunity to exchange pointers?" Numerous gazes focused on Shangguan Luo, filled with a strange look. The Battle Demon Sect's disciples, on the other hand, showed looks of excitement. A few years ago, the Tai E-Sex Yuanyang came to the Battle Demon Sect and virtually swept the Battle Demon Sect's younger generation geniuses. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's sudden appearance, the Battle Demon Sect's face might have been swept to the ground. Now that Yang Feng took the initiative to challenge the Tai E-Sex Shangguan Luo, the Battle Demon Sect's disciples showed looks of excitement. The complexions of the Tai E-Sex warlock geniuses, except for Shangguan Luo, suddenly changed slightly. A peculiar glint streaked past Zhang Xuancheng's eyes, and he said faintly, "There's no need to compete. Suo Li is the third hero of the Moonlight 10 heroes, ranking above Shangguan Luo. Since Suo Li was defeated by you, then Shangguan Luo is not your opponent." Originally, Zhang Xianchong brought Shangguan Luo here with the intention of teaching Yang Feng a lesson and diminishing his prestige. But now that Suo Li was easily defeated by Yang Feng, he naturally wouldn't let Shangguan Luo fight Yang Feng. Yang Feng gave Shangguan Luo a slightly provocative look, only to see Shangguan Luo have a calm expression on his face, as if he didn't see Yang Feng's provocation. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and assessed in his heart, "This guy is a bit more difficult to deal with than that idiot Suo Li." Since Zhang Xianchong took a big step back, Yang Feng naturally couldn't continue to be aggressive. He returned to his seat and looked down at the warlock leaders. The next part of the Moonlight ceremony was very calm and peaceful. It smoothly came to an end. Just as the Moonlight ceremony was about to end, a voice suddenly came from outside. "The Great Cloud Dynasty's angel has arrived." Under everyone's gazes, a middle-aged eunuch dressed in a gorgeous eunuch robe stepped into the reception hall under the escort of 20 Starry Sky Warlock rank royal guards. The middle-aged eunuch looked around with dignity and said faintly, "Who is Yang Feng? Come and receive the decree." Yang Feng got up from his seat and came to in front of the middle-aged eunuch. "I am Yang Feng." Everyone present stood up at once. Lu Wuchen also got up from the seat of honor and walked down the dais. The middle-aged eunuch took out a golden imperial edict from a jade basin beside him and unfurled it. Suddenly, resplendent golden light diffused from the imperial edict and filled the reception hall with terrifying pressure similar to divine might. Chapter 558. Under the terrifying might, the warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank were forced to kneel on the ground, and their bodies trembled. Only powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank could contend with the terrifying pressure emitted by the Imperial Edict. Once you stepped into the Moonlight Warlock realm, you would be a transcendent. After the accumulation of power in the Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock realms, human warlocks transformed into Moonlight Warlocks, and their soul changed dramatically. They no longer feared divine might, demonic might, dragon might, and other such pressures. When the middle-aged eunuch saw the Moonlight Warlocks standing upright, he frowned slightly and said with a solemn expression, "By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees that the Battle Demon Sex Yang Feng, who possesses both ability and integrity, is hereby summoned to the Holy Cloud capital to await orders." When the middle-aged eunuch announced the imperial edict, the warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank bowed slightly to show their respect for the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial power. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the strongest force is the imperial court and the royal family, which controls most of the imperial court's strength. Unless the 10 great sects and 8 great families united, they might not be able to subvert the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. Therefore, the people of the 10 great sects and 8 great families maintained a certain amount of awe towards the great Cloud dynasty's imperial court. Yang Feng responded flatly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After hearing the imperial edict, many warlock leaders looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Even many warlocks of the 10 great sects showed looks of envy. Apart from the 10 great sects and 8 great families who took the initiative to send their disciples to the Great Cloud dynasty. The Great Cloud dynasty also had the right to recruit 1 or 2 moonlight warlocks from the 10 great sects and 8 great families every once in a while. Under normal circumstances, the Great Cloud dynasty wouldn't use this right. After all, the Great Cloud dynasty's imperial court was extremely powerful. It had more than 100 planes under its control and countless resources. Countless powerful warlocks worked for the Great Cloud dynasty. Many powerhouses dedicated to cultivation were recruited by the Great Cloud dynasty, including many glorious sun warlocks, bright world warlocks, and even infinity warlock. The Moonlight 7 Stars, the 7 most powerful moonlight warlocks of the Great Cloud dynasty, served the Great Cloud dynasty as one of its appointed officials. For His Majesty the Great Cloud dynasty to take the initiative to summon Yang Feng to the Holy Cloud capital, it is clear that he wants to put Yang Feng in an important position. Generally, after disciples of the 10 great sects advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they would join the imperial court of the Great Cloud dynasty, grasp part of the dynasty's authority, obtain tremendous cultivation resources, and safeguard the interests of the sect. The children of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families have a great advantage in joining the Great Cloud dynasty. But the warlock geniuses recruited by Great Cloud dynasty are the future pillars of Great Cloud dynasty. The middle-aged eunuch took a deep look at Yang Feng and said, "Yang Feng, please arrive in Yunjing City within 3 months. I'll go back to report." Yang Feng said, "May I know how to address you, sir?" The middle-aged eunuch smiled and said, "My name is Lu Fu." "Yang Feng, let's meet again if fate wills it." With that, Lu Fu turned around and strode outside under the protection of the 20 Starry Sky warlocks. As soon as Lu Fu left, the moonlight ceremony ended. Yang Feng returned to the immortal Huang Palace and told Huang Iha everything. Huang Iha thought for a moment, then said, "His Majesty's direct conscription? It seems like your performance in the Time Sky City is too outstanding. What's your plan?" Yang Feng replied, "I originally planned to travel to the astral boundary and collect cultivation resources. But now that the imperial edict has arrived, I can only make a trip to Yunjing City." Yang Feng originally planned to enter secluded cultivation for a period of time to properly practice the Transcendent Pupil's secret method, and then go to the Andrak plane to get enough Bumhagra stone to make a level 3 optical computer. After that, he would travel in Great Cloud Dynasty under another name. The conscription of the Great Cloud Dynasty's emperor disrupted all of Yang Feng's plans. Huang Iha said with a smile, "The holy capital Yunjing City is a good place. There are many opportunities in a place like this. Feng you don't have to worry. You are now a moonlight warlock, which makes you completely different from ordinary low-level warlock. Even if the court assigns you a position, it will mostly be an idle one, or you can be provided with enough assistance. Even if you enter secluded cultivation, there will be assistants to take care of everything for you. Moonlight warlocks may spend decades or even 100 years researching an experiment or a secret method. Most moonlight warlocks who devoted themselves to cultivation were unwilling to be distracted by mundane affairs. Therefore, Great Cloud Dynasty would provide them with many assistants. Most of the matters would be handled by the assistants. Only some major matters would require moonlight warlocks to make decisions. In subcontinents like the Tyrandot subcontinent, many warlock groups liked to hide behind the scenes and manipulate mortal states as their puppets to collect resources for them. This was because many warlocks wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and didn't like to pay attention to mundane affairs. The main continent, however, was different from Turandot and the other subcontinents. The main continent possessed incomparably rich resources, its territory was vast and boundless, moreover, it had experienced the 8 great warlock dynasties. Warlocks had rich experience in how to control power and practice cultivation. The greater the power, the more cultivation resources they could obtain. Naturally, their cultivation would be smoother and their cultivation base would be higher. As long as Moonlight Warlocks and above were provided with enough assistance, then even if the Moonlight Warlock entered secluded cultivation for decades or 100 years, it wouldn't affect the operation of the state. Yuan Yi spent most of his time in secluded cultivation and studying various secret methods. He wouldn't go out unless there was a major event. When Yang Feng heard this, he felt a little relieved. The Cloud Capital is the center of the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Cloud Capital, experts are as common as clouds, and there are more than 10 Infinity Warlocks. Many human warlock geniuses would gather in the Cloud Capital, hoping to join Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and obtain various cultivation secret methods and resources. In the Cloud Capital, Great Warlocks, Starry Sky Warlocks, and even Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks could be seen everywhere. Even Infinity Warlocks wouldn't dare to act unscrupulously in the Cloud Capital. Otherwise, they might be suppressed. Yang Feng originally planned to travel to the Cloud Capital after he reached the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. After all, the stronger he was, the more comfortable he would be in the Cloud Capital with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Huang Yihe waved his hand, and a stand-in doll engraved with countless runes flew into Yang Feng's hand. Since His Majesty issued an imperial edict to summon you to the Cloud Capital, then there is no room for negotiation. This is a stand-in doll. If someone uses the soul extinction curse on you, this stand-in doll can die in your place once. The longer the casting distance of ordinary spells increased, the less powerful they would be. An Infinity Warlock couldn't kill a Moonlight Warlock from tens of thousands of kilometers away. At most, they could crush a Starry Sky Warlock. As for the Great Soul Extinction Curse, it was peerlessly strange. The caster could curse and kill the enemy from hundreds of thousands of miles away through some casting medium, and the power of the spell would not weaken in the slightest. It was extremely strange and terrifying, making it impossible to guard against. Yang Feng took the substitute golem engraved with countless runes, and his eyes revealed a look of gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Huang Yihe smiled and handed Yang Feng a jade card engraved with more than a dozen runes. "I still have a few friends in the Cloud Capital that I haven't seen for many years. You can take this jade card to them and ask them to take care of you." "Yes, teacher." "Okay, if you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me." "Yes." Yang Feng carefully consulted the Infinity Warlock Huang Yihe about the various problems he encountered in cultivation. Huang Yihe carefully gave pointers to Yang Feng. With a few words, he dispelled all kinds of doubts that Yang Feng had encountered while practicing cultivation. As if dispelling the fog that hindered Yang Feng, Huang Yihe let Yang Feng see a further path. Cloud Province is the greater province where the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family is located. At the time, the founding emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty used Cloud Province as the foundation. With the support of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, he launched an expedition everywhere, defeated countless warlock groups, took control of the Eastern world, and founded the Great Cloud Dynasty. It was because of this contribution that the 10 great sects and the 8 great families were able to become the top forces in the Eastern world. At the same time, in order to maintain their rights, the 10 great sects and the 8 great families sent countless warlock geniuses to join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and become officials. Cloud Province, in a luxurious airship port leading to the Cloud Capital. Amazing! It's possible to achieve such an effect with spells. Walking alone in the luxurious airship port, Yang Feng looked at the snow-white and smooth floor. On the huge crystal panels inlaid in the surroundings, a beautiful female celebrity was singing with all her might, and a dozen warlock girls were dancing behind her. It was a variety of images created by magic, and the huge crystal panel was the carrier of the various images, the phantom crystal. On the continent, many spells have been popularized and put to practical use. Since magic stones could already be mass-produced, there are many small and simple household secret treasures on the market that use magic stones. Magic lamps, TV-like magic crystal panels, and magic sports cars have become very popular on the continent. Even ordinary people can use them. Of course, these secret treasures with biological magic energy could only be used in cities equipped with super-large purifiers. Once ordinary people left the city, they would be eroded by the powerful biological magic energy and become strange monsters if they were careless. Only official warlocks can freely use all kinds of simple secret treasures powered by magic stones and truly enjoy the conveniences brought about by the magic civilization. Yang Feng looked around and exclaimed in admiration. Apart from the lack of internet and some special electrical appliances, the conveniences brought about by Earth's technology can be realized with spells. As expected of the most advanced and powerful human warlock civilization. Chapter 559. In fact, it wasn't that spells couldn't achieve a network. On the Feisua plane, the weave network used by the goddess of the weave was more advanced than Earth's network. By using the weave's concept, a more powerful magic network could be built than Earth's network. As long as warlocks could think of it, they could use spells to achieve it. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, had developed a magic network covering the entire Tsangji Plain, which was named the Magic Note First Magic Network. By relying on the Magic Note First Magic Network, the Magic Note Lord's control over the entire Tsangji Plain surpassed that of other warlock emperors by far. But after the collapse of the 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note First Magic Network was the first to be destroyed by the 7th Warlock Dynasty's resistance army. After the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord ascended to the throne, he also wanted to establish a magic network covering the entire Tsangji Plain, but was jointly resisted by the warlock groups from the eastern and western world. Once the magic network was successfully established, the dynasties would use the power of the magic network to firmly control the entire Tsangji Plain. Warlock groups such as the Battle Demonic Sect and the Tai-E Sect would slowly become vassals of the dynasties, and would no longer have their previous transcendent status. It was because of this that the magic network covering the entire Tsangji Plain couldn't emerge. However, each of the major forces had also secretly established their own spell network. As an upper echelon of the Battle Demonic Sect, Yang Feng knew that several important planes of the Battle Demonic Sect had already established magic networks and firmly grasped those planes. In the Battle Demonic Sect, there was no magic network at all, and there were very few things like magic crystal boards that were similar to televisions. Unless one practiced cultivation until the Moonlight Warlock rank, magic crystal boards and such were not allowed to be installed in the rooms of Warlock. That was because the Battle Demonic Sect was worried that warlocks would lose their will to improve due to excessive indulgence. After Yang Feng came to the Great Cloud Dynasty, he had been practicing cultivation, traveling the world, and looking for cultivation resources to improve his cultivation base. He rarely had the leisure to stroll around the most prosperous places in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Seeing the changes in the surroundings made him feel very novel. As expected of the most prosperous place in the Eastern world, the Fuso subcontinent is already very prosperous, far surpassing the Turandot subcontinent. Unfortunately, it still can't compare to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yang Feng admired the surrounding scenery along the way, and boarded a luxurious white flying vessel like an ordinary low-level warlock. Due to the fear of being assassinated, Yang Feng had already changed his identity into a person called Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan was indeed an ordinary quasi-moonlight warlock. During an adventure, he tried to forcibly promote to a moonlight warlock, and eventually died. By chance, Huang Yihe obtained Zhao Fan's relics and preserved them. Only now did he give Yang Feng Zhao Fan's identity and all the information. Using a secret method, Yang Feng transformed into Zhao Fan and went to Yunjing City in Zhao Fan's identity. In this way, apart from Huang Yihe, no one could grasp Yang Feng's whereabouts. Once Yang Feng entered Yunjing City, he would be safe. Yang Feng arrived at his seat and sat down, then saw two girls sitting on the two seats to his left. There was a girl wearing a pair of sunglasses that covered her eyes and a big hat on her head. Her skin was as white as jade, and she had long black hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her figure was slender and sexy. The other girl had short hair, a delicate face, a petite and exquisite figure, and was full of youthful vigor and lovely beauty. She wore a short-sleeved t-shirt and short hot pants, exposing her slender, snow-white nakedness. She looked extremely charming. Yang Feng glanced at the two girls, scanned them with his tremendous spirit force, and quickly determined their cultivation bases. Level 1 Warlock and Level 3 Warlock. Yang Feng was very cautious along the way. After all, he had offended a lot of forces. The short-haired girl suddenly raised her eyebrows, stared at Yang Feng vigilantly and barked, "Uncle, don't look at me lecherously, or I'll sue you for sexual harassment. You're not allowed to scan others with spirit force. Scanning others with spirit force is not only impolite, but also illegal, understand?" The girl wearing a pair of sunglasses also raised her eyebrows, turned around, and stared at Yang Feng. A silent pressure spread from her. Yang Feng said lightly, "Sorry, it was my fault. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, it was very impolite to scan other warlocks with spirit force. After all, when the weak were scanned by the spirit force of the strong, it was like being stripped of everything and allowed to be browsed by the strong. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, this was a minor offense. In the cruel secret realms and other planes, the strong were respected and could be unbridled. However, in the Great Cloud Dynasty the laws were strict. Even Starry Sky warlocks couldn't use their spirit force to scan ordinary people and other warlocks at will." The short-haired girl snorted coldly, took out a magic crystal plate and fiddled with it. She no longer paid attention to Yang Feng. "Humph, insincere." The girl with the big sunglasses also reclined on the spacious chair and fell asleep. Yang Feng also reclined on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. With a slight shake, the huge airship suddenly rose up and flew towards the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge tremor reverberated in the huge flying vessel. The defensive barrier of the huge airship was destroyed, and a huge hole appeared on the side of the huge airship. One after another, black-clothed warlocks exuding great warlock rank life force and dressed in black battle robes entered the huge hole. The leader was a warlock dressed in a black battle robe, had short hair, and wore an eye patch inscribed with a strange demonic curse on his left eye. A great warlock dressed in a white uniform suddenly came out of the cockpit of the airship and barked, "What do you want?" The great warlock dressed in a white uniform was one of the 3 great warlock guards of the airship. The warlock with an eye patch engraved with fiend seals on his left eye said coldly, "Kill him!" A warlock in black wearing a black battle robe smiled ferociously, then twisted and turned into an abyssal fiend exuding dense demonic chi. With a blink, the warlock suddenly appeared behind the great warlock, pierced his heart with a claw, dug out the great warlock's heart, and swallowed it. "Murder! Help! No, don't!" Screams of terror came from the huge airship. Almost 70% of the people aboard the airship were official warlocks. But most of these warlocks were ordinary research-type warlocks nurtured by colleges. Most of them were low-level warlocks who used magic stones and elixirs to advance, and weren't good at fighting. Tyrannid subcontinents level 1 warlocks could use all kinds of strange spells and elixirs to kill level 2 and level 3 research-type warlock. The Great Cloud Dynasty's laws were strict, and research-type warlocks might not have seen murder in their entire lives. Now that they saw someone die in front of them, they screamed in horror and lost their composure. The warlock with the eye patch said coldly with a gloomy expression, "Shut up! Those who don't shut up will die." The warlocks dressed in black uniforms twisted and turned into abyssal fiends. Exuding dense demonic chi, they stared malevolently at the passengers of the airship. Under the pressure of the 12 great fiends, the complexions of the hundreds of people aboard the airship changed greatly, and they didn't dare to make the slightest movement. The eye-patch warlock smiled coldly and strode towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and his eyes flashed with doubt. Was I exposed? Shouldn't my disguise be perfect? How did I get exposed? Besides, if I was exposed, why would Starry Sky warlocks come after me? Fuck off. The eye-patch warlock came over, swept Yang Feng with a glance, and his eyes flashed with contempt, and he barked. Yang Feng pretended to be alarmed, his body shivering. He quickly got up and hid to one side. The short-haired beauty shot Yang Feng a contemptuous glance, her face pale, her tender body trembling, and she looked at the eye-patch warlock with fear. The eye-patch warlock's gaze swept past the short-haired beauty, and then fell on the beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, who looked like she was asleep. He said with a light smile, "Miss Murong Yuling, please get up. My lord has fallen in love with you at first sight and has invited you to a gathering." Murong Yuling took off her big sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a nation. It was as if there were flowers blooming behind her. She was incomparably beautiful. Sitting in a corner, Yang Feng stared at Murong Yuling curiously. "Isn't this woman the celebrity I just saw?" Murong Yuling frowned slightly and asked, "Who is your lord?" The eye-patch warlock replied with a smile, "You'll know later." Murong Yuling's face turned frigid and she uttered, "You dare to hijack the airship and kill people on it. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Demon Hunting Division?" The Demon Hunting Division was a department of the Great Cloud Dynasty that suppressed powerful criminals above the Great Warlock rank. Every warlock in the Demon Hunting Division was a powerhouse above the Starry Sky warlock rank. The division chief of the Demon Hunting Division was an Infinity Warlock rank expert. Many Moonlight Demons and Glorious Sun Demons were arrested and suppressed by the Demon Hunting Division, thus maintaining order in the Great Cloud Dynasty. This way, powerful warlocks wouldn't dare to violate the law unscrupulously. The Demon Hunting Division's lackeys are indeed very strong. However, they still can't catch us. Miss Murong Yuling, don't delay any longer. My patience has a limit. Although I don't dare to kill you, but killing other people isn't a problem. The eye-patch warlock smiled slightly, then reached out, grabbed the neck of the short-haired beauty, and lifted her up. Chapter 560. When the eye-patch warlock grabbed her by the neck, the short-haired beauty's head suddenly began to congeal with blood, and she struggled frantically and kicked the eye-patch warlock. But no matter how the short-haired beauty attacked, she couldn't break through the eye-patch warlock's life force field. She could only walk towards death with a look of horror and despair on her face. The eye-patch warlock watched the short-haired beauty struggle towards death and revealed an intoxicated smile. Watching such a beautiful thing wither in my hands, what a sense of accomplishment! I can't stop this feeling. With a pained expression on her face, the short-haired beauty transmitted a thought of horror and despair. Don't kill me! Save me, I don't want to die." Murong Yuling frowned and said, "Stop. I'll go with you, let her go. She's innocent." The eye-patch warlock showed a cruel and sinister smile and said gracefully, "Miss Murong Yuling, I'm sorry, but this is my hobby. Watching beautiful things wither in my own hands, this is my greatest hobby and interest. You're too slow." She's dead because of you. The eye-patch warlock's voice had just fallen, when several huge wind blades shot out from behind and slashed at him at once. His life force field was directly cut open, and he was instantly chopped into more than a dozen pieces, which scattered on the ground. I'm dead? No, I don't want to die. The eye-patch warlock was a starry sky warlock. When his remaining head saw his body split apart, it burst into a scream of horror, and finally fell to the ground, a look of horror and despair on its face. Thanks to the frightening life force of a starry sky warlock, the eye-patch warlock still survived for a short period of time after being cut into pieces, but he eventually died. When the short-haired beauty fell to the ground, she coughed a few times and stared at Yang Feng with an incredulous look on her face. You're a starry sky warlock? Yang Feng replied with a faint smile. Yes, I'm a starry sky warlock. The short-haired beauty had a look of gratitude on her face. Suddenly, her pretty face changed, and she shouted, "Thank you for saving me. Be careful!" Spatial fluctuations flickered, and 4 abyssal great fiends appeared beside Yang Feng via blink and extended their claws towards Yang Feng's heart from 4 directions. Hurricanes suddenly swept around Yang Feng, and wind blades containing the law of wind slashed the 4 abyssal great fiends into pieces in an instant. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the void, and strange winds drifted inside the flying vessel. An abyssal great demon shouted, "Stop! Surrender! Otherwise we will start slaughtering everyone on this flying ship." The abyssal great fiend's words had just fallen, when a strange wind spread throughout the flying vessel. Without a sound, the more than a dozen great warlock-rank abyssal fiends suddenly disintegrated, turned into a strange torrent of flesh, and were blown out of the flying vessel. So strong! This is a starry sky warlock. A combat-type starry sky warlock. So this is a battle-type starry sky warlock, amazing! Aboard the huge flying vessel, the research-type warlocks stared at Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. Some warlocks even revealed looks of worship. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlock civilization was extremely developed, but most people generally practiced cultivation until they became official warlocks, and then went out to find a job to make a living. After all, most people were still ordinary people, unlike geniuses who could practice cultivation until the Great Warlock or Starry Sky Warlock rank. Even in the Battle Demon sect, where geniuses gathered and great warlocks could be seen everywhere, there were still many warlock geniuses trapped in the Great Warlock realm, unable to break throughout their lives. The Battle Demon sect had a large number of Starry Sky warlocks because it had many geniuses, a deep foundation, and a long history. Since Starry Sky warlocks could live for more than 1,000 years, they seemed to have accumulated a lot. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, in some small places, a Starry Sky warlock was enough to dominate a region. The short-haired girl full of youthful vigor stared at Yang Feng with excitement and worship in her beautiful eyes. Amazing! The terrifying aura exuded by the abyssal great fiends could oppress the short-haired girl, leaving her powerless to resist. Yang Feng easily killed the abyssal great fiends, which planted a seed of worship in the short-haired girl's heart. Who are you, Your Excellency? To dare kill people from the fiend's hands? Do you want to have an irreconcilable feud with the fiend's hands? Along with a gloomy voice, a handsome warlock dressed in a black warlock robe, with a trace of hostility between his eyebrows, and exuding quasi-moonlight warlock rank might walked out of the large hole. A level 1 warlock, who had quietly put on a spectacle-like secret treasure called a realm detector, looked at the warlock, and his face changed dramatically at once, and he cried out, "Quasi-moonlight warlock, he's a quasi-moonlight warlock." What, a quasi-moonlight warlock? He's such a terrifying existence. A quasi-moonlight warlock, only one step away from becoming a transcendent rank powerhouse. Why would such an existence come here? This time we're screwed. When the ordinary warlocks aboard the flying vessel heard the words quasi-moonlight warlock, their countenances changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear and despair. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. With an area of effect spell, more than 95% of the warlocks aboard the flying vessel would die. A quasi-moonlight warlock could easily kill all the warlocks aboard the flying vessel. The Fiend's Hands, it's a warlock group that has risen recently. Reportedly, their church master is a moonlight warlock. Moonlight warlock. The Fiend's Hands actually have such a terrifying expert. Suddenly, exclamations came from the flying vessel, and the fear in the warlock's eyes intensified. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. For ordinary people in the Great Cloud Dynasty, they were elusive legendary figures with all kinds of privileges. Ordinary warlocks didn't dare to be enemies with such terrifying figures. The Fiend's Hands? Never heard of it. It seems to be just a second-rate evil warlock group. Yang Feng thought for a while, but didn't find this name in the list of evil warlock groups that couldn't be provoked. Evil warlock groups were similar to the underworld on Earth. The evil warlock groups are made up of heartbroken and insane evil warlocks who are willing to commit all kinds of crimes. Evil warlocks frequently massacred cities and used the lives and souls of countless ordinary people to refine soul stones, blood essence, and other treasures. The strength of top evil warlock groups could even be compared to that of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families. However, evil warlock groups have always been besieged by the Great Cloud Dynasty, so they hid very deeply, making it difficult to find traces of them. The handsome quasi-moonlight warlock looked at Yang Feng with an arrogant expression and sneered. "Give up resistance, let me set up a restriction, and then join the Fiend's Hands. Only then will you have a chance to live. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." With a flick of Yang Feng's wrist, a level 5 secret treasure lightning dagger engraved with lightning runes suddenly appeared in his hand. Countless bolts of lightning flashed, and the lightning dagger turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning that flew out in an instant, pierced through the quasi-moonlight warlock's life force field, and stabbed into his fleshly body. Countless bolts of lightning flashed and swallowed the quasi-moonlight warlock. No. Lightning secret treasure. How can you have a lightning secret treasure? Don't. Along with miserable screams, the quasi-moonlight warlock was suddenly engulfed by the violent lightning and turned into ashes. Only a storage ring and a starry sky core fell to the ground. As the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state, Yang Feng had countless secret treasures in his possession. There weren't many level 6 secret treasures or higher, but level 5 secret treasures were a lot. The lightning dagger was a fine level 5 secret treasure, and it was comparable to some low-level level 6 secret treasures in power, which was why it could insta-kill a quasi-moonlight warlock. After Yang Feng killed the quasi-moonlight warlock, he walked towards the huge hole. With just one step, he arrived at the huge hole. A black shuttle had already been activated, turning into a black light as it flew into the distance. When Yang Feng saw this, he frowned slightly. If he used his own strength, he would naturally be able to destroy the black shuttle. But Zhao Fan didn't have the terrifying power to destroy the fleeing black shuttle. The captain of the flying boat came to Yang Feng with the entire flying boat's staff and thanked him. "Sir, thank you very much for repelling the freaks. On behalf of everyone on the flying boat, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to you." Yang Feng responded indifferently, then returned to his seat and sat down. Murong Yuling's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she uttered gratefully, "I am Murong Yuling. Big brother, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead." Yang Feng replied, "It was nothing." The eyes of the short-haired girl lit up, and she quickly came to Murong Yuling and said enthusiastically, "Big sister Murong Yuling, my name is Lan Chuxia, I'm a big fan of yours. Can you give me an autograph?" Murong Yuling smiled sweetly and took out a pen to give Lan Chuxia an autograph. After getting the autograph, Lan Chuxia smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and said, "Big brother, my name is Lan Chuxia. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would have been strangled to death by that pervert." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "As long as one has the ability, no one can see a cute girl like you being strangled to death by that pervert. Otherwise, the world would have lost a future great beauty." Chapter 561. As they chatted along the way, Yang Feng learned some basic information about the two girls. Murong Yuling was a beautiful warlock who was popular in the Cloud Province. She was a soul singer who cultivated a special secret method. Her voice possessed a strange magic power. Immersed in her voice, even starry sky warlocks would experience a trace of spirit force increase. In the Archgod era, there was a beautiful archgod called Moon Song. Moon Song had a mystical talent. Her voice had the terrifying ability to increase soul force. At that time, Moon Song would sing on the Moon God Mountain every 100 years. At that time, countless archgods would come from all over the Tsangji plain to listen to her voice. When the Time Lord rebelled against the archgods for the third time, the archgod Moon Song killed a good brother of the Time Lord with the Moon God soul subduing song and seriously injured the Time Lord. Later, the archgod Moon Song was slain by the Time Lord. Legend has it that when he killed Moon Song, the Time Lord's soul was injured by the Moon God soul subduing song, which resulted in his early death. In the archgod era, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. There were many archgods of the same rank as warlock emperors. Before the Time Lord reached the warlock emperor realm, he failed many times and was injured countless times. After he ascended to the warlock emperor realm, although there were no more legends of him being defeated, but the historical records proved that he was seriously injured several times. Soul singers were bloodline warlocks artificially created by the second warlock dynasty's taboo lord, using some blood essence left behind by the archgod Moonsong and various incredible taboo spells. The first generation soul singers possessed a bit of the power of the archgod Moonsong, and their songs could increase the soul force of infinity warlocks by a trace. After a long time, the bloodline of soul singers became thinner and thinner. It was already amazing for modern soul singers to increase the spirit force of people with a song. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there were countless people with soul singer bloodline, but very few could awaken the power of the bloodline. Murong Yuling was a level 3 bloodline warlock who awakened the soul singer bloodline. With the power of the soul singer, she became popular in the Cloud Province and had countless fans. There was no lack of Moonlight Warlock and Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses. Lan Chuxia is a student of an advanced Warlock school in Cloud Capital. The Great Cloud Dynasty has fully popularized Warlock education and is divided into elementary Warlock schools, intermediate Warlock schools, and advanced Warlock schools. Elementary Warlock academies impart all kinds of basic knowledge, as well as how to promote to an apprentice Warlock. Intermediate Warlock academies impart apprentice Warlocks with the knowledge to promote to an official Warlock. Advanced Warlock academies impart level 1 Warlocks with all kinds of magic knowledge to promote to Great Warlock. Ordinary people who didn't have enough talent and couldn't enter the major Warlock groups would advance step by step according to this promotion process. After graduation, they would join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and make meritorious service, and then obtain more advanced secret methods and resources. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, magic stones can already be mass-produced through some strange and powerful extraordinary plant. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, magic stones are very cheap, so many people can buy all kinds of magic stones to practice cultivation. If their aptitudes weren't level 1 or level 2 spirit aptitudes, then basically many people could practice cultivation until level 1 warlock. By directly joining the Battle Demonic sect, Yang Feng had, in fact, skipped countless steps. Now, he is a Moonlight Warlock. If he hadn't joined the battle demonic sect, Yang Feng would be studying in an advanced warlock academy and competing with the warlock geniuses in order to join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. As they chatted along the way, time flew by, and the cloud capital appeared before everyone's eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the cloud capital and exclaimed in admiration, "That's the cloud capital, how imposing!" The cloud capital's 1,000-meter-tall city wall looks like it pierces into the sky, and there are countless runes engraved on the huge city wall. There are 9-story-tall warlock towers scattered all over the city wall. On the city wall, there is a statue every 100 meters. The statues are strange, each of which is a powerful, extraordinary life form that looks like a dragon or a fiend. In the center of Yunjing City, 36 dragon-shaped clouds supported a city in the clouds and floated in the cloud. The city within the city suspended in the clouds is the Cloud Sky Royal City, the center of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The entire cloud capital is shrouded in a huge restricted space array. Even infinity warlocks can't use spells to fly freely in the sky. At most, they can only fly at a low altitude. The areas in the cloud capital are divided into 5 classes. The first class is the Transcendent Area. Only Moonlight Warlocks, Great Cloud Dynasty's central officials, and their families can live in that area. The Transcendent Area is located near the Cloud Sky Royal City. The second class is the Aristocratic Area. Only aristocrats can live in that area. The third tier is the Wealthy Area. Although anyone can enter that area to purchase a room, each room requires an astronomical number of magic stones. It's calculated in magic crystals. Those who aren't rich won't be able to afford it. The fourth class is the Civilian Area. I live near the Saint Blue Advanced Warlock Academy. Big Brother Zhao Fan, come and play with me when you have time. By the way, Big Brother Zhao Fan, where do you live? Lan Chuxia smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and asked curiously. Yang Feng replied with a smile, I live in the White Oak Villa area in the Wealthy Area. As a quasi-moonlight warlock, although Zhao Fan's net worth is far from that of a true moonlight warlock, and he can't live in the aristocratic area, but he can still buy a small villa in the Wealthy Area. Lan Chuxia's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she said in a sweet voice, The White Oak Villa area, a villa there costs 10,000 magic crystals. Big Brother Zhao Fan, can I go and play there? Yang Feng responded with a smile. Of course. As long as I'm here, you're welcome to come and play at any time. After chatting for a while, the huge flying vessel stopped at the dock outside the cloud capital. Yang Feng and Lan Chuxia entered the cloud capital together, and then separated. Yang Feng entered the White Oak Villa complex with the identity of Zhao Fan and started living as Zhao Fan. Yang Feng left some traces outside the cloud capital to forge the illusion that he came from another place, and to test whether the person behind the scenes will risk exposure and act near the cloud capital. A month later, Yang Feng stepped into the cloud capital with his original identity and entered the Transcendent Area. The Hall of Talent. The Hall of Talents is an organization of the Great Cloud Dynasty, which is responsible for entertaining powerhouses who are recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty but haven't been assigned any duties. Since Yang Feng is a person who has received an imperial edict from the Great Cloud Dynasty's emperor, no one dares to make things difficult for him. Soon, all the formalities were completed, and he entered the Hall of Talents. Yang Feng. A voice sounded in the Hall of Talent. Yang Feng turned around and saw Jiang Lang and a young man walking over. Jiang Lang said with a hearty smile, Yang Feng, let me introduce you. This is my friend Li Yang. Li Yang, this is Yang Feng, who defeated 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City. He's my friend. Li Yang responded with a friendly smile. Hello, Yang Feng. Yang Feng responded with a smile. Hello, Li Yang. Jiang Lang uttered with an unrestrained smile. Let's go to the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion. The girls there are very tasty. As long as you have enough magic crystals, you can even enjoy Moonlight Warlock rank beauties. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he uttered, Moonlight Warlock rank beauties? Are they captives from other planes? Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses were transcendent rank powerhouses. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, each of them was a powerhouse who could establish a sect. No matter which force they went to, they would be recruited. It was basically impossible for them to sell themselves. Jiang Lang replied, That's right, they are beauties captured from other planes. The Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion is backed by the Jiang family of the 8 great families. The powerhouses from other planes suppressed by the Jiang family were sent to the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion. The Jiang family is one of the 3 tycoons of the Great Cloud Dynasty's slave market. If you want to buy and sell slaves, then go to the Jiang family. The Great Cloud Dynasty prohibited anyone from capturing citizens of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the citizens of countries that have signed an international contract with the Great Cloud Dynasty and turning them into slaves. However, people from other planes were not within the scope of the Great Cloud Dynasty's legal protection. Therefore, the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion could openly use slaves from other planes to serve people. They could even get their hands on Moonlight Warlock rank beauties. When Yang Feng's group of 3 arrived at the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion, they asked for a luxurious box and ordered delicacies. After 3 rounds of drinks, Jiang Lang asked, Yang Feng, which department do you plan to join after being summoned to the capital? Yang Feng replied, I don't know much about the details of the Cloud Capital. The Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court is divided into a civil official system and a military official system. Moonlight warlocks like us, who are conscripted, generally enter the military official system. In the military official system, there are imperial guards, city guards, field troops, border troops, and local troops. At present, the Great Cloud Dynasty's external forces are stable. If you join these systems, you'll just be idling around. It's very difficult to make contributions in exchange for resources. In addition, there are 4 major systems in the military official system, namely the Demon Hunting Division, the Demon Suppression Division, the Barbarian Suppression Division, and the Other Plane Development Division. The Demon Hunting Division is responsible for suppressing all kinds of freaks and evil warlock groups in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Demon Suppression Division is responsible for suppressing the demonic realm and similar places. The Barbarian Suppression Division is responsible for fighting the barbarians who worship the barbarian god. The Other Plane Development Division is responsible for going to different planes to suppress the local aborigines and open up new territory for the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty is extremely rich in resources. However, in order to obtain resources, you have to use contribution points in exchange. These 4 major systems are currently the 4 most dangerous systems in the Great Cloud Dynasty. They are the 4 systems that can obtain great contribution points in the shortest time possible. Yang Feng, which department do you plan to enter? Let's go in together and join forces so that we can look after each other, said Jiang Lang. Chapter 562. Yang Feng carefully weighed his options. The Demon Hunting Division specializes in suppressing the evil warlock groups of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty's local evil warlock groups hid themselves very deeply and were extremely strong. The most powerful evil warlock group even has Infinity Warlock. Yang Feng has many enemies in the Great Cloud Dynasty. After thinking for a while, he gave up the idea of joining the Demon Hunting Division. The Demon Suppression Division was a place where dangers like the demon domain were suppressed. Yang Feng once went to the demonic realm and used the huge mechanical legion to earn a huge amount of merit points. However, that kind of thing could not happen again. The various demons in the demon domain were not stupid. If Yang Feng uses the Mechanical Legion to clean up the freaks in the demonic realm many times, the Bright World Warlock rank freaks won't stand idly by. The barbarians suppressed by the Barbarian Suppression Department live in a place called the Desolate Barbarian Domain in the southeast of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Desolate Barbarian Realm is said to be the place where the 7th Warlock Dynasty's Magic Note Lord and a Warlock Emperor rank existence fought. The laws of heaven and earth of the Desolate Barbarian Realm were shattered by the Magic Note Lord and another unknown existence. The Desolate Savage Domain's heaven and earth laws were broken, and it was a natural anti-devil domain. Elemental warlocks could not withstand a single blow here. Except for the first time, many spells of human warlocks couldn't be used in the Desolate Savage Realm. As for large-scale meteorological magic, it was impossible to use it. Barbarians were a race that lived in the wildland. They possessed both human and barbarian giant bloodlines. They were innate body-forging warlocks, and adult barbarians possessed the terrifying strength of a level 3 body-forging warlock. Barbarians believed in barbarian gods, and barbarians were formidable existences above the Moonlight Warlock rank. In the Savage Realm, the battle prowess of the barbarian gods was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary human warlocks. There have even been infinity warlocks who died in the Savage Desolation Realm. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng decided not to join the Barbarian Suppression Division. His main battle robot's power source was the high-energy crystal in its body, not the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. In the Wildlands, it could display 100% of its combat power. However, the barbarian gods in the Barbarian Desolation were also as common as Cloud. Every year, many human warlocks would perish in the Barbarian Subduing Department. It wasn't a suitable place to grind merit points. The other Plane Development Division was a department responsible for conquering different planes. There was a limit to the number of experts that could be accommodated in different planes. This was the department that Yang Feng was most inclined towards. Yang Feng uttered, "The other Plane Development Division, we can choose different planes to develop and earn merit points." Jiang Lang laughed heartily and said, "Haha, I think so too. Most of the natives in the other planes are extremely stupid. Even if they are suppressed by the world origin, we can still crush them with our knowledge." At this moment there was a knock on the door. Jiang Lang said, "Come in." A beautiful succubus woman with short purple hair and a sexy figure dressed in black leather clothes exuded a seductive charm. A beautiful woman from the dragon clan with a pair of dragon horns on her head and a dragon's might emanating from her body. A beautiful elf woman exuding a youthful aura walked into the room. As soon as the 3 beauties entered the room, they smiled sweetly and said, "Ellie, Shauna, Annie greets the lords." When Yang Feng saw the 3 beauties enter the room, his eyes lit up. The 3 beauties each had their own characteristics and extraordinary temperament. They were only slightly inferior to stunning beauties like Carolina and Cheyenne. Moreover, the 3 beauties were all Starry Sky Warlock rank beauties, which added to their charm. Although Starry Sky Warlocks were not uncommon in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but their status was far below that of Moonlight Warlock. However, Starry Sky Warlocks were experts who could dominate a region. Those who could practice cultivation to the Starry Sky Warlock rank were geniuses among human warlock. The feeling of being intimate with a beautiful Starry Sky Warlock was very different from that of an ordinary human woman. Jiang Lang stared at the beautiful succubus woman and said indifferently, "Yang Feng, these 3 beauties are in the top 3 of the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Abode's 10 beauties. If I wasn't a Moonlight Warlock, it would be impossible for me to have them accompany me. You can choose one of the 3 of them first." Yang Feng knew that Jiang Lang liked beauties. With a smile, he chose the beautiful dragon Shauna. Jiang Lang was overjoyed and pulled the succubus beauty Ellie into his arms. The beautiful elven Anya came to Li Yang's side. Yang Feng asked curiously, Aren't there still moonlight warlock rank beauties in the myriad flowers immortal jade abode? Why don't you call them over to accompany you? Jiang Lang said regretfully. There are only 2 moonlight warlock rank beauties in the entire myriad flowers immortal jade abode. Accompanying them for a day costs 1,000,000 magic crystals. I can't afford to have such beauties. If ordinary humans didn't implant a plain seed like Yang Feng, then they wouldn't need to consume more than 100,000 magic crystals to practice cultivation from the beginning to the junior starry sky warlock rank. For a moonlight warlock like Jiang Lang, 1,000,000 magic crystals was not a small number. Although he could take out so many magic crystals, but he felt that it wasn't worth it to spend so many magic crystals to sleep with a moonlight warlock. Wine, beauties, and delicious food, Yang Feng's group of 3 chatted about everything under the sun and became closer to each other. During the conversation, Yang Feng discovered that Jiang Lang's good friend Li Yang was extremely knowledgeable and had his own unique views on cultivation. He had traveled to many places. While the 3 were chatting happily, the door suddenly burst open, and countless pieces of wood sputtered in all directions. An unruly and domineering young man of about 16 or 17 years old strode into the room. Behind the youngster were 5 youngsters dressed in gorgeous warlock robes. At a glance, one could see that they had extraordinary backgrounds, as well as 8 great warlock rank guards. With an unruly and overbearing expression on his face, the young man pointed at Yang Feng's group of 3 and cursed, "You bastards, you dare to touch my woman? Do you want to die? Get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll break your legs, even your 5th limb, and throw you into the palace as eunuchs. Ha ha! How dare you touch young Master Huang's woman? You shameless B******. It'll be interesting if these 3 lowlifes have their 5th limb broken." The 5 youngsters dressed in gorgeous warlock robes showed cruel smiles. Yang Feng frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Li Yang suddenly transmitted, "That young man is the 308th Prince of His Majesty. He's unruly and cruel, and has a ruthless personality. His mother's family is the Shintu family of the 8 great families. Every year, many people die at his hand. He's stupid, brainless, and cruel by nature. If he wasn't the son of His Majesty, who knows how many times he would have died. We've been tricked. On average, the emperors of the Great Cloud Dynasty had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. Coupled with a harem of 3,000, they gave birth to countless princes and princesses. A bunch of ants, get out of my way!" Jiang Lang's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared, and moonlight warlock rank life force erupted in a flash and enveloped the 308th prince and the other youngsters. The 308th prince and the other unruly youngsters were all silk pants who relied on elixirs to advance to level 1 warlock rank. Shrouded by the moonlight warlock rank life force, they were instantly forced to kneel on the ground and shiver. Suddenly, the 308th prince trembled, spat out a mouthful of black blood, widened his eyes, lost all signs of life, and turned into a corpse. Murder! His Highness the Prince was killed. The 3 beautiful women in the arms of Yang Feng's group of 3 screamed in horror. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. Without any tender feelings for the fairer sex, he slapped the beautiful dragon girl with his palm, and a violent force erupted in a flash and blasted her into countless pieces. Jiang Lang drew his sword and slashed out. Sword rays shone, and sword chi slashed the beautiful succubus as well as the other people in the room into countless pieces. Li Yang pointed with a finger, and wind blades instantly slashed the beautiful elven girl beside him into pieces, and blood sprayed everywhere. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared, swept towards the corpses in the room, and burned them to ashes. Strange marks ejected from the corpses and shot towards Yang Feng in an attempt to mark him. The 7 extinction heavenly flames swept out and burned the incomparably strange symbols into ashes. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he said coldly, "We've fallen into a trap. Once it's activated, it's bound to be a thunderbolt. Let's scatter and flee. If we stay here, only death awaits us." Even though Yang Feng was a genius of the Battle Demon sect, he couldn't bear the crime of murdering a prince of the Great Cloud dynasty. Once he was arrested and sent to prison, only death awaited him. Although the Battle Demon sect had great influence in the Great Cloud dynasty's imperial court, but the Cloud capital was the territory of the royal family. The Battle Demon sect didn't have many high-ranking officials in the Cloud capital, so it was impossible for them to exonerate Yang Feng and them. Jiang Lang and Li Yang nodded slightly. Without saying anything superfluous, the three of them turned into 3 streams of light and flew outside the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. "Brazen fellow, you dare to kill His Highness the 308th Prince in the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. Surrender! Do you want to be implicated?" A fierce roar rose inside the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace, and 3 men and 3 women suddenly flew out. 2 men and 2 women blocked in front of Yang Feng, while the other man and woman blocked in front of Jiang Lang and Li Yang. The defensive arrays inside the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace began to activate, and magic shields suddenly appeared and enveloped the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. Chapter 563. A frigid expression on his face, Yang Feng willed, and the white battle demon armor instantly enveloped him. At the same time, he pinched the magic cube in his hand, and the ruler armor immediately covered him. A handsome middle-aged man with a refined temperament looked at Yang Feng and said coldly, "Yang Feng, give up resistance at once. Otherwise, not only will you die, but even the Battle Demon sect will be implicated. Anyone who stands in my way must die." Eyes flashing fiercely, Yang Feng extracted world force from his body through the world ring, poured it into the level 7 secret treasure lightning all, and threw it. The lightning danced like a silver snake, and the incomparably violent lightning flashed in an instant. It turned into a torrent of lightning and swept towards the middle-aged man in a frenzy. The middle-aged man's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless runes formed a shield in midair. The violent torrent of lightning slammed into the shield in an instant, pierced through the shield, and stabbed into the middle-aged man. Flickering wildly, the Moonlight Warlock turned the Moonlight Warlock into ashes inch by inch. "No. Don't." The remaining head of the Moonlight Warlock issued a scream of horror and regret, and then turned into ashes by the lightning. "You dare to kill Jiang Lai, I won't let you off. You bastard, go to hell!" Eyes shot with blood, a beautiful female Moonlight Warlock roared wildly and pointed at Yang Feng with the level 6 secret treasure elemental scepter in her hand. Black as ink, soul disperser wind that can directly attack the soul of warlocks suddenly appeared and blew towards Yang Feng in a black torrent. The scattered soul wind was a very strange hurricane in the netherworld. Even if it was a Moonlight Warlock, if they didn't cultivate a special secret method, then no matter how tyrannical their fleshly body was, they would be seriously injured or even killed by the scattered soul wind. If a barbarian powerhouse is blown by the soul disperser wind because they don't cultivate a special soul secret method, then even if they are a glorious sun warlock, their soul will be shaken, and they will be unable to move, and then they will be besieged. Since that's the case, I'll send you down to accompany him so that your journey to the netherworld will be smoother. There's no need to thank me. Instead of retreating, Yang Feng's figure shook, and he rushed into the soul-scattering ghost wind. Whirlpools suddenly appeared around him, devoured the soul-scattering ghost wind, and sent it into the small world inside him. Countless devourers suddenly flew out, pounced on the scattered soul's ghost wind, and devoured it. Yang Feng appeared in front of the beautiful warlock in an instant and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the beautiful warlock, and primal chaos annihilation force erupted and poured into the beautiful warlock. Impossible! How could you ignore the soul-crusher ghostly wind? Impossible! A look of incredulity on her face, the beautiful warlock screamed frantically, and her body collapsed inch by inch and turned into dust. Only the moonlight core remained. As if cutting through the void, a spear as swift as a shooting star appeared behind Yang Feng while he was killing the beautiful warlock. The other warlock turned into a 100-meter-tall frost giant, clenched his fists, and hammered hard. Boundless ice force gushed out in an instant and, as if a world of ice and snow, crushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, blurred into motion, and stepped into the alternate space. Although it looks like he is still in the main world, but in fact, he is no longer in this space. A spatial ripple flickered, and the beautiful warlock with the spear's secret treasure was strangely teleported to the frost giant's fist. No! No! Save her! The frost giant's face twisted, and he screamed miserably and tried to pull back his fist. But the huge fist still slammed into the beautiful warlock under the horrified gaze of the beautiful warlock. The berserk cold air instantly entered the beautiful warlock and froze her into an ice sculpture. Then, a berserk force gushed out and shattered the beautiful warlock into countless ice fragments that splashed about. You bastard! You killed the person you love the most with your own hands! What a heinous crime! Let me send you on your way! Yang Feng barked, cast blink, appeared on the head of the frost giant, and sent a fist barreling towards the frost giant's head. Little May, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The frost giant originally wanted to resist. But after hearing Yang Feng's words, a look of despair appeared on his face, and he gave up resisting. He let Yang Feng smash his head into pieces and dig out his moonlight core. After Yang Feng killed the frost giant, a spatial fluctuation enveloped him, and he appeared behind the moonlight warlock fighting Jiang Lang in an instant. He pointed with a finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind erupted and chopped the lower half of the moonlight warlock's body into countless pieces. Then, he extended his hand, and countless runes shot out of his hand, stabbed into the moonlight warlock's head, sealed it, and threw it into an empty dimensional badge. As long as the moonlight warlocks don't cast spatial interference spells, Yang Feng can use the law of space to carry out all kinds of incredible battles. The beautiful moonlight warlock retreated briskly and shouted, "I surrender, don't kill me! I'm willing to surrender. I'm just one of the elders recruited by the Jiang family. I'm not a member of the Jiang family. Spare my life. I can let you set up a soul restriction, but don't kill me." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Black rune chains flew out of the true God Empyrean imprint and stabbed towards the beautiful warlock. "Give up resisting and let me set up a restriction. Otherwise, you'll die." There was a flash of struggle in the beautiful moonlight warlock's eyes, and then she finally sighed faintly and gave up resisting. She let the rune chains stab into her body and entangle her soul. Li Yang's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, so strong. In such a short period of time, he killed 4 moonlight warlocks. That's really strong. As expected of the peerless genius who suppressed the Western world's 10 supreme geniuses in the Time Sky City. Li Yang has an extraordinary background, and ordinary moonlight warlocks are not his opponent. But when besieged by 4 moonlight warlocks, he can only choose to escape. Yet Yang Feng killed 4 moonlight warlocks in such a short period of time. This is simply shocking. Break. Jiang Lang looked at the magic barrier covering the entire Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace and bellowed. A 100-meter-long sword Qi soared into the sky and slashed at the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace's barrier, forcibly splitting it apart. Yang Feng's group of 3 blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and flew out of the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace. This Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace dares to plot against us. There's no need for it to exist. Li Yang glanced at the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. He took out a spherical secret treasure and threw it towards the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace. As soon as the spherical secret treasure hit the ground, it suddenly exploded and turned into violent flames that spread wildly inside the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace. In the wake of the flames, everything was burned to ashes. Screams came from the depths of the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace. Brazen maniac, you dare commit murder in the Cloud Capital. Why don't you surrender? Outside the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace, 100 warlocks dressed in pure white demon hunting division robes appeared. Each warlock exudes Starry Sky warlock rank aura or above, and the 10 people in the lead are all Moonlight warlocks. This terrifying force can even suppress a Glorious Sun warlock rank freak. Demon hunting division. Sure enough, as I expected, it's all linked together. This is a rhythm that wants to kill us. If that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. Mechanical Legion summon. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the space around him rippled, and 200,000 battle robots suddenly flew out from the small world inside him and rushed towards the 100 demon hunting division warlocks. A dense rain of light barreled towards the 100 demon hunting division warlocks, and magic shields suddenly appeared around them. When the rain of light slammed into the demon hunting division warlocks, the magic shields shattered one after another, and the rain of light engulfed 3 Starry Sky warlocks. All of a sudden, countless Starry Sky rippers flew out at Mach 10 speed, rushed into the midst of the demon hunting division's warlocks, and engaged them in a fierce fight. Virtually in an instant, Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he disappeared from the battlefield. Jiang Leng's figure fluttered, and he fled towards the north. Li Yang slammed into the wall of an ordinary residence, cast a spell, and fled elsewhere. Besieged by the 200,000 battle robots, the demon hunting division's experts fell one after another. The 10 Moonlight warlocks were also besieged by the battle robots, unable to extricate themselves and pursue Yang Feng. In a dark alley, a handsome middle-aged man with white hair walked over unhurriedly with his hands behind his back, and intermediate Glorious Sun warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly spread from him. Yang Feng, I'm really surprised that you can do this. As expected of a peerless genius who defeated 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world in one fell swoop in the Time Sky City. If I hadn't come in person, I'm afraid that you would have escaped. Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to take action? If I do, you're dead. Chapter 564. Glorious Sun Warlock. You're the bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Division. Who was the one who set up this trap to trick us? What does he want to do? Even if we're going to die, we should know why. The shadow twisted and formed Yang Feng's true body, who stared at the unfamiliar Glorious Sun Warlock with a vigilant expression and uttered coldly. The Demon Hunting Division has a division chief, 4 deputy division chiefs, 36 bureau chiefs, and 72 deputy bureau chief. The division chief is an Infinity Warlock, and the 4 deputy bureau chiefs are Bright World Warlock. The 36 bureau chiefs are Glorious Sun Warlocks, and the 72 deputy bureau chiefs are Moonlight Warlock. The power of the Demon Hunting Division alone is comparable to that of the Battle Demon sect. This is the terror of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Exuding advanced Glorious Sun Warlock rank might, the Demon Hunting Division bureau chief took a step forward calmly and uttered flatly, "No one set up a trap. You dared to kill His Highness the Prince. If you don't surrender immediately, only death will await you. This is the Cloud Capital. Even an Infinity Warlock can't escape from the Cloud Capital. You should give up and surrender." Before the words of the Demon Hunting Division's bureau chief fell, He suddenly waved his hand, and the level 7 secret treasure lock god chain suddenly flew out of his hand, turned into countless chains, and shot towards Yang Feng. The level 7 secret treasure lock god chain is a standard secret treasure equipped by the bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Division. Although it isn't as powerful as some special level 7 secret treasures, but it is still far more powerful than level 6 secret treasures. Many glorious Sun Warlock rank monsters were captured by the Demon Hunting Division Bureau Chief and thrown into the Dark Prison, where they were reduced to materials for various taboo experiments. The Great Cloud Dynasty has clearly stipulated that no one is allowed to use citizens as materials for warlock experiment. However, the slaves captured from other planes and the evil warlocks who had been deprived of all human rights were not included in this list. The Dark Prison is a place where many evil warlocks turn pale at the mention of it. Once evil warlocks are captured and thrown into the Dark Prison, they will suffer a fate worse than death. If they are unwilling to be lackeys of the Great Cloud Dynasty, they will be reduced to experimental materials. Yang Feng's figure abruptly retreated briskly, before crashing into a room next to him. A moonlight core wrapped in a part of the ruler armor suddenly ejected from Yang Feng's ruler armor, expanded into a robot exuding Yang Feng's aura, and rushed towards the godlock chains. When the chains stabbed into the robot, countless runes filled the robot's body and sealed the moonlight core inside the robot, making it motionless at once. The chief of the Demon Hunting Division sighed in admiration. What an exquisite mechanical marionette! It carries your soul aura and can even deceive the divine chains. How impressive! Unfortunately, no matter how hard you struggled, it was useless. Even the Moonlight's 7 stars can't escape from my hands. The bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Division is called Dong Rue. From a humble background, he climbed his way up from a primary warlock academy step by step. After countless competitions, he joined the Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division, hunted countless freaks, and obtained countless resources. Only then did he cultivate to the glorious Sun Warlock realm. Dong Rue only needs to use the godlock chains to suppress and seal an ordinary junior glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse. Yet Yang Feng was able to escape. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Shit! Suddenly, Dong Rue's expression changed greatly. He could sense a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from the commoner's room, as well as traces of strange spatial fluctuations. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the commoner's room. The moment before Dong Rue entered the room, Yang Feng disappeared into a warp gate. The moment Yang Feng entered the warp gate that could cross planes, the self-destruct mechanism activated. In an instant, endless light and heat filled the room with a large number of parts and debris, bombarding Dong Rue crazily. A powerful life force field appeared around Dong Rue. The terrifying explosion that could seriously injure ordinary moonlight warlocks was blocked by the life force field, leaving Dong Rue unharmed. Do you think you can escape from me like this? How naive! There was a flash of anger in Dong Rue's eyes, and he waved his hand, and an exquisite astral gate suddenly flew out and landed on the ground. The astral gate flashed, and a huge, twisted whirlpool appeared in the center of the astral gate. Dong Rue stretched out a hand and pierced it into the astral gate. In the void of the astral boundary, a hand strangely appeared, and a huge eye suddenly opened in the center of the hand. The eye turned and looked towards the depths of the astral boundary, as if it could see through countless worlds, and locked on to the plane Yang Feng escaped to. Found you! A hair-raising voice sounded beside Yang Feng, and a strange feeling of being spied on welled up inside him, and he felt like he was shrouded in a cold aura. In the next moment, the exquisite astral gate exploded in an instant, and the violent backlash force forcibly severed Dong Rue's right hand, causing it to fall into the astral boundary. It wasn't that simple to open a gate leading to the astral boundary. Countless resources had to be spent to build a real astral gate. The simple astral gate was a secret treasure that the demon hunting division specially refined to track down enemies who escaped into the astral boundary. It couldn't be maintained for a long time. Dong Rui frowned and said unhurriedly, "An unknown world, he escaped to an unknown world. What kind of treasure is it to be so heaven-defying that it can allow him to escape from the cloud capital to another plane?" The warp gate was the crystallization of Shizu technology, a black technology among black technology. Once activated, it could easily cross endless distances and teleport to another plane. It was even more heaven-defying than the planar passageways leading to other planes in the Zhangji plane. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. When Yang Feng acted in the cloud capital as Zhao Fan, he secretly set up warp gates in several places, which saved his life at the most critical time. Dong Rui's heart stirred, and his eyes shimmered with greed. The coordinates of an unknown world, should I report it or keep it for myself? From a humble warlock with no background, Dong Rui promoted to an advanced glorious sun warlock step by step. He had to search for the huge amount of resources by himself. He was well aware of the pain of practicing cultivation without resources. If he hadn't obtained the treasures of many evil warlocks he killed, he wouldn't have been able to practice cultivation until the glorious sun warlock realm. It was the coordinates of an unknown world. Just this coordinate alone could fetch a sky-high price. If he could conquer that world and take full control of it, then even if it was a grade 9 plane, it would be of great value. "Dong Rui, is it settled?" A flat voice sounded in Dong Rui's ears. Dong Rui suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and then said respectfully, "Deputy Division Chief Liu, Yang Feng has escaped to an unknown plane with unknown coordinates using an unknown secret treasure. These are the coordinates of the plane." Lu Xuanzhen was one of the 4 deputy division chiefs of the Demon Hunting Division. As a bright world warlock rank powerhouse, he was ruthless and merciless. The number of evil warlocks who died at his hands was uncountable. Even many of the people in the Demon Hunting Division who had gone on missions with him had disappeared. None of the people who could reach a high position in the Demon Hunting Division were kind-hearted and soft-hearted. Those people died early in confrontations with evil warlocks. When Dong Rui saw Lu Xuanzhen come in person, he no longer dared to conceal anything, and reported everything honestly. He didn't even dare to conceal the coordinates of the plane, for fear that he would become a victim of a mission. What secret treasure did he use? The space around Dong Rui rippled, and a handsome young man dressed in casual clothes walked out of the space and asked majestically. The secret treasure exploded, leaving only these remains. Dong Rui spread the fingers of a hand, and a wreckage formed from the top-grade warp gate appeared in his hand. Originally, Dong Rui wanted to study the wreckage of the top-grade warp gate. If he could restore it, it would be a life-saving secret treasure that surpassed countless secret treasures. But now that Lu Xuanzhen appeared, he could only offer it respectfully, not daring to bargain. Greater restoration. Lu Xuanzhen silently recited an incantation and pointed at the wreckage of the top-grade warp gate, and green magic light enveloped the top-grade warp gate. The wreckage suddenly gathered and reformed into the top-grade warp gate. Dong Rui hurriedly exclaimed in admiration, "Deputy Division Chief Liu, you're really remarkable. To be able to practice greater restoration to this point, that's really amazing." 4 children from humble backgrounds to reach the top, they had to put in more than 100 times the effort than children from large sections. Besides, they had to not only practice cultivation, but also conduct themselves. To be able to become one of the 36 bureau chiefs of the Demon Hunting Division, Dong Rui paid an unimaginable price. It's just a piece of trash that looks impressive. After all, greater restoration isn't the time reversal recorded in the time text. Lu Xuanzhen sighed faintly and waved his hand, and the top-grade warp gate collapsed and turned into countless wreckage that scattered on the ground again. The Time Lord's most powerful secret method is time reversal. No matter how serious his injuries are, he can use time reversal to reverse time and restore himself to his strongest state. This was the strongest secret technique that allowed him to dominate the era of the ancient gods, where the strong were as numerous as clouds. Of course, if it's an attack from a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, then even time reversal can't be completely immune. Even the Time Lord can't cure this kind of law injury. However, in battle, the time reversal technique was definitely a heaven-defying technique. Apart from the Lord of Time, no one else had managed to cultivate this spell. Chapter 565. If the Time Lord uses time reversal, then even if an Empyrean-grade secret treasure is severely damaged, it can reverse time and restore it to its peak. Of course, the longer time reversal goes back in time, the more power it consumes. Even the Time Master could only return an Emperor-grade secret treasure to the state it was in 10 minutes ago at best. Lu Xuanzhen's Great Restoration can quickly restore the remains of level 4 secret treasures into level 4 secret treasures. But it has little effect on Yang Feng's top-grade warp gate. It can only restore a shell, which is of no use. Lu Xuanzhen uttered indifferently, Yang Feng has great potential. Dong Rui, I want you to bring back his soul core at all cost. Dong Rui's heart shook and he responded respectfully, Yes, Deputy Division Chief Lu, I will take people to that plane and bring back Yang Feng's soul core. Lu Xuanzhen nodded, and then his figure blurred and disappeared. After Lu Xuanzhen disappeared, a gloomy shade streaked past Dong Rui's eyes, and his expression turned gloomy, and resentment streaked past his eyes. Coming from a humble background, Dong Rui climbed to the position of Demon Hunting Division Bureau Chief step by step. He has his own understanding of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Yang Feng is not only the most outstanding supreme genius of the Battle Demon sect, but also possesses a top-grade warp gate and the coordinates of an unknown plane. Dong Rui doesn't want to provoke such a peerless genius. When Dong Rui dealt with Yang Feng, he only used the capture secret treasure god lock chain. He didn't use his strongest offensive secret treasure because he didn't want to kill anyone. Now that Lu Xuanzhen is forcing Dong Rui to go to another plane to hunt Yang Feng, Dong Rui is very dissatisfied. If it were up to him, he would never be willing to take on such a task. The Andrak plane, in an underground secret room. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless black rune chains flew out of the true God Empyrean imprint and stabbed into his body. A blurry, distorted shadow was forcibly pulled out of Yang Feng's body by the rune chains and absorbed into the true God Empyrean imprint. As soon as the shadow was pulled out, Yang Feng felt his body loosen, and the feeling of being spied on disappeared. With a thought from Yang Feng, countless devourers emerged from the small world inside him, pounced on him, and looked for all kinds of strange runes. The secret techniques of warlocks were changing with each passing day, and they were extremely strange. Although Yang Feng has mastered the time text, the transcendent text, and the taboo text, 3 Empyrean grade texts, but he doesn't dare to be careless. The 3 great grimoires each had their own mysteries. When cultivated to the peak, they would all possess unfathomable power. However, it was also a fact that some of the secret techniques in the 3 great grimoires were not as exquisite and strange as modern secret technique. After all, many of the secret methods of modern warlocks were secret methods created by countless geniuses after meticulously studying the 8 great warlock texts, as well as countless research. The dense swarm of devourers covered Yang Feng's body. Suddenly, the side of his abdomen sucked hard, absorbed the transparent light, and digested it. Yang Feng suddenly felt a burst of comfort, the vague premonition of danger suddenly disappeared. There was a flash of apprehension in Yang Feng's eyes. The Demon Hunting Division's warlocks are really fearsome, proficient in countless secret methods. If I wasn't careful enough, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to escape from the Demon Hunting Division's bureau chief. Yang Feng used the transcendent text as a foundation, coupled with the Battle Demon Sect's countless materials as well as the True God Empyrean imprint developed by Shizu Technology, yet he still couldn't completely dispel Dong Rui's secret method. This shows how powerful Dong Rui is. Once he cleaned up the curse inside him, Yang Feng immediately left the cave. Before leaving, he used a spell to erase his aura and all traces of himself. Is this the suppression of the plane? If I don't use the power of the small world inside me, I can only display Pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank strength at most. Riding a tamed demonic leopard, Yang Feng quietly sensed the changes in his body while walking on the road leading to the Narcissus Federation. In addition to the 36 primary material planes, as long as an expert surpassing the Starry Sky Warlock rank entered a plane, they would be suppressed by the plane origin will, and their strength would be reduced. Take the Infernal Plane for example. Each of the 9 Fiend Grand Dukes is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. However, if a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse enters the plane and fights the 9 Fiend Grand Dukes, they will basically lose. The Tsangji Plane's Great Cloud Dynasty's Other Plane Development Division is a department specialized in suppressing other plane riots and attacking other planes. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks are extremely powerful, but they have also repeatedly run into obstacles in some planes, and are utterly defeated by the aboriginals of lower planes. This is because the Tsangji Plane's warlocks are suppressed in lower planes, unable to exert their full strength. The limit of this plane is the glorious Sun Warlock rank. After a period of time, I can still restore my Moonlight Warlock rank strength. In the eras of the Tsangji Plane's 8 Warlock dynasties, countless planes have been conquered by human warlock. Human warlocks have detailed records on how to carry out wars on other planes. There are several ways to break the suppression of a plane origin will. The first is to defeat the plane origin will with absolute power and severely injure the plane origin will, making it no longer able to interfere with the actions of human warlocks. The second is to use a secret treasure to conceal your soul aura, disguise yourself as an aboriginal of the plane, and deceive the plane origin will. The third is to split off a part of your soul, throw it into this world, and integrate it with a baby of this world, which is equivalent to being reborn. In this way, you will no longer be suppressed by the plane origin will. The fourth is to take the initiative to look for the plane origin will and use a spell to seal a part of the plane origin will into your body. In this way, you will be equivalent to an aboriginal of the plane, and can completely unseal your power. Of course, the Andrak plane is a grade 6 plane, and the limit of power it can accommodate is the glorious Sun Warlock rank. If a Bright World Warlock unseals all of their power in the Andrak plane, they will immediately be rejected by the plane and forced out. Even if it is an aboriginal of the plane, once they break through to the Bright World Warlock realm, they will be directly expelled from the Andrak plane. Wearing a planar origin will scanner that looks like a string of wooden beads, Yang Feng scanned the power of the Andrak plane and began to analyze the plane origin will. The robots of blasphemy inside Yang Feng's clothes also began to operate, distorting and fine-tuning his soul aura and transforming it into an aboriginal of the Andrak plane. Countless data flowed in Yang Feng's eyes as he quietly read the information Katrina gave him. In the Andrak plane, there are 7 gods, namely the goddess of ice, the god of fire, the god of war, the god of death, the goddess of love, the god of justice, and the god of murder. The 7 gods control the ice blue state, the scarlet flame state, the Norton state, the Gautama kingdom, the Narcissus Federation, the Bramble Sparrow kingdom, and the Glund state. Among the 7 gods, the goddess of love, the god of justice, and the god of murder are human gods. Among them, the goddess of love and the god of justice are allies. The god of murder is a neutral god. As a result, the Narcissus Federation and the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom are allies. When Katrina sneaked into this world, she joined the Narcissus Federation and established a huge force there. On the main road, Yang Feng suddenly turned his head and looked to the left. In the distance, there were 7 tall and burly figures. Their upper bodies were covered with a layer of black stratum corneum, and their faces were ferocious as if they were a combination of a devil and a dog. They were holding pitch-black machetes and were fighting crazily with more than 30 human powerhouses. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he observed carefully. Are these the death warriors of the Gautama kingdom? The Gautamar kingdom's death god warriors didn't know any magic, and the pitch-black scimitars were extremely strange. Once the scimitars cut the skin, a black gas would directly enter the human expert's body and corrode the human expert, turning them into blackened corpses that fell to the ground. The more than 30 human experts are shrouded in green light similar to Qi and Warlock life force, strengthening their physique. They can barely fight the 7 death warriors of the Gautama kingdom. Yang Feng glanced at the weapons in the hands of the death warriors, and his eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. The law of death, the weapons in the hands of the death warriors contain a trace of the law of death. No, it's not the law of death, but the power of death. Yang Feng's god clone on the Feisua plane controls the law of shadows and the law of massacre. He covets the law of death and the law of war. The law of death is far superior to the law of shadows in terms of grade and potential. If Yang Feng can kill the god of death and seize his godhead, then his avatar on the Feisua plane will be able to quickly promote to a weak divine force rank god. Yang Feng glanced at the more than 30 human experts and shook his head. In contrast, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method is far inferior in terms of fighting. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit method is a secret method that the goddess of love cultivated at the time, which can enable people to practice cultivation until the demigod realm. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit method is divided into 15 levels. The more than 30 human experts have cultivated to the 11th level at most. They are not the opponents of the Death Warriors. With a thought, the life force inside Yang Feng revolved, and he successfully cultivated the first level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method in a breath of time. At the same time, he walked towards the Death Warriors. With every step Yang Feng took, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method broke through a level. When he took the 12th step, he cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method to the 12th level, the pinnacle Great Warlock realm. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, ribbons formed from green light suddenly shot out and wrapped around a death warrior. The countless ribbons wrapped around the death god warrior's saber and pierced it into its own body. A stream of death energy rushed into the death god warrior, causing the death god warrior to decay and turn into a pile of dust. Chapter 566. With Yang Feng's rich combat experience, the green ribbons wrapped around the death warriors, turned the blades in their hands and slashed at them. Streams of black energy rushed out and corroded the death god warriors, turning them into piles of dust. With the 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method coupled with Yang Feng's terrifying combat experience, the death warriors couldn't contend against him. A burly Western man with blonde hair and blue eyes came up to Yang Feng and said gratefully, "Hello, I am Beta. Thank you for your help. Our master invites you to meet him." The remaining 20-plus guards also looked gratefully at Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and walked towards the carriage pulled by 4 horses with extraordinary life-form bloodline. When he boarded the extremely spacious and bright luxurious carriage the size of an RV on Earth, Yang Feng saw a handsome young man with snow-white skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes sitting in the luxurious carriage. Next to the handsome young man sat a pair of blonde, blue-eyed, short-haired twin girls. The twin girls looked at the handsome young man with affection in their eyes. Whether it was the handsome young man or the twin girls, they exuded an extraordinary temperament and charm. If they could come to Earth, they would easily become superstar-like idols. A peculiar glint streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. What a handsome young man. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method is indeed a top-notch secret method for beautifying one's appearance. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method wasn't outstanding in terms of combat, and could even be described as ordinary and mediocre. Warlocks who cultivated the secret method Black Dragon Morph could easily defeat warlocks who cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method. However, people who cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method would become more and more beautiful. The handsome young man asked coldly in an aloof tone, "Who are you?" Yang Feng frowned slightly and said rudely, "I am Ol." The pretty face of one of the twin girls changed slightly, and she barked, "How dare you? The one in front of you is young Master Bardini, the sixth successor of the Narcissus family. You lowly commoner, how dare you speak to young Master in such a tone? Do you want to die?" The Narcissus family? A contemplative look streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. The Narcissus family was the family from which the goddess of love came. After the goddess of love ascended to godhood 10,000 years ago, she became the #1 family in the Narcissus Federation. The successive presidents of the Narcissus Federation came from the Narcissus family. As the sixth successor of the Narcissus family, it was only natural for Bardini to be arrogant. Another beautiful girl barked, "Why aren't you kneeling down and apologizing to young Master Bardini?" Bardini looked at Yang with an arrogant look on his face. In his eyes, other than the nobles, no one else was worthy of his attention. Even though he was saved by Yang Feng, he still felt that it was a matter of course and didn't feel the slightest bit of gratitude. Yang Feng smiled, then glared and operated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method, and great warlock rank might permeated the carriage. The two beautiful twin girls were both ordinary people. Under the terrifying great warlock might, their pretty faces paled, their delicate bodies trembled, and fear streaked past their eyes. "Legend rank expert, you are a legend rank expert." Bardini's eyes lit up, and his attitude became enthusiastic, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, I was a little rude before. There weren't many legend rank experts in the Narcissus Federation, less than 20. Each of them was the backbone of the Narcissus Federation. There were only 3 legend rank experts guarding the Narcissus family. As for demigod rank experts, there was only one in the entire Narcissus Federation. Even Bardini had to take a legend rank expert seriously, not daring to offend him at will. Although he had a distinguished identity, but a legend rank expert could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. Moreover, even if a legend rank expert killed him, as long as they hid in the God of Murder's Glun state or other race states, the Narcissus Federation wouldn't be able to do anything. Bardini was only the 6th in-line successor of the Narcissus family. If he wanted to become the first in-line successor of the Narcissus family, the support of a legend rank expert would be extremely important. Yang Feng said with a forthright smile, "Recently, the state of monsters has been very active in the Narcissus Federation. I plan to join the Inquisition, tear those monsters to pieces, and then find a way to become one of the Inquisition's big 3. When he heard this, Bardini's complexion changed dramatically, and he became even more respectful. Yet he didn't dare to get close to Yang Feng. The Inquisition was the most notorious organization of the Church of the Goddess of Love. Every year, the number of heretics taken away by the Inquisition and burned to death was not small. The Inquisition's fierce reputation could make children cry. Under Katrina's secret instigation, the Ice Blue State, the Scarlet Flame State, the Norton State, and the Narcissus Federation were like fire and water. Many experts of the 3 states sneaked into the Narcissus Federation and set off a lot of waves. The Church of the Goddess of Love fought countless battles with the experts of the 3 states, and even lost 3 legend rank experts. The Inquisition also lost many experts. Under such circumstances, if Yang Feng joined the Inquisition, he would definitely be put in an important position. However, the big three of the Inquisition were fierce among fierce. If Bardini got too close to Yang Feng and was implicated, it would be troublesome. The Holy Fairy City was the capital of the Narcissus Federation. At the time, the goddess of love ascended to godhood in one fell swoop in the Holy Fairy City and became a true god. It was 3,000 years ago that the goddess of love established her own divine country and stabilized her position and rule. Although the goddess of love was only a feeble divine force rank god, but once she had a divine country, then even if a weak divine force rank god dared to fight her alone, they would be suppressed by her. Before having a divine country, the goddess of love might still be killed by a weak divine force rank god. After having a divine country, as long as she didn't leave it, she was an invincible existence in the Andrak plane. The humans of this world are so good-looking. Or is this the effect of the green flower immortal spirit method? As soon as he entered the Holy Fairy City, Yang Feng looked around and found that most of the humans in the Holy Fairy City were handsome men and beautiful women. Yang Feng's transformation into Ol was tall and handsome. But in the Holy Fairy City, he looked very ordinary. Yang Feng admired the scenery of the Holy Fairy City a little, and then strode straight towards the Inquisition. The Inquisition of the Church of the Goddess of Love was located in a relatively remote place to the west of the Holy Fairy City. The Inquisition was notorious. The vicinity of the Inquisition was extremely desolate. No merchants dared to do business in the vicinity. Recently, the Inquisition fought countless battles with the experts of the three states and lost many experts. Therefore, it openly recruited experts from the Narcissus Federation. Although the Inquisition was notorious, but its benefits were extremely good. Moreover, after joining the Inquisition, one could obtain judicial immunity. This immediately attracted countless experts from the Narcissus Federation. When Yang Feng arrived at the recruitment site, he saw more than 1,000 experts from all walks of life gathered there to be screened. Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method 5th Level. Next, a handsome ecclesiastical court powerhouse with a murderous aura between his brows indifferently looked at the experts from the Narcissus Federation and said coldly. One after another, the experts from the Narcissus Federation operated their cultivation methods, and green light appeared on their bodies. In the Narcissus Federation, the most powerful cultivation method was the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method. The first 10 levels of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method were very easy to obtain. It could allow people to practice cultivation until the Junior Great Warlock realm. As for the last 5 levels, they were firmly in the hands of the Narcissus Federation. Only by joining the Inquisition and serving the greater aristocrats of the Narcissus Federation could they obtain them. Originally, there were other secret methods in the Narcissus Federation, but most of them were incomplete and could not be practiced until the Great Warlock realm. Moreover, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method was widely available, which was why everyone in the Narcissus Federation cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method. Very few people practiced other cultivation method. A short-haired woman with several scars on her face, a voluptuous and sexy figure, and a callous expression on her face stepped forward and erupted with rich green light with 9 distinct layers of light. The eyes of the expert from the Inquisition flickered with emotion. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method 9th Level. You're pretty good. What's your name? The short-haired woman replied coldly. I am Lily. Amazing, to be able to cultivate the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method to the 9th level. So young, she's really talented. When the many experts from the Narcissus Federation saw this scene, their eyes flashed with jealousy and envy. Most of the people present had only cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method to the 4th or 5th level, which was equivalent to the level 2 Warlock rank. The 9th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method was equivalent to a pinnacle level 3 Warlock rank powerhouse. Even in the Inquisition, they would be regarded as expert. The expert from the Inquisition said indifferently, "Next." Yang Feng took a step forward, and rich green light with 10 distinct layers of light erupted from him. Legend rank. Legend rank powerhouse. This is a legend rank powerhouse. When the many experts from the Narcissus Federation saw this scene, they were in an uproar at once. Everyone looked at Yang Feng with excitement and shock in their eyes. There were less than 20 legend rank powerhouses in the Narcissus Federation, each of whom was a bigwig. It was very difficult for ordinary people to meet them. Now that there was a legend rank powerhouse next to them, it naturally caused a huge sensation. Chapter 567. The countenance of the Inquisition powerhouse changed. Legend rank powerhouse. The Inquisition of the Church of the Goddess of Love is full of experts, but there are no more than 5 legend rank powerhouses. Now that such a powerhouse wants to join the Inquisition's powerhouse is at a loss as to what to do. Legend rank powerhouses are first-class powerhouses in the Narcissus Federation. If legend rank powerhouses want to join the Inquisition, they basically have to negotiate with the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love or the Inquisition's 3 bigwigs. This is the first time that he has seen a legend rank powerhouse voluntarily join the Inquisition. "I am Canis. What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before?" A tall, blond, handsome young man dressed in a black robe appeared here at some point in time. He stared at Yang Feng with enigmatic light in his eyes and spoke with a smile. The complexion of the Inquisition's powerhouse changed dramatically, and he bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Sir Judge." As if he didn't hear anything, Canis's gaze fell on Yang Feng, full of curiosity. With a rude expression on his face, Yang Feng licked his lips and perfectly played the role of a powerful and rude legend rank powerhouse. "My name is Ol. After 30 years of bitter cultivation on the Borong Mountain, I only managed to cultivate the green flower immortal spirit method to the 10th level. I heard that by joining the Inquisition, I can bully people, get higher level secret methods, and get more cultivation resources. That's why I came. I may not be good at other things, but I'm good at killing people." Yang Feng is aware that the Demon Hunting Division has locked onto this plane. The forces in the Great Cloud Dynasty that want to kill him are bound to send countless experts to kill him at all costs. Only by joining the Inquisition can he use the power of the Inquisition to collect the resources Yang Feng needs and wait for an opportunity to use the power of the Andrak plane to contend against the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty's human warlocks are indeed extremely powerful. The power of the Demon Hunting Division is enough to destroy the resistance of the Andrak plane. But in the Andrak plane, the Tsangji plane's human warlocks will be suppressed. Even if an Infinity Warlock comes here, they will be suppressed to the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. In this plane, even if an Infinity Warlock came, Yang Feng would dare to kill the other party. However, Warlock's secret methods were extremely strange. In order to prevent others from seeing through him, Yang Feng could only disguise himself as a boorish, greedy and lustful person. A strange light flashed in Kana's eyes, and he said with an appreciative smile, "Good, Ol. We, the Inquisition, need someone like you. As long as you work for the Religious Court of Inquisition, you can have anything you want. I just received a big mission. All of you are now under my command. As long as you perform well, beauties, money, power, whatever you want, it won't be a problem." Canis tossed a thin secret book flying towards Yang Feng. This is the 11th level secret method of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method. When Yang Feng received the secret manual, he immediately revealed a look of joy and said, "Thank you, sir." The more than 1,000 powerhouses from the Narcissus Federation looked at the secret book in Yang Feng's hand with bloodshot eyes and envy. Bewitched by the glory, splendor, wealth and rank promised by Canis, they were quickly integrated by him and accepted as his subordinates. The legend rank expert Yang Feng was also appointed as a minor leader. Lily was also appointed as a minor leader. A few days later, in front of a vast aristocratic manor, Canis glanced at the aristocratic manor and ordered coldly, "Kill your way in and kill everyone. You can loot the property inside." The more than 1,000 slayers from the Narcissus Federation suddenly had bloodshot eyes, revealing a trace of excitement as they madly rushed towards the aristocrat's manor. As soon as the slayers broke into the aristocratic manor, they killed everyone they saw. Before long, the entire manor flowed with rivers of blood. Mixed in with the slayers, an indifferent expression on his face and a heart of stone, Yang Feng didn't take action. He simulated spirit force with his tremendous soul force, scanned the manor, and grasped the situation in the manor. Most of the people on the surface of the manor were ordinary humans, while more than 300 other race warriors were hiding below the manor. The Inquisition's black dogs. Damn it, the black dogs are here! After the more than 1,000 slayers from the Narcissus Federation rushed into the manor, roars and sounds of fighting came from inside. The Ice Blue State's warriors with long silver hair and crystal-clear bodies resembling ice and snow. There were also Crimson Flame Country's warriors, who were covered in raging flames and looked 70% similar to humans. The Norton State's warriors about 2 meters tall with wolf heads and human bodies rushed out of the manor and engaged the slayers from the Narcissus Federation. The goddess of ice's true form was an ice sprite composed of pure ice elemental particles. Her people were descendants born from the union of ice attribute extraordinary life forms and humans, possessing a fraction of human bloodline. The god of fire's true form was a lava giant, and his people were lava life forms and lava life forms with human bloodline. The god of war's true form was a magic note wolf, and his people were the descendants of magic note wolves and humans. The Tsangji Plains human 8 warlock dynasties suppressed countless plains, where the aesthetic standards of the plains were distorted by human warlocks and regarded humans as the most beautiful. Many extraordinary life forms took human form and combined with humans to give birth to many strange species. Individually, the other race warriors were stronger than human warriors, but the other race warriors were divided into 3 groups that didn't belong to each other, and they schemed against each other, unwilling to fight to the death. Instead, they were forced to retreat in defeat by the human warriors. "Canis, you dare to come here to look for trouble with me? You'll be staying here today." A slightly arrogant voice echoed in the manor. A 3-meter-tall man with fire runes all over his body slowly stepped out. He looked no different from a human. Flames danced around his body. As soon as the man appeared, flames flashed, and the dozen or so human powerhouses around him immediately turned into fireballs. They let out miserable screams, and a pinnacle legend rank aura emanated from his body. "Canis, surrender. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." A magic note wolfman with a wolf head and a human body walked out from behind Canis and blocked his path of retreat. "Canis, the Inquisition has abandoned you. Join us, only then will you be able to survive." Accompanied by a bell-like laughter, a beautiful woman with silver hair, snow-white skin, and a snow-white rune tattooed on her glabella walked out of the darkness and blocked Canis back. Canis's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart turned ice-cold, and he uttered frigidly, "Bogakani Cheruti Kafina, who sold me out?" Canis's raid on the manor was done in secret. Prior to this, all information was blocked by him. Except for a few upper echelons of the Inquisition, no one knew of his whereabouts. Moreover, according to the intelligence sent back by the Inquisition, there was only one junior legend rank expert in the manor. But now there were 3 of them. There was clearly a problem. The 3 powerhouses in front of Carnia's were all legendary powerhouses, and every one of them was slightly stronger than him. With the 3 of them joining forces, his escape route was almost completely blocked. Even as tyrannical as he was, He couldn't help but despair. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted from a shadow, and an incomparably resplendent saber light flashed and slashed at the Moindu fierce wolfman Cherudi's body. In an instant, the defenseless Moindu fierce wolfman Cherudi was cut in half at the waist. All of a sudden, green ribbons formed from the green flower immortal spirit method shot out and stabbed the lava rock powerhouse Bogachani. Runes appeared on the green ribbons and suppressed Bogachani's protective fire. At the same time, they sealed the fire force inside him. Bogachani's face fell, and he operated his innate ability. In a flash, violent flames erupted and turned him into a huge flaming man. Under Yang Feng's exquisite manipulation, the green ribbons suddenly merged into one, stabbed at a place 10 centimeters below Bogachani's heart, and pierced through the storm of fire. A green rune suddenly condensed, and Bogachani suddenly felt as if the power inside him was cut off by something, and he trembled slightly. The cyan rune seal also gradually collapsed under the power of the flame. At that moment, a resplendent blade ray flashed and cut off Bogachani's head in an instant, and blood splashed about. Yang Feng walked out of the darkness, glanced at Kafina, and then blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards Kafina. In Yang Feng's hands, the green flower immortal spirit method possessed unfathomable power. The green ribbons seemed to have countless lives, like living vipers, stabbing at Kafina from strange angles. Kafina's pretty face flickered. She urged the force of ice and snow, and a violent force of ice and snow erupted in an instant and turned into a storm of ice and snow sweeping towards the green ribbons. Swept by the storm of ice and snow, countless green ribbons were frozen into ice cubes. At the same time, Yang Feng was also frozen into a huge block of ice and snow. "Ha ha, little beauty, I'm here." A hearty laugh sounded behind Kafina, and a huge fist slammed into her abdomen. Suddenly, countless green ribbons shot out, bound Kafina, stabbed into her body, and sealed all her power. Chapter 568. Kana stared at Yang Feng's back with shock in his eyes. "This guy is so strong. He's really fierce to the extreme." Canas has already cultivated the green flower immortal spirit method to the 12th level. He may not be Kafina's opponent, but Yang Feng, with his cultivation base at the 10th level of the green flower immortal spirit method, defeated Kafina and captured her alive. Stunned, Canas couldn't believe his eyes. Hugging Kafina, whose power he sealed, Yang Feng laughed wildly, lowered his head, and kissed her deeply on the lips. "Ha ha, little beauty, from today on, you are my woman." Ashamed and angry, Kafina parted her cherry lips and bit Yang Feng's tongue. With a flash of green light, Kafina felt pain in her teeth, and blood dripped from her mouth and fell on her lip. Yang Feng said with a rude smile, "What a fierce horse! I like fierce horses like you." Yang Feng's acting skills were superb, making him look like a rude and brutal man. A feeling of powerlessness welled up inside Kafina at once, and tears streamed down her face. The three of them should have joined forces to eradicate Canas, one of the Inquisition's 3 tycoons. However, Yang Feng appeared out of nowhere, launched a sneak attack, killed Bogachani and Cherudi, and even captured her alive. This naturally made her feel wronged. Canas was speechless when he saw Yang Feng so unscrupulously molest a captive on the battlefield. But after taking a deep look at Kafina, greed streaked past his eyes. Kafina was a genius legend rank powerhouse of the Ice Blue State. She was extremely strong and beautiful, and reportedly had the bloodline of the goddess of ice. Such a beautiful legend rank woman with an astonishing origin moved Canas, one of the Inquisition's 3 tycoons who has played with no less than hundreds of beautiful women. "Oh, this Kafina is of a different race." Canas walked over and said a few words when he felt a fierce killing intent rise from Yang Feng. Yang Feng, who was laughing heartily, became expressionless at once. Frigid killing intent condensed in his eyes, and as if a fierce beast choosing its prey, he glared fiercely at Caunus. Caunus immediately changed the topic and said, "This Kafina is of a different race. Since she has become your woman, you have to manage her well. I can't help you if she angers the chief judge of the tribunal." In the Church of Love's Inquisition there were 3 heads. They were the presiding judge, the warden, and the inquisitor. Among the 3 heavyweights, the chief judge had the highest status and was the person with the most authority in the tribunal. Yang Feng restrained his killing intent and said indifferently, "I know." Caunus' eyes flashed with anger, but his face remained calm. Every legendary master had his own temper, and he was very clear about that. However, as one of the Inquisition's 3 tycoons, Yang Feng, his subordinate, neglected his superior, which naturally made him furious. His gratitude towards Yang Feng for saving him also disappeared without a trace. However, Yang Feng killed 3 legend-rank powerhouses with a wave of his hand. Caunus was very apprehensive, fearing that Yang Feng would fall out with him and kill him. Legend-rank powerhouses like Yang Feng, who had no ties in the Narcissus Federation, were the most terrifying. After they killed someone, they could just leave and go to other states. If they didn't seek to improve themselves, then legend-rank powerhouses could live comfortably anywhere. Without the suppression of the 3 legend-rank powerhouses, the more than 300 other race powerhouses in the manor were wiped out by the more than 1,000 human warriors recruited by Caunus. However, more than 200 of the 1,000 human warriors died, and more than 300 were injured. After experiencing this battle, the villains who gathered from all over the Narcissus Federation became even more valiant. When they returned to the Inquisition, Yang Feng was promoted to a commander for his meritorious deed of killing 2 legend-rank powerhouses. At the same time, the news that Yang Feng captured a legend-rank ice race beauty spread widely in the Inquisition, arousing the jealousy of many people. In a luxurious villa, Yang Feng reclined on a sofa and flipped through the exchange catalog. With a pure temperament, Kafina, who looks like an ice fairy, is wearing a collar and a black and white lace-made attire. She looks like a beautiful maid slave. Gritting her teeth, she sat in Yang Feng's arms and served him. Yang Feng reached into Kafina's clothes and mused. "With my current merit points, I can only exchange for 10 grams of Bumhagra stone at most. It's far from enough to upgrade the stronghold to a level 3 stronghold. I can't accumulate merit points to exchange for Bumhagra stone, I don't have enough time. If it wasn't for the threat of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division and the other Plane Development Division, Yang Feng would be willing to accumulate merit points to exchange for Bumhagra stone step by step. Although it was slow, but it was safe and flawless. This abominable fiend, I will never yield." Kafina's snow-white face was dyed red, and a trace of humiliation surged in her beautiful eyes. She gritted her teeth, and her delicate body trembled as she thought in her heart. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then made up his mind. "It seems that I have to start the backup plan." Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the door of the room was directly smashed open, and a handsome, tall man dressed in a black Inquisition uniform strode in. Behind the man in black, 12 experts wearing the uniform of the Religious Court of Inquisition filed in and stood behind him. The man in black took a look at Kafina, his eyes shimmered with amazement, and he barked at Yang Feng. "I am Rant. Although that ice race woman is your captive, but she is also the spoils of war of the Inquisition. Hand over that woman, or I will arrest you for corruption." Yang Feng glanced at Rant and his party with contempt in his eyes, and he sneered. "Arrest me? With you good-for-nothings?" The 12 Inquisition experts looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. Yang Feng was an expert who slayed 2 legend-rank powerhouses. Such a powerhouse was not someone they could resist. Rant's face sank and he said coldly, "This is an order from Sir Judge. Do you want to disobey the order of the judge and be labeled a heretic?" With that, the 12 Inquisition experts gained a trace of confidence, and they stared coldly at Yang Feng. In the Inquisition, among the 3 tycoons, the first tycoon was the Inquisition's judge. He was also the controller of the religious court of inquiry, and there was no lack of legendary powerhouses who had died in his hands. Yang Feng showed a frigid smile. This is an order from the judge. If the judge dares to give such an order, then henceforth, he will no longer be the judge, and I will be the new judge. When he heard that, Rant's face changed dramatically, fear welled up inside him, and he barked. How dare you? Do you want to betray the Inquisition? Die. A green ribbon sliced Rant's head, and a copious amount of blood splashed about and sprinkled on the ground. When the 12 Inquisition experts saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air and trembled. They understood that a great change was bound to take place today. The judge is a heretic in disguise. Today I'm going to kill that heretic. Do you want to follow me, or die here and be labeled as heretics in the future? I'll give you only 3 seconds to consider. As if a fierce beast awakening, fearsome legend rank might gushed out of Yang Feng, and he stared coldly at the 12 Inquisition experts and uttered flatly. The 12 Inquisition experts suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Sandwiched between 2 legend rank powerhouses, they didn't know what to choose. If they chose the judge, then only death awaited them. If they chose Yang Feng, then if Yang Feng lost, then their entire family would be labeled as heretics and burned alive. Oh, you heretic, you and I are irreconcilable, an expert from the ecclesiastical court of inquiry roared, and a beam of green light suddenly flew out and chopped off his head. Overflowing with killing intent, Yang Feng uttered frigidly, It seems that you heretics are stubborn. According to the rules of the Inquisition, I can only kill you first, and then send the families of you heretics to reunite with you. An Inquisition expert knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Subordinate Boer is willing to follow you, Sir Ole, on a crusade against heretics. At the same time, I'm willing to dedicate everything to you, sir. Another Inquisition expert knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Subordinate Sal is willing to follow you, Sir Ole, on a crusade against heretics. The rest of the experts were still hesitant, a look of struggle in their eyes. A resplendent green ribbon flashed, and the remaining 9 Inquisition experts were chopped into pieces and scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, Boral and Sal were both afraid and relieved. They were filled with lingering fear. If they had been a step slower, then they would have become corpses. Oh, do you want to betray the Inquisition? Yang Feng and his party had just walked out of the villa, when the tall, fierce-looking legend-rank expert Alak and more than 100 Inquisition experts blocked in front of Yang Feng and spoke with a ferocious smile. Alak was a staunch confidant of the judge. He was extremely strong and had once killed 2 legend-rank experts. In the Inquisition, he was second only to the 3 tycoons. Yang Feng sneered. Alak, you heretic, if you don't surrender, I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, after I catch you, I'll burn you at the stake. Chapter 569. Alake was furious when he heard this. He had always been the one to threaten others like a cat acting like a mouse. Now that someone actually dared to threaten him like this, his heart was immediately filled with killing intent and anger. A ferocious look flashed in Alak's eyes, and he said coldly, Ole, after I capture you alive, heretic, I will definitely let you taste all the punishments in my Inquisition. Before Alak's words fell, Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he appeared in front of him. Suddenly, green ribbons condensed into a spear and stabbed at Alak. Alak's expression changed drastically. Rays of green light surged out of his body, and his physique suddenly soared. When Yang Feng's fist slammed into Alak, a copious amount of green light formed a rune and blasted Alak to the ground. Protect the Lord! Kill this traitor! An expert from the religious court of inquiry roared. With a flash of green light, the powerhouse turned into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. A dozen plus trusted subordinates of Alak flickered with green light and rushed towards Yang Feng. As soon as they moved, a streak of azure light flashed, and they were instantly torn into pieces. The experts of the Ecclesiastical Court of Inquiry trembled in fear at the sight of this horrifying scene. Their bodies trembled and they did not dare to move. Yang Feng took a step forward and stepped on Alak's head. As if looking at an ant, he looked at Alak with contempt and said coldly, "Alak, do you choose to die or do you choose to be my dog? If you want to be loyal to that heretic head judge, I'll fulfill your wish right now." Yang Feng's words have just fallen, when he exerted force with his foot and stomped Alak's head into the ground. "No, I don't want to die." In that intense pain, Alak was completely swallowed by the fear of death. His body trembled uncontrollably. Filled with humiliation, he used all his strength to bark, "Woof!" The experts in the religious court of Inquisition, other than those fanatics who had been brainwashed by the Church, were the strongest. Most of them were outlaws recruited from the Narcissus Federation. Alak was also a legendary master who was recruited by the Inquisition with wealth and training resources. Now that he was facing a life-and-death threat, Alak could only humiliatingly serve as Yang Feng's dog. When the Inquisition's experts saw the legend-rank expert Alak being humiliated by Yang Feng, their hearts turned ice-cold and filled with fear. The experts in the religious court of Inquisition were all outlaws from the Narcissus Federation and were extremely ferocious. Now that they saw Yang Feng, who was 10 times more ferocious than them, fear welled up in their hearts. Alak slowly climbed up from the ground. His badly mutilated face flashed with a savage aura. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and his heart was filled with endless malice. When Alak looked up and saw Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile on his face, he thought of how he was defeated a moment ago, and a chill welled up inside him. With his keen intuition, he could clearly sense that if he dared to act blindly without thinking, only death would await him. Alak's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and then he knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Alak is willing to serve, sir." Yang Feng said flatly, "Take your people and come with me. Those who resist, kill them all." Alak replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Alak turned around, swept the dozens of Inquisition's experts with a cold gaze, and said with a ferocious smile, "You saw it. Those who are willing to follow us to crusade against the heretic judge can live. Otherwise, you can die now." The 23 Inquisition experts hesitated for a moment, and then said loudly, "We are willing to follow sir to crusade against the heretic. If you don't answer, then go to hell." A ferocious glint flashed in Alak's eyes. He took out a broadsword that was engraved with strange runes and suddenly shot out. He rushed toward the experts of the Inquisition who were unwilling to surrender. Like a ferocious tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep, Alak was like a murderous demon. Wherever the blade light passed, all the experts from the Inquisition were directly killed. The Inquisition experts resisted desperately, but no one could withstand a single move from Alak. Within a dozen breaths of time, the remaining Inquisition experts were all slain by Alak alone. As the fourth strongest expert of the Inquisition, Alak was extremely powerful. It was only because he encountered the moonlight warlock Yang Feng that he was easily defeated. Yang Feng glanced at Alak, then put his arm around Kafina and strode towards the depths of the Inquisition. Sounds of fighting suddenly rang in the Inquisition. In the deepest part of the Inquisition, there is a 100-meter-tall, magnificent palace. On the throne of the palace, there sits a man dressed in a black warlock robe, looking like a monarch of darkness, who is shrouded in darkness. This man is the Inquisition's first bigwig, the judge. Screams sounded from outside the palace, and the screams got closer and closer before finally reaching the palace. With Kafina in his arms, Yang Feng stepped into the palace. Behind Yang Feng, more than 100 Inquisition experts led by Alack are covered in blood, their eyes shot with blood, and their eyes flashing with frenzied killing intent. Alack, you've got guts to want to betray me. The judge glanced at Alack indifferently, and a fearsome aura, which seems to be shrouded in endless darkness, spread from him and enveloped Alack. Alack suddenly trembled, fear streaked past his eyes, and he unconsciously took a few steps back. The judge is the #1 expert of the Inquisition, a fearsome powerhouse infinitely close to the demigod rank. According to legend, he already possesses demigod rank strength. Facing the judge, Alack can't even muster the will to resist, his body trembling. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Feng is equally unfathomable, he might have already stabbed Yang Feng. A large number of Inquisition experts filed in from both sides of the hall and stared covetously at Yang Feng's party. There are even 2 legend rank experts among them. Whether it is in terms of numbers or momentum, Yang Feng's party is at a disadvantage. Shut up, you heresy! Yang Feng loosened his grip and tossed Kafina aside, and green light lit up on him. A total of 12 layers of green light lit up on him. The 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method? A look of ridicule flashed in the chief judge's eyes. He sneered and a black brilliance flickered on his body. A total of 12 layers lit up and countless distorted human faces appeared within the black brilliance. They opened their mouths and let out a series of soundless screams. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. The 12th level of the variant Green Flower Immortal Spirit method. Unable to cultivate the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method to the 13th level, the demigod rank, the judge took another approach. He used the souls and resentment of the countless prisoners to merge with the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method, turning it into this strange state. Its power is far greater than that of the 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method. The judge glanced coldly at Yang Feng's party, then took out a pitch-black bone crown inscribed with countless runes and put it on. Streams of black aura gushed out of the crown and flowed into the chief judge's body. It forcefully pushed his strength to the early demigod realm. Alack's complexion changed dramatically, his body trembled, and his eyes shimmered with fear. Demigod, this is demigod rank power. Demigod rank power. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Countless runes flashed in his eyes, and green light shone on him, and the 12th level turned into the 13th level. Yang Feng's avatar couldn't use the power of the small world inside him. In this way, only demigods can contend against demigod. Stunned, Alack couldn't believe his eyes. Demigod! He promoted to a demigod just like that? Kafina's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, and she exclaimed, "Demigod, how is that possible? He clearly cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method to the 10th level, so how did he suddenly reach the 13th level? Demigod, how is that possible?" When the judge saw this scene, he was stunned, his eyes shot with blood, his body trembled, and he almost fell into madness. There is only one demigod guard in the Narcissus Federation. The judge has cultivated bitterly for many years, but he is still stuck at the 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method, unable to advance an inch. He can only temporarily possess demigod rank power with the help of treasures. For Yang Feng to easily break through to the demigod rank in front of the judge's eyes, the judge's outlook on life seems to collapse. Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared in front of the judge like a ghost, and took advantage of the judge's moment of shock and punched him in the abdomen. With a loud bang, the aloof chief judge was sent flying and slammed into the wall. Countless green radiances flickered on his abdomen and forcefully sealed the chief judge's strength. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and a green ribbon wrapped around the demigod armament crown of evil spirits worn by the judge. He sat on the judge's throne, looked coldly at the many powerhouses of the Inquisition, and said with a cold smile, "From today on, I am the new judge. Whoever dares to disagree, come forward. The entire Inquisition was silent. The many powerhouses of the Inquisition couldn't believe their eyes. The judge, who is almost invincible in their eyes, was suppressed by Yang Feng with a punch. This is simply shocking. Unwilling to submit to Yang Feng, but also unwilling to die, they fell into a state of silence for a while. Chapter 570. Her Holiness the Pope has arrived. A voice rang out from outside the hall. A beautiful woman with a crown on her head and a set of clothes inlaid with countless jewels stepped into the hall. She was tall, had an extraordinary temperament, and every movement she made was filled with charm. She was an incomparably beautiful woman. Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope. In the reception hall, the Inquisition's experts bowed slightly and saluted the beautiful woman respectfully. The position of Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love has always been held by beautiful women, and each of them has an extraordinary temperament. Two legend-rank experts guarding in front of the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love stared coldly at Yang Feng. Frigid killing intent surged from all directions and locked onto Yang Feng. As long as the Pope gives the order, all the experts present will attack Yang Feng at all costs. It's over. Alak's eyes were filled with despair as he looked at the experts surrounding him. Despair flashed across the eyes of the more than 100 experts from the Inquisition behind Alak. The Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love can use demigod armaments to display demigod-rank battle prowess. Coupled with the Inquisition's countless experts working together, they can even suppress demigod-rank powerhouses. Yang Feng got up from the judge's throne, the green light around him disappeared in an instant, and he came to in front of the Pope and bowed deeply to her, saying, "Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope. The judge has colluded with heresy, and the evidence is conclusive. For the sake of the Church, I acted, set things right, and killed him. Please forgive me, Your Holiness." When the Inquisition's experts in the reception hall heard Yang Feng's inverted words, they revealed furious gazes and stared at Yang Feng. The Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love said lightly, "The judge has colluded with heresy, and his crimes are unforgivable. Ol killed the rebel, and his meritorious service is outstanding. I now recognize him as the new judge." When they heard the words of the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love, the Inquisition's experts in the reception hall were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Some of the higher-ups of the Inquisition suddenly felt strange. They glanced at the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love, lowered their heads, and felt a chill in their hearts. The Inquisition was a part of the Church of the Goddess of Love, but the former Chief Inquisitor was very powerful, and the entire Inquisition was under his management. If the Church of the Goddess of Love wanted to mobilize the power of the Inquisition, they would often need to exchange benefits with the Chief Inquisitor and compromise with each other. When the Chief Judge died, Yang Feng, who killed him, was immediately appointed as the new Chief Judge. This matter sent a chill down the spines of the Inquisition's powerhouses who have been immersed in intrigue all their lives. Alak immediately saluted Yang Feng and said, "Greetings, Elder Judge." "Greetings, Head Judge." Voices rang in the reception hall, and virtually all the Inquisition's powerhouses saluted Yang Feng respectfully. As a demigod-rank powerhouse, Yang Feng possessed tyrannical strength. Moreover, with the full support of the Pope of the Goddess of Love, it was perfectly justifiable for him to become the Chief Judge of the Inquisition. No matter how unwilling the diehard followers of the Chief Judge were, they could only watch in horror and despair as Yang Feng ascended to the throne of the Chief Judge. At night, in a luxurious villa in the Inquisition, Yang Feng sat on a sofa made of white tiger skin and carefully looked at a book that recorded the treasures in the Inquisition's inventory. Kafina knelt on one side and served Yang Feng respectfully. Yang Feng was now the new Chief Judge of the Inquisition, and a demigod-rank powerhouse to boot. She had already given up on the idea of resisting him. Yang Feng showed a smile. As expected of the Inquisition, which has influence all over the Narcissus Federation, the Bumhagra stone in its inventory is enough to build 3 level 3 matter and energy converters at the same time. Matter and energy converters were one of the cores of Shizu technology, black technology among black technology. In theory, as long as there was enough energy, matter and energy converters could convert anything. As long as the 3 level 3 matter and energy converters were manufactured, Bumhagra stone could be directly converted through the matter and energy converters. Of course, this required a huge amount of energy. Yang Feng secretly built countless nuclear energy collectors, geothermal energy collectors, and other energy collectors in his territories in the Turandot subcontinent, the Fuso subcontinent, and the Feisua plain. The energy reserves were extremely abundant. In the short term, he didn't have to worry about energy. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he mused. When the people of the Demon Hunting Division and the other Plane Development Division come here, I'll teach them a lesson. In the Yunjing city, Yang Feng was framed for no reason. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have been killed or captured. As a result, his sense of identity with the Great Cloud Dynasty disappeared. I have the support of the Battle Demon sect. According to reason, even the Tai E sect can't hide the truth from the masses in the Cloud Capital and frame me. Yang Feng frowned and pondered. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of a force that could hide the truth from the masses in the Cloud Capital and frame a peerless genius favored by the 10 great sects. The Tai E sect was known as the #1 sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but it couldn't hide the truth from the masses in the Cloud Capital and frame a genius of the Battle Demon sect at will. Yang Feng killed a Moonlight Warlock of the Jiang family, snatched the severed head, and extracted the memories of the Moonlight Warlock, but he didn't get much useful information. He only knew that the Jiang family was involved in the framing of Yang Feng. Yang Feng carefully weighed and ruled out all the impossible forces. A hair-raising behemoth suddenly emerged. No, there is another force in the Cloud Capital that can do this, and that is the royal family. The Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the most powerful force was the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. Unless the 10 great sects and the 8 great families joined forces, they would be able to overwhelm the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. Otherwise, no sect or faction would be a match for the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. As the center of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Cloud Capital was firmly controlled by the royal family. Other forces could only infiltrate a small part of the capital. Yang Feng frowned slightly and sank into his thoughts. Why does the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family want to deal with me? How dare they deal with me? As one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Battle Demon sect was extremely powerful. Countless experts from the Battle Demon sect were active in various fields of the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family would be somewhat apprehensive of such a powerful force. Originally, Yang Feng should be a proud son of heaven with a profound background that no one would dare to deal with lightly. But now that he was framed by the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, he was puzzled. He only vaguely guessed that there was a huge conspiracy or storm brewing. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Yang Feng said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a beautiful woman with dazzling blonde hair, a tall and sexy figure, and an alluring temperament strode in, a fragrance wafting from her. The beautiful woman walked up to Yang Feng, coquettishly lifted Kafina's chin, and said with a sweet smile, "Dear, is this a little toy you caught? She's really good-looking, I'm a little jealous." Bewitched by the beautiful woman's alluring temperament, Kafina's eyes became hazy, and then her pretty face changed at once, an incredulous look on her face, and she uttered in a trembling voice, "You are the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love." Under Kafina's horrified gaze, the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love smiled sweetly, sat in Yang Feng's arms, and looked at Yang Feng affectionately, looking extremely charming and beautiful. The Pope looked at Yang Feng affectionately and said gently, "Dear, I miss you so much." Yang Feng kissed the pretty face of the gorgeous Pope, showed a smile, and exclaimed in admiration, "Katrina, you're really amazing. To be able to become the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love, that's really amazing." The Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love was Katrina. It was because of this that Yang Feng could kill the judge unscrupulously and ascend to the throne of the judge himself. Yang Feng asked, "Do you have complete control over the apologetic knights?" A church is basically composed of the church's clergy, the apologetic knights, and the Inquisition. The church controls the apologetic knights and the Inquisition. However, sometimes, if the apologetic knight commander or the Inquisition's judge is strong, they can contend against the church. Yang Feng's previous judge was very unruly and didn't take the young Pope Katrina seriously. Only then did Yang Feng act and brazenly kill the chief judge. Taking advantage of this opportunity, with Katrina's support, he took control of the tribunal. If the apologetic knights were also in Katrina's hands, then the entire Church of the Goddess of Love would be under Yang Feng and Katrina's control. Katrina smiled sweetly and said, "The leader of the apologetic knights, Gray, is a god's chosen. Although he obeys my orders, he is still a god's chosen. Although he obeys my orders, but he only obeys my reasonable orders. I only have about 1/10 of the apologetic knights under my control." Yang Feng uttered with some regret, "What a pity." Katrina uttered with a sweet smile, "Dear, that's just right. The Goddess of Love pays attention to the church from time to time. If the church is completely under my control, I'm afraid that she will issue an oracle and deprive me of my rights." The Andrak plane was different from the Fesua plane. The Andrak plane only had 7 gods and 2 god positions that could be promoted. Although the gods lived high up in their divine countries, but they still often paid attention to the secular world, and even went to the secular world with their true bodies from time to time. If Katrina had complete control over the Church of the Goddess of Love, then even the Goddess of Love would feel uneasy. Chapter 571. The gods of the Fesua plane signed the Treaty of the Gods, and their true bodies were not allowed to roam the Fesua plane lightly. That was because wars between strong divine force-rank gods could easily cause landslides, environmental pollution, and people to be plunged into misery and suffering. The foundation of gods was the faith of mortals. If mortals died, gods would slowly weaken and eventually die. There were only 7 gods in the Andrak plane, and they didn't sign the Treaty of the Gods. As such, they could naturally roam the secular world with their true bodies. But for the sake of safety, gods generally hid their true bodies in their divine countries, and only had their avatars roam the secular world. Churches were tools for gods to control the faith of mortals. Many gods of the Fesua plane had one or several inferior planes as their source of faith. The gods of the Andrak plane, on the other hand, only had the intelligent life forms of this plane as their source of faith. As such, they naturally attached more importance to the secular world than the Fesua plane. Yang Feng asked, "What's the situation with the Great Cloud Dynasty now?" Katrina raised her eyebrows, looked at Kafina, and said, "Recite the name of a god. On this plane, you can directly contact a god. This is the law of gods." Startled, Kafina lowered her head. Since she was captured, she has been reciting the name of the goddess of ice, yet she didn't get any response. Yang Feng said lightly, "I have cut off her connection with the goddess of ice." Kafina's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and her tender body trembled slightly. Katrina said, "The Great Cloud Dynasty has taken action against the Battle Demon sect. As far as I know, the disciples of the Battle Demon sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty have been purged, and all of them have been arrested and imprisoned. The Battle Demon sect has begun to withdraw its forces, and all disciples have been recalled to the Battle Demon province. Yang Feng's complexion changed dramatically. "What's going on?" Katrina said with a smile. "If I'm not mistaken, the Great Cloud Dynasty wants to eradicate the 10 great sects and 8 great families one by one, so that it can control all the resources and power, and truly become the overlord of the Eastern world." Yang Feng suddenly had a flash of realization. So that's how it is. The power of the 10 great sects and 8 great families was too great. Their countless disciples infiltrated every corner of the imperial court. In fact, the entire Great Cloud Dynasty is jointly ruled by the imperial family, the 10 great sects, and the 8 great families. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the strength of the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family has far surpassed that of when the Great Cloud Dynasty was founded. They have great ambitions and want to eliminate the other forces in the Great Cloud Dynasty and truly control the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yang Feng thought further. After the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family integrated the resources of the Great Cloud Dynasty, they would launch an attack on the Western world's 3 dynasties and unify the Zhangji Plain in one fell swoop. Then, with the help of the Zhangji Plain's resources, they would break through in one fell swoop and promote to a warlock emperor. If someone as ambitious as Yang Feng became the emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty, he would find a way to flatten the 10 great sects and the 8 great families step by step, take the countless resources of the Great Cloud Dynasty for himself, and find a way to promote to a warlock emperor. Yang Feng asked. How did the other 9 great sects and 8 great families react? Katrina said. The Tai Yi sect has completely surrendered to the Bai family and actively helped the Bai family suppress the disciples of the Battle Demon sect. The Saint Lotus sect restrained the Bright Moon sect. The other 8 great families and 6 great sects have yet to express any opinion. The Bai family was the royal family of the Great Cloud Dynasty. After tens of thousands of years of development, they obtained countless resources through the Great Cloud Dynasty and cultivated countless experts loyal to the Bai family. In the Zhangji Plains continent, in addition to the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, there were also many powerful warlock groups hidden in the dark from the Warlock Imperial Dynasty's eras. Those formidable warlock groups have their own planes as their foundation, hiding in other planes and spying on the main continent's changes. The 36 primary material planes have all given birth to Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. But according to legend, the Zhangji Plain once gave birth to eternal sovereigns who surpassed Warlock Emperors in the Archgod era. Supposedly, every single eternal was an indestructible entity with boundless power. Reportedly, their strength had far exceeded the limits of the universe, and they were rejected by the universe will and had to leave this world. In the past, the Time King had obtained a portion of the inheritance left behind by an Eternal One. He had changed his constitution to one that was compatible with time and created the Time Codex. That was how he had been able to defeat one incredibly powerful ancient god after another and suppress an entire era. Except for the Zhangji Plain, no other planes have given birth to eternal sovereigns. It was precisely because of this that countless powerful existences coveted this plane. Among the countless terrifying forces spying on the Zhangji Plain, the Bai family, which has held the imperial power of the Great Cloud Dynasty for tens of thousands of years, was definitely at the top. Some ancient warlock groups that have existed since the first Warlock Imperial Dynasty were not the Bai family's opponents. This was the benefit of being in charge of a dynasty. Yang Feng sighed slightly. Short-sighted, but that's human nature. If the 10 great sects and the 8 great families joined forces to deal with the Bai family, then even the Bai family would have to retreat, not daring to compete with them. However, the Tai Yi sect and the Saint Lotus sect sided with the Bai family, and the 8 great families remained silent, leaving the Bai family unchecked. It was only a matter of time before the Battle Demon sect was destroyed. Once the Battle Demon sect was destroyed, The Bai family could wipe out the 10 great sects and the 8 great families one by one and truly grasp the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the outer space outside the Andrak Plain, ripples suddenly emerged, and giant warships up to 3,000 meters long slowly flew out. Outsider, this is our Andrak Plain. Get out. As soon as 30 giant warships flew out, an angry roar reverberated in the space. On a warship covered with countless barriers and engraved with countless runes, there stood a handsome young man in white with an arrogant expression on his face. Behind the handsome young man stood Dong Rue and 2 middle-aged men respectfully. The handsome young man uttered with an arrogant expression, "A trifling feeble divine force rank indigenous god dares to threaten us, how reckless! Submit to me by Tianxing or you're dead." Endless fire elemental particles suddenly condensed and turned into a 1,000-meter-long giant flaming hand in the sky that slapped towards the handsome young man. Bai Tianxing flipped his hand, and a mirror suddenly appeared in his hand. He shone it at the giant flame hand, and a white ray of light hit the giant flame hand, directly extinguishing it. Bai Tianxing snorted coldly, "What a bold indigenous god, you dare attack me! I'll first slaughter your believers, then go to your divine country and take your dog life." 10 warships descended from the sky and flew towards the Andrak Plain's surface world. Behind Bai Tianxing, ripples emerged in the space, and one giant warship after another slowly flew out of the void. These warships are the elites of the Great Cloud Dynasty that flew out of the astral passage and crossed countless distances to reach the Andrak Plain. The gods of any plane controlled a law of the plane, and at the same time, they had a mysterious connection with the plane. As soon as the 30-plus warships appeared, the gods felt that the other party came with ill intentions. Along with flashes of light, a 1,000-meter-tall lava giant enveloped in flames, a magic note wolf with a wolf's head and human body, a snow-white and translucent snow fairy, a monster wrapped in black bandages whose face cannot be seen clearly, a tall human man with blonde hair and blue eyes with an imposing appearance, a tall woman with blonde hair and blue eyes dressed in a purple robe, and a masked man with a gold mask appeared in this space. The Andrak Plain's 7 gods each sent an avatar here, each of which exudes a fearsome aura. The lava giant roared out, "Scram? Otherwise, we'll fight to the death." Bai Tianxing glanced at the 7 gods and sneered, saying arrogantly, "A bunch of lowly aboriginals. But these 2 goddesses are good-looking. I am Bai Tianxing of the Tsangji Plain's Great Cloud Dynasty's royal families, Bai family. I'll give you a choice, submit to me and serve me. I can give all of you a way out. Otherwise, all of you will die." Dong Rue frowned slightly, feeling that Bai Tianxing was too arrogant and domineering. Originally, their mission was to ferret out Yang Feng who escaped into this plane and kill him. However, Bai Tianxing was so arrogant and domineering that he offended the 7 gods. This is a war to conquer another plane. Dong Rue looked at the huge warships that appeared one after another, and his heart stirred. He understood Bai Tianxing's plan. Bai Tianxing clearly wants to conquer this other plane and make it his territory. With the support of the Grade 6 plane, Bai Tianxing may even be able to attack the Bright World Warlock realm in the future. The eyes of the god of justice shimmered coldly, and he barked, "In that case, let's fight to the death." Outside the Andrak Plain, 7 stars shone brightly, and the divine legions of the 7 divine countries quickly assembled and flew over in one flying warship after another. The 7 god avatars suddenly retreated briskly and flew towards their divine legions. Each of the 7 gods has a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, and their divine legions number in the millions. After the 100th huge warship flew out, Bai Tianxing and his party quietly anchored in the plane's outer space, analyzed the mysteries of the Andrak Plain, and manufactured secret treasures that can shield the suppression of the plane origin will. Chapter 572. In the scarlet flame state, in a great temple shrouded in lava, an idol burst out with resplendent divine light. My Lord has decreed that the war of gods shall begin. The oracle immediately spread throughout the entire Qi-Yen country. The Qi-Yen country was immediately mobilized. Countless experts quickly assembled and formed one army after another. The same was true for the other 6 states. Countless troops gathered and prepared for the war of gods. The Narcissus Federation also gathered 200,000 troops and quickly surrounded a huge warship that landed in the territory of the Narcissus Federation. On an avenue, there was a dense army of 200,000 soldiers from the Narcissus Federation stretching for dozens of kilometers. It was a spectacular sight. In the sky, there were hundreds of warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty dressed in black warlock robes floating in the air. The Starry Sky warlock in the lead smiled coldly and ordered, "A bunch of ants! Do it!" The hundreds of warlocks silently recited incantations and pointed at the sky with magic staffs in their hands. In the sky, fire elemental particles gathered, countless fire clouds churned, and fireballs rained down and barreled towards the Narcissus Federation's army. Under the bombardment of the terrifying fireballs, the 200,000 ordinary soldiers from the Narcissus Federation screamed miserably before they were engulfed by the flames and turned into fireballs. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, the 200,000 ordinary people were swallowed by the rain of fire, leaving only a few hundred experts with level 2 warlock rank cultivation base and above struggling at death's door. The hundreds of level 2 warlock rank experts have just escaped from the rain of fire, when they saw thousands of human warlocks dressed in black warlock robes blocking in front of them. Each warlock in black exudes legend rank aura. Legend rank. How can this be? How can there be so many legend rank experts? Legend rank. How can there be so many legend rank experts? When the hundreds of experts with level 2 warlock rank cultivation base and above saw this scene, their eyes surged with despair, and they screamed frantically. There are less than 20 legend rank experts in the entire Narcissus Federation. The nearly 10,000 legend rank powerhouses in front of the warlocks caused the Narcissus Federation's legend rank powerhouse to collapse. Kill them all. A ruthless order echoed and countless spells instantly exterminated the few hundred remaining Narcissus Federation powerhouses. This scene was happening all over the 7 great nations. Each of the 10 huge warships has 10,000 great warlock rank powerhouses. Furthermore, each of these powerhouses is a veteran who has experienced countless battles. Apart from divine legions, ordinary armies were not the opponents of 10,000 strong armies with great warlocks as soldiers. As for the divine legions of the 7 gods, they were ambushed by Tianxing and the powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the outer space of the Andrak Plain. The 2 sides fought endlessly. The Great Cloud Dynasty is very experienced in conquering planes with gods. That god's divine kingdom was too dangerous, it was not easy to enter. The suppression of human warlocks in the plane's outer space was relatively small, making it suitable for human warlocks to fight. Therefore, they could ambush the Divine Legion in the outer city space, and then send an elite force to conquer the mortal world on the ground. After slaughtering all the believers of the gods in the mortal world, they could weaken the foundation of the god. Gods ascended to godhood with the help of the faith force of ordinary people. The foundation of their existence was the faith of ordinary people. If there were no ordinary people in the primary material plane who believed in them, they would continue to weaken and eventually die. Even with the support of divine force crystals, but gods without the faith of ordinary people couldn't rely on divine force crystals to exist. They would only be weakened and eventually die. The Holy Fairy City, inside the Presidential Palace's conference hall. At a long table, there sat a tall, sexy, and gorgeous blonde woman with a 70% resemblance to the goddess of love, a spirited old man with white hair, Pope Katrina, Yang Feng, Apologetic Knight Commander Gray, and important ministers of the Narcissus Federation. The gorgeous beauty was the current patriarch of the Narcissus family and the president of the Narcissus Federation, Blanche. The spirited old man was the Minister of Defense, Portman. Portman said with a grave expression, "The first to the fourth corps of the Narcissus Federation were wiped out by the freaks from the Tsangji Plain a day ago. None survived." How could this be? That was a 200,000-strong army. Even if it were 200,000 pigs, it would be impossible to kill them all in a day. What the hell happened? The complexions of the ministers in the hall changed dramatically, and they questioned one after another. Portman's expression was unsightly, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Each of the freaks from the Tsangji Plain possesses legend rank strength, and there are as many as 10,000 of them. 10,000 legend rank powerhouses!" The ministers of the Narcissus Federation sucked in a breath of cold air. In the Andrak Plain, the fighting prowess of a legend rank powerhouse is already astonishing. Now that 10,000 legend rank powerhouses have appeared, there is no power in the secular world that can resist them. A strange atmosphere pervaded the conference hall. Many ministers of the Narcissus Federation, who are considering surrendering, looked at Yang Feng seemingly inadvertently. Yang Feng, the Inquisition's judge, seems to be reminding them of the terrible consequences of betrayal. Blanche frowned slightly and uttered, "The Narcissus Federation is facing the most dangerous situation in 1,000 years. In order to weaken our lord, those demons from the other planes will slaughter all the mortals. We don't have any other choice but to fight to the death with them. That's the only way. If anyone has a way, feel free to speak. As long as it is effective, our Lord will reward you handsomely." Silence reigned in the hall. Everyone was speechless. The 10,000 legend rank powerhouses can crush all the powerhouses in the Andrak Plains secular world. Even a demigod rank powerhouse will die when besieged by 10,000 legend rank powerhouses. In the face of absolute power, no one can think of a way to contend against the legend rank powerhouses. "I have a way." A voice sounded in the reception hall, attracting the gazes of all the people in the hall and focusing on Yang Feng. "Not long ago, an evil god from another plane found me. He is an enemy of the Tsangji Plains freak. This is his support for us." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a scarlet magic cube flew out and spun on the table in front of him. Yang Feng replied, "This is a treasure refined by the evil god using alchemy. Young and beautiful virgins can use the power of this magic cube to become a powerhouse with legend rank strength. However, in exchange, the user's soul and everything will belong to the evil god." The hearts of many ministers suddenly jumped, and their gazes focused on the magic cube with a scorching shade in their eyes. A magic cube can turn an ordinary woman into a fearsome powerhouse with legend rank strength. The power of the magic cube is simply heaven-defying. With the power of ministers, each of them can get dozens of qualified users. In this way, as long as they have enough magic cubes, they will have dozens of legend rank powerhouses. Gray's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he barked, "Souls are a taboo of the gods. Oh, how dare you collude with an evil god and spy on the souls of my lord's believers?" Yang Feng said lightly, "I am also serving my lord. Whether this secret treasure is to be used or not, my lord can decide. If my lord is unwilling to use this secret treasure, then I will refuse the evil god." When Yang Feng's words fell, the hall fell silent. Blanche looked at Katrina, but when she saw the silent and solemn expression on Katrina's face, she frowned at once. Blanche said resolutely, "Gray, now that my lord is threatened by the freaks of the Tsangji Plain, it is imperative to eliminate all freaks. For my lord, for the sake of the Narcissus Federation, if this secret treasure is really effective, then it must be used." A maid with a few freckles on her face and a sexy figure walked into the hall. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the magic cube fell into the maid's hand. "Drip your blood on it, and it will automatically guide you." The maid glanced at Blanche. Blanche said, "Gina, do it." The maid took out a knife and cut her finger, and drops of blood flowed along her snow-white finger and fell on the magic cube. After the magic cube absorbed the blood, runes lit up, and a red armor wrapped around Gina. "I am willing to offer my soul and everything I have to the great God in exchange for power." As soon as Gina finished speaking, countless runes lit up on the red armor, and a legendary level pressure immediately emanated from her body and swept in all directions. Legend rank. This is legend rank power. Legend rank power. It's really legend rank power. When the ministers of the Narcissus Federation saw this scene, they immediately revealed looks of excitement. Blanche's eyes lit up and she hurriedly asked, "How many of these treasures do you have?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "At present the evil god has given me 10,000 of these treasures." 10,000! The people present inhaled a breath of cold air and looked at Yang Feng with scorching gazes. Yang Feng then said, "I have always adored you, President. Today I would like to propose to you. Please agree." A marriage alliance with the President of the Narcissus Federation is the best way to peacefully seize the power of the Narcissus Federation. Once the Narcissus Federation falls under Yang Feng's control, he will be able to do more things justifiably. Chapter 573. Upon hearing Yang Feng's sudden proposal, the reception hall went silent, and strange gazes fell on Yang Feng and Blanche. Blanche is the president of the Narcissus Federation. Whoever marries her is equivalent to having the entire Narcissus Federation in their hands. Over the years, no one knew how many people had set their eyes on Blanche, the peerlessly beautiful and astonishingly powerful beauty, but no one had ever succeeded in winning her heart. Blanche's pretty face suddenly flickered and she uttered coldly, "Oh, are you threatening me?" Yang Feng smiled faintly, and Gina's armor suddenly peeled off, turned into a magic cube, and returned to his hand. He didn't say a word. Now is the most dangerous time for the Narcissus Federation, as well as the best opportunity for Yang Feng to peacefully seize power. At present, Yang Feng needs the seven gods as his barrier to contend against the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary army. He can't use force to seize the Narcissus Federation. Marriage was the best and simplest way to achieve this. Blanche looked at the rest of the ministers in the hall. The ministers of the Narcissus Federation were silent. In their opinion, it would be best if Blanche could be sacrificed in exchange for peace in the Narcissus Federation. As if she has fallen into an ice cave, Blanche gnashed her teeth and stared at Yang Feng. Her delicate body trembled, but she still maintained restraint. After all, she is not a little girl, but the president of the Narcissus Federation. She naturally knows that making a fuss is useless. A communications officer suddenly broke into the hall and shouted, "Not good, the Tsangji Plains freaks are less than 30 kilometers away from the Holy Fairy City. How is that possible? How can they come so fast? What about the 6th Legion? What are they doing?" In the hall, the ministers panicked, and despair shimmered in their eyes. Many ministers have the intention to retreat, and they plan to flee immediately. The Tsangji Plains warriors came here to kill all the believers of the gods. It is impossible for these ministers to surrender. The magic cube in Yang Feng's hand spun, and he uttered with a smile, "I have a troop armed with an evil god magic cube." Blanche was, after all, the female president of the Narcissus Federation. She said decisively, "Ore, as long as you lead your evil god's cube army to annihilate those invaders, we will be able to kill them. I'll marry you." Yang Feng said with a forthright smile, "Haha, okay, I will go and annihilate the Tsangji Plains freaks." A bunch of mere natives actually dares to spout such arrogant words, wanting to wipe us out? Truly a bunch of fools who don't know the meaning of death. A viper suddenly flew out of the messenger's mouth, and spat out a poisonous mist that turned into a corrosive poisonous cloud that swept towards everyone present. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and green light shone, rolled up the poisonous mist, and sealed it into a green sphere. With a flash of green light, the viper was sliced into two. A demigod powerhouse? He didn't expect that there would be such a big shot here. I wonder if you have condensed a godhead. If I kill you and dig out your godhead and sell it, it will be very valuable. A tall, burly, and handsome young warlock dressed in a black cloak strode into the room, followed by 12 human warlocks dressed in the same black cloak. I am Xia Ming, the captain of the Other Plane Development Division's Shadowfang. Except for a few beautiful women, you lowly aboriginals should all commit suicide. Otherwise, when I do it myself, you'll only die more painfully. Xia Ming looked at everyone in the hall with a derisive expression, and pinnacle starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from him. The 12 human warlocks following Xia Ming also looked at the many ministers of the Narcissus Federation with derisive expressions, and junior starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from them. Demigod. 13 demigods. How can there be so many demigods? Inside the main hall, all the ministers of the Narcissus Federation had a look of despair in their eyes as they cried out in horror. The entire Narcissus Federation only had one demigod expert as a guardian. The 13 demigod experts could completely flatten the entire Holy Fairy City. No one was a match for them. It was because he controlled such a powerful force that Bai Tianxing had no intention of negotiating with the 7 gods, and instead used force to suppress them. Blanche's beautiful eyes shimmered with fear and despair, and she exclaimed, "Demigod! 13 demigods!" If there were 3 or 4 demigods, the Holy Fairy City could still gather all the experts to fight them. However, there were 13 demigods joining forces. But 13 demigods, even if the Holy Fairy City mobilized its trump cards, only death would await them. Do it! Yang Feng swept Xia Ming and the other 13 Shadowfang elites with a cold smile and ordered. Bright beams of light shot out from outside, pierced through the wall, and slammed into the 13 Shadowfang elites. Rays of light flickered and wisps of spatial ripples enveloped the Shadowfang elite, activating a teleportation secret treasure. The Great Cloud Dynasty had a secret treasure division that specialized in developing secret treasures, and there were countless alchemists gathered in the secret treasure division. The secret treasure division has developed many standard secret treasures, and the most elite troops of the Great Cloud Dynasty already have a life-saving secret treasure that can be triggered. At that moment there was a disturbance in the space, and the spatial fluctuations that enveloped the Shadowfang elites disappeared. Fearsome electromagnetic beams instantly ran through the 13 Shadowfang elites and blasted open huge bloody holes on their bodies. From the direction the electromagnetic beams came from, it could be seen that more than 30 magic cube mechanical warriors covered in a layer of crimson mechanical armor and equipped with a pair of wings. Yang Feng, you bastard! You'll die a horrible death. Xia Ming was a quasi-glorious Sun Warlock rank expert, but due to the suppression of the plane origin will, his cultivation base was only at the pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank. After his chest was run through by the electromagnetic beams, he still didn't die on the spot. Instead, he issued a heaven-shaking roar, blurred into motion, slammed into a wall, and blasted open a large hole, and fled into the distance. Xia Ming and the other Great Cloud Dynasty powerhouses came to the Andrak plane for another purpose, and that was to hunt down Yang Feng, who had fled to this plane. Only a powerhouse from the Great Cloud Dynasty like Yang Feng knew about the means of the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks and made a targeted response. If it wasn't for the spatial disturbance, the 13 Shadowfang elites wouldn't have been killed in a single confrontation. You want to escape? Stay. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he waved his hand and ordered coldly. 30 Magic Cube soldiers clad in crimson Magic Cube mechas suddenly appeared, and they fired wildly at Xia Ming with super railguns in their hands. A Magic Cube soldier released spatial disruption fluctuations to interfere with space, making it impossible for Xia Ming to use spatial spells to escape. Xia Ming was seriously injured to begin with, and his movements became a lot slower. Coupled with the suppression of the plane origin will, he couldn't display even 10% of his extraordinary abilities. In the blink of an eye, he was hit by more than a dozen electromagnetic beams. He fell from mid-air like a tattered rag doll and fell to the ground. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew to in front of Xia Ming. His body shone with green light, and he touched Xia Ming's forehead with a finger, and a rune suddenly appeared and sealed Xia Ming completely. 13 demigods died just like that? Is this the power of the evil god Magic Cube? So strong. This is the power of the evil god Magic Cube. It's really terrifying. When the many ministers of the Narcissus Federation saw Xia Ming and the other 12 demigod-rank powerhouses killed almost instantly by Yang Feng's Magic Cube mechanical warriors, they were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. There was a complicated look in Blanche's beautiful eyes, so strong. This is the power of the evil god Magic Cube. No wonder he's so confident. The enemy is coming. I'm going to give them a surprise. I'm going to let them know that the Narcissus Federation can't be bullied by them. Blanche, wash your body and wait to marry me. Ah! With a burst of wild laughter, Yang Feng trod on air and walked into the distance like a god. Magic Cube mechanical warriors suddenly flew up and, like stars surrounding the moon, escorted him as he flew into the distance. Looking at Yang Feng's heroic back, Blanche's heart stirred. Maybe it's not bad to marry him. Compared with the slightly crude but unparalleled heroic Yang Feng, the many ministers in the hall looked very unbearable. Blanche had seen many handsome men who didn't dare to take responsibility. Seeing Yang Feng take the initiative to fight the Zhangji Plains invaders, her heart was naturally moved. Crimson Magic Cube mechanical warriors suddenly flew out and gathered around Yang Feng. It didn't take long for 1,000 Magic Cube mechanical warriors to gather around Yang Feng. Katrina was the Pope of the Church of Love, and she could easily choose more than 1,000 beautiful virgins from the Church of Love. As for the combat experience of these beautiful soldiers, they could rely on the smart computer equipped with the Magic Cube mechanical warriors to control them. At the current stage, the smart computer controlling them was 100 times better than rookies fighting on their own. Yang Feng and his party came to a mountaintop not far from the Holy Fairy City. Chapter 574. As soon as Yang Feng arrived, the top of the hill split open, and a more than 50-meter-long battlestar artillery, which was rooted in the bottom half of the hill, suddenly extended from the hill and made fine adjustments. In the distance, a huge warship is flying towards the Holy Fairy City. Aboard the huge warship, there are 10,000 elite soldiers from the other plane development division who have suppressed many planes. Each of them is an advanced Great Warlock rank powerhouse, and they are extremely powerful. The Great Warlock rank was also a Legend rank expert. It was a critical point. No plane would resist the entry of a Legend rank expert, nor would it suppress a Legend rank expert. This was because Legend rank powerhouses were powerless to destroy the plane origin. The soldiers of the other plane development division's elite troops were all Great Warlock rank powerhouses. Only troops that trained new recruits would have level 1 to level 3 Warlock. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered frigidly, "What a pity, 10,000 elites! Let me bury all of you here." The Battlestar's Level 2 Battlestar artillery shone brightly, and in the next moment, a resplendent beam shot out from the artillery and, as if tearing through the void, slammed into the huge warship in an instant. Boom! Before the huge warship could activate its magic shield, it was hit by the resplendent beam. The huge hull was penetrated, and the energy core of the hull was hit, triggering an even more terrifying explosion. The violent explosion engulfed the 10,000 great warlocks in an instant. Along with flashes of light, a dozen or so starry sky warlocks luckily escaped from the huge explosion. A starry sky warlock rank powerhouse covered in scars, tears in his eyes, issued a heart-wrenching roar. "Damn it! Yang Feng, you bastard, I, Wang Lei, am irreconcilable with you. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human." Wang Lei was the South Peace General who commanded the 10,000 elites of the Other Plane Development Division, and he possessed a Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. The 10,000 elites of the Other Plane Development Division had followed Wang Lei on expeditions and made countless contributions. They were his good brothers and subordinate. Now that the 10,000 brothers and subordinates were killed by Yang Feng, Wang Lei's eyes were bloodshot, and he almost went crazy. These heavenly Thunder Kings had already learned the general knowledge of this world from the captive. In this world, there was no terrifying war weapon like the main cannon of an interstellar battleship that had the power to destroy the world. Yang Feng spoke righteously. "You freaks of the Tsangji plane invaded our Andrak plane, burning, killing, and looting. You are no different from animals. I didn't expect you to have some affection for your own people. I am Orei, the Chief Inquisitor of the Church of the Goddess of Love. Today, I will send you to reunite with your brothers. You lowly aboriginals, you dare to use secret treasures made by that traitor Yang Feng to deal with us. This is a heinous crime. Go to hell." Wang Lei's eyes flashed fiercely. He swept Yang Feng with a contemptuous glance, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at Yang Feng. Rays of magic radiance flickered, and 100-meter-tall fire elemental spirit summoned from the elemental plane suddenly appeared. Elemental fire that could easily burn demigod-rank powerhouses to ashes suddenly turned into a fearsome storm of fire sweeping towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled faintly. With a flick of his wrist, the demigod armament disk of flames suddenly appeared, and the demigod armament disk of flames devoured the berserk elemental fire in an instant, disappearing completely. The 1,000 magic cube mecha soldiers shone brightly with the railguns in their hands, and dazzling electromagnetic beams barreled towards the remaining dozen-plus starry sky warlocks. The remaining dozen-plus starry sky warlocks unleashed secret methods and fought with the 1,000 soldiers equipped with magic cube mechas. Each of the Other Plane Development Division's starry sky warlocks possessed quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base. Moreover, they were battle-hardened and tyrannical. In a single confrontation, a dozen-plus magic cube mecha soldiers were destroyed and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Yang Feng frowned, then took out the demigod armament Crown of Evil, silently recited an incantation, and flicked his finger. The demigod armament Crown of Evil suddenly flew out, exuded nearly endless evil chi, and flew towards Wang Lei. Wang Lei's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation, and a pair of flame wings appeared on his back. The flame wings flapped, and a pillar of fire rose into the sky and barreled towards the Crown of Evil. The Crown of Evil suddenly grew a huge spirit body skull. As soon as the spirit body skull appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped by 12 degrees in an instant. When the spirit body skull slammed into the pillar of fire strangely extinguished. The Crown of Evil spirits strangely appeared on Wang Lei's head and pierced into his head. Runes shone brightly and frantically extracted Wang Lei's flesh and soul. Yang Feng looked at the Crown of Evil and revealed a smile. This isn't the Crown of Evil, but the legendary secret treasure Evil Holy Crown. The Evil Holy Crown is a warlock monarch rank evil monarch of the Tsangji Plains continent. He used the skull of a holy spirit warlock as the core, added countless rare materials, and used evil path alchemy to transform the power of the holy spirit warlock into evil force, and then refined the monarch-grade secret treasure Evil Holy Crown. The evil holy crown can greatly enhance the strength of the wearer. When a quasi-holy step powerhouse wears the evil holy crown, they can even contend against a Holy Spirit warlock for a short time. However, those who wear the evil holy crown will be dominated by the evil holy crown. Their soul and flesh will be absorbed, and they will be dominated by the evil monarch. There was once a quasi-holy step powerhouse who was dominated by the evil monarch using the evil holy crown, making him virtually invincible for an era. The evil monarch died in a great catastrophe of the Tsangji Plain, and the evil holy crown was severely damaged. It is unknown which plane it ended up in. Yang Feng didn't expect that he would get his hands on such a wicked monarch-grade secret treasure. Although the monarch-grade secret treasure, Evil Holy Crown, has been severely damaged, but as long as it continues to devour the flesh and soul of powerhouses, it will repair itself and eventually advance to a monarch-grade secret treasure. Wang Lei struggled for a while, then his eyes turned white and bloodshot, which were eventually swallowed by endless scarlet, and quasi-glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted from him. Wang Lei pointed with a finger, and a 1,000-meter-long fire boa king was summoned from the elemental realm and swept towards the dozen-plus starry sky warlocks with the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. "General!" "No." Along with screams, wherever the huge fire boa king passed, starry sky warlocks were burned to ashes one after another. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on Wang Lei's forehead, and a green rune appeared on Wang Lei's forehead and sealed him together with the evil holy crown. Stimulated by the evil holy crown, Wang Lei can exert quasi-glorious sun warlock rank power as many as 5 times. He can be Yang Feng's trump card. In the Andrak plane, quasi-glorious sun warlock rank powerhouses are enough to determine the outcome of a war of gods. The Narcissus Federation, the Presidential Palace. Blanche and the ministers of the Narcissus Federation quietly waited for the result of the battle. Ever since they saw the 13 demigod rank powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Shadowfang, they understood that this war is no longer a war that ordinary people can wipe their hands with. If Yang Feng, who borrowed the power of an evil god, is defeated by the Tsangji Plains powerhouses, then Blanche and the other ministers of the Narcissus Federation will have to consider fleeing. A communications officer rushed into the reception hall and roared excitedly, "Great news! Sir Ol led 1,000 personal guards to wipe out 10,000 Tsangji Plains legend evil fiends. Victory! Great! We won! Great! Oh, well done!" Bursts of excited cheers came from the reception hall. Originally, many ministers of the Narcissus Federation didn't have a favorable impression of Yang Feng, who killed the former judge of the Inquisition, and many of them were even hostile towards him. But now that Yang Feng wiped out 10,000 expeditionary forces from the Tsangji Plain, the ministers of the Narcissus Federation were immediately filled with gratitude towards Yang Feng. At least at this moment, they are full of gratitude towards Yang Feng. Blanche's delicate body trembled, her eyes turned red, and she shed tears of joy. She originally thought that the Narcissus Federation was finished, but Yang Feng turned the tide and saved the Narcissus Federation. Yang Feng strode into the reception hall, and all eyes focused on him. With a hearty laugh, he reached out and pulled Blanche into his arms. Then, he strode out of the room. A blush streaked across Blanche's pretty face, and while struggling powerlessly, she pleaded softly, "Let me go!" Yang Feng blew into Blanche's ear, looked at the shy and beautiful Blanche, and revealed a smile. "Madam President, according to our agreement, from today on, you are my woman." The guards around the reception hall could only watch as Yang Feng disappeared with the beautiful president in his arms. Before long, the Narcissus Federation received intelligence on the other 6 states. The Tsangji Plains expeditionary forces stormed the capitals of the 7 states of the Andrak Plain. Before the Tsangji Plains expeditionary forces stormed the capitals of the Ice Blue Kingdom, the Scarlet Flame State, the Norton State, and the Gudama Kingdom. The Ice Blue State is located in the Ice Blue Snow Domain shrouded in ice and snow, and the Scarlet Flame State is located in the Lava Mountain Range. They blend into the environment, making it difficult for the Tsangji Plains human warlocks to find them. Chapter 575. The Norton Kingdom and the Gudama Kingdom also took advantage of the environment to hide a lot of experts. The capitals of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom, however, were breached by the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army in one fell swoop, and the Tsangji Plains human warlocks massacred them. The Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army also inflicted heavy losses on the experts of the churches of the God of Justice and the God of Murder, with only some of them escaping. A large number of refugees poured into the Narcissus Federation from the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom. Hearing about the miserable state of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom, the ministers of the Narcissus Federation were filled with lingering fear. After receiving Yang Feng's funding, various weapons were quickly deployed in the Narcissus Federation, and many benefits were ceded to Yang Feng. Within the royal palace of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, Chen Xing, the deputy commander of the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary army, sat on the throne with two beautiful women in cyan muslin in his arms. In front of Chen Xing, a dozen beautiful women knelt and carefully served him. In the main hall, more than a dozen generals were hugging beauties in their arms. They were drinking and playing with those beauties wantonly. Unrestrained laughter, women's moans, and all kinds of sounds intertwined. The entire hall was filled with a lustful atmosphere. Sitting on the throne, Chen Xing looked at this scene condescendingly with indescribable pleasure. Every time he conquered a plain, he indulged his subordinate. Suddenly, a guard strode into the palace and said anxiously, "Commander, the 10,000 elites led by General Wang Lei were annihilated in the Narcissus Federation." Ding! Chen Xing's face changed drastically, and his hand trembled slightly, causing the wine glass in his hand to fall to the ground with a crisp sound. His eyes flashed with anger as he snapped, "Have you confirmed this matter?" In the Great Cloud Dynasty, experts were as common as clouds in the sky. It had a standing army of more than 3 billion spread across countless plains. However, among the 3 billion standing army, there were only 30 million elite troops composed entirely of great warlocks. The other Plain Development Division controls an elite army composed of great warlocks, but it only has 5 million great warlocks. When Bai Tianxing came to attack the Andrak Plain, he transferred 1 million elites from the other Plain Development Division. Now that 10,000 elites were annihilated, the deputy commander of the expeditionary force, Chen Xing, who was in charge of the attack on the surface world, would definitely be held responsible. After the Tsangji Plains army under Chen Xing's command captured the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, the entire army suffered 0 casualties. He knew very well how weak the resistance of the surface world was. This made him unwilling to believe that the 10,000 expeditionary troops of the Great Cloud Dynasty were annihilated. The guard replied, "This subordinate has already confirmed that it's true." Yang Feng, who fled to this plain, gave the aboriginals the secret treasures he developed. A chief inquisitor of the Church of the Goddess of Love called Ol used Yang Feng's alchemical secret treasure to destroy Sir Wang Lei's warship, and Sir Wang Lei was killed by Ol. With a sinister look on his face, Chen Xing roared madly, "That bastard Yang Feng, he deserves to die. How dare you kill the brothers of the other Plain Development Division? What a beast! Traitor of the Great Cloud Dynasty!" The high-ranking officers of the other Plain Development Division revealed peculiar look. The high-ranking officers of the other Plain Development Division have heard that Yang Feng was framed and hunted down. Most of the high-ranking officers of the other Plain Development Division were trained by the Bai family or the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although they sympathized with Yang Feng, but they still firmly carried out the orders of the Great Cloud Dynasty. They didn't expect that in the Andrak Plain, it would be Yang Feng, who was chased here, who turned around and killed 10,000 elite. Shit! A premonition of death welled up in his heart, and Chen Xing's complexion changed drastically. Transforming into a streak of light, he shot forward while summoning 6 diamond-shaped crystal artifacts around his body to form a diamond-shaped defensive barrier. A resplendent beam of light descended from the sky and blasted into the imperial palace like divine punishment. The dozen-plus high-ranking officers with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base were instantly vaporized and disappeared. Worthy of being one of the deputy commanders of the expeditionary force, Chen Xing flew out of the royal palace at the critical moment, and then saw a rain of light barreling towards the great warlocks of the expeditionary force. Swept by the dense rain of light, the great warlocks of the other Plane Development Division's expeditionary army, who were indulging in plundering and burning, were caught off guard and were easily killed like ants. Chen Xing's eyes flashed like lightning, and countless runes appeared in his eyes and formed an inverted triangle, and he saw a battlestar suspended 500 kilometers away. The Arc Battlestar fired a rain of light that mercilessly harvested the lives of the other Plane Development Division's powerhouses. Chen Xing roared wildly, "Yang Feng, you bastard, you're also a person of the Zhangji Plain. To help these aboriginals kill the elites of the Zhangji Plain, you're a traitor worse than pigs and dogs." Sitting on the bridge of the Battlestar, Yang Feng sneered, "Idiot, if I don't kill you, do you want me to wait for you to kill me? What a moron." Katrina uttered with a sweet smile, "He's not a moron, but you, dear, made him muddle-headed. If he catches you, I'm afraid he'll change his attitude." Yang Feng asked, "Do you think he'll rush here to throw away his life?" As one of the deputy commanders of the expeditionary force, Chen Xing is a glorious sun warlock. Even though he is suppressed by the plain origin will, he still possesses junior Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base and possesses formidable battle prowess. In the surface world without gods, he is virtually invincible. Katrina uttered with a smile, "If he isn't a fool, he should choose to retreat. My dear, you have already condensed a virtual world, and you will be able to unleash your full power for a period of time. Suppressed by the plain origin will, he can only display junior Moonlight Warlock rank strength. He'll only be throwing away his life if he comes. Yang Feng's name has already shaken the world in the Battle of the Time Sky City, and the fact that he formed a virtual world inside him cannot be concealed from the world." The experts of the other Plane Development Division must have thoroughly studied Yang Feng before entering the Andrak Plane, so the fact that he has a virtual world inside him cannot be concealed from others. As an intermediate Glorious Sun Warlock, Chen Xing can only display junior Moonlight Warlock rank strength in the surface world. If he dares to fight Yang Feng, he will die without a doubt. Disperse and retreat. Chen Xing took a deep look at the battlestar, gritted his teeth, and roared. Magic light lit up, and the great warlocks of the other Plane Development Division cast various spells and fled into the distance. Chen Xing took out a secret treasure and pressed it on his body, and a pair of dragon wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flap of the dragon wings, a violent wind flashed, and he appeared several kilometers away. There was a flash of spatial ripples, the space in front of Chen Xing distorted, and Yang Feng walked out and uttered with a cold smile, "Submit to me or die." Chen Xing's face fell, and he retreated briskly and barked, "Yang Feng, you dare to kill people from my Great Cloud Dynasty here? You're worse than pigs and dogs, aren't you afraid of being executed?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered frigidly, "What a joke. Since the Bai family has attacked my battle demon sect, then we are mortal enemies. Chen Xing, I'll give you 1 second to think about it, submit to me or die. The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. Since the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family has launched an attack on the battle demon sect, Yang Feng no longer has any scruples. he will use all his power to destroy the Great Cloud Dynasty. If he can annihilate the main force of the other plane development division here, it will be equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Great Cloud Dynasty. It will weaken the Great Cloud Dynasty step by step. Qin Shi barked, "How dare you? If the Emperor wants the subject to die, then the subject has to die. Since His Majesty has decided to eradicate the Battle Demon sect, then the Battle Demon sect should stretch out its neck and accept death. You don't abide by the way of a subject and wantonly slaughter the elites of my Great Cloud Dynasty. You are a traitor and sinner of the Zhangji Plain. It's not too late for you to surrender, and I can plead with His Majesty to spare your life. Are you a brainwashed fool of the Bai family? Since that's the case, you can go to hell." Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he frantically extracted the power of the small world inside him. Intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank aura gushed out in an instant, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Transcendent aura surged, and countless black chains swept towards Qin Shi. Qin Shi gritted his teeth and silently recited an incantation. His body suddenly swelled, and he turned into a 1,000-meter tall gold giant monarch. The gold giant monarch Qin Shi transformed into slammed a huge bone containing the law of power into the true God Empyrean imprint. When the bone slammed into the true God Empyrean imprint, it passed through the true God Empyrean imprint like an illusion. The true God Empyrean seal strangely appeared on the forehead of the golden giant king that Qin Shi had transformed into. Countless black rune chains gushed out, pierced into Qin Shi's body, and frantically sealed his power. "No. How can this be? No. I'm a glorious sun warlock, I won't accept this." Qin Shi let out a heart-wrenching roar and transformed into a human. Finally, countless black runes pierced into him and turned into strange runes that entered the true God Empyrean imprint and became a part of the true God Empyrean imprint. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand and summoned the true God Empyrean imprint into his hand. Looking at the newly added runes, he revealed a smile. "Glorious Sun Warlock! I really have to thank the Andrak Plains plane suppression. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for me to defeat a glorious Sun Warlock." Chapter 576. In the Andrak Plains outer space, 90 huge warships formed a battle formation. Linked together by the Warlock Towers, the huge warships formed a formidable barrier to resist the divine legions commanded by the seven gods. Ice elves, lava beasts, magic note ferocious werewolves, and human braves poured out of the seven divine countries in a steady stream and attacked the human warlocks' defensive line. Countless human warlocks fought with the divine legions. From time to time, several human warlocks would die. But even more divine soldiers were captured, sealed, and thrown into warlock towers by the human warlocks using various secret methods. In the Andrak Plain, once a divine soldier was killed, their soul would return to the divine country again. Within the divine kingdom, the gods would pour their souls into containers to form new warriors of God. Every time a divine soldier died in battle, their soul would be weakened by a fraction. After death, their soul would be obliterated. However, if soul stones were used to replenish the soul of a divine soldier, or the soul of other petitioners as nutrients, they could nourish the divine soldiers and make them stronger in battle. It was for this reason that soul stones were the hard currency of the divine country, fiends, devils, and other powerful beings. If it was anyone else, they would have a headache when encountering the nearly undying divine legions like the gods. The Zhangji Plains Other Plane Development Division, which was responsible for other plane wars, had encountered gods many times. Therefore, many warlocks would seal and suppress divine soldiers while fighting. Every time a divine soldier was suppressed and sealed, their soul would return to the divine country via the plane's laws, and the Divine Legion would be weakened a bit. Under this constant accumulation, the Divine Legion would eventually be exhausted. At that time, it would be the best time to deal with the god's true body. With the help of more than 40 Moonlight Warlocks, Dong Rui and the other 2 Glorious Sun Warlocks, and with the help of the Warlock Towers, opened a powerful barrier and resisted the siege of the 7 gods. Each of the 7 gods went all out and sent an avatar with more than 90% of their power. If that incarnation perished, their real bodies in the Divine Kingdom would also be severely injured. The 7 god clones burned the Divine Force crystals in a frenzy, and each of their attacks contained the terrifying power of laws. Besieged by the 7 god clones, the nearly 50 Moonlight Warlocks, including Dong Rui, could only barely resist with the help of the Warlock Towers. Bai Tianxing stood proudly on a huge warship, looking at the fierce battle between Dong Rui and the 7 gods with indifference. Although Dong Rui and the other 50 Moonlight Warlocks are suppressed by the 7 gods, but as long as the believers of the 7 gods in the surface world are slaughtered, the 7 gods will slowly weaken, and eventually be suppressed by the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. Even though they are in a stalemate, the divine legions of the 7 gods are weakening bit by bit. In 2 years at most, the divine legions will be completely suppressed by human warlock. At that time, with the combined power of all human warlocks, the 7 gods can still be defeated. At this moment, a guard stepped forward and said, "Commander, there's a report from below." Bai Tianxing uttered lightly, "Read it." The guard replied, "The expeditionary army commanded by General Chen Xing has defeated the resistance of the Ice Blue Kingdom, the Scarlet Flame Kingdom, the Norton Kingdom, and the Gutama Kingdom. Furthermore, they have destroyed the capitals of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom, killed more than 4 million enemies, and destroyed 72 evil god churches." Bai Tianxing showed a smile. "Well done." As long as this continues, in less than a year, the 7 great gods will be weakened to the limit, and this plane will also be in my pocket. At this moment, another guard came out of the warship with an anxious expression and said anxiously, "Commander, there's an urgent report." Bai Tianxing frowned slightly, and an unclear premonition welled up in his heart. "Read it," the guard said in a trembling voice. General Wang Lei and his 10,000 elite troops were wiped out by the aboriginal Aurelia using the traitor Yang Feng's secret treasure. General Chen Xing and his 40,000 elite troops were also raided by Yang Feng, and more than 90% of them were wiped out. Zhou Ming, Wang Lei, Wang Feng, Zhao Ming, Lu Hai, and Shang Guannan were all killed by the aboriginal Aurelia, and most of their elite troops were wiped out. We have less than 10,000 elite troops left in the surface world. As soon as this statement came out, the complexion of the generals changed dramatically, and they were both shocked and angry. Bai Tianxing's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he roared angrily, "Yang Feng! Aurelia! You 2 damned beasts! I'll tear you to pieces!" Originally, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army had gained an advantage in both the Andrak Plains outer space and the surface world. In the surface world, it had gained an absolute advantage. But now the surface world lost 90,000 elite troops, and more than 50 Moonlight Warlocks and 1 Glorious Sun Warlock died. This was a huge blow to the Expeditionary Army. This was equivalent to 1/10 of the Expeditionary Army's strength being wiped out. Moreover, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army was now facing the danger of being pincered by reinforcements from the underground world and divine legions. A general waited for Bai Tianxing to calm down a little and then suggested, "Commander, the situation is very bad. The ground forces have been wiped out. With our strength alone, we're not enough to contend against the 7 gods. Let's withdraw for now. After the people below completely analyze the plane origin we'll come back and wipe out the aboriginal gods in one fell swoop." The number of experts the other plane development division sent to attack the Andrak plane far exceeded that of the aboriginal gods. In this expeditionary army, the number of moonlight warlocks and above exceeded 200. But due to the suppression of the plane origin will, the strength of the glorious sun warlocks, moonlight warlocks, and starry sky warlocks was suppressed, which was why they were completely suppressed by the seven gods. If the Tsangji plane's human warlocks analyzed the plane origin will of the Andrak plane, they would be able to develop the corresponding secret treasures through the secret treasure division. When the other plane development division's army arrived again, the glorious sun warlocks and moonlight warlocks would be able to display their original strength with the help of secret treasures. 200 moonlight warlocks and above could even force their way into the country of a feeble divine force rank god. After paying a certain price, they could slay the feeble divine force rank god. Bai Tianxing's face fell and he barked, "Shut up! How could I, Bai Tianxing, be defeated here? How could I be defeated by a group of aboriginals?" The general's face flickered and he fell silent. This time, Bai Tianxing led the other plane development division's 1 million elite troops to attack the Andrak plane. If he won, he would naturally gain glory and great benefits, and the entire Andrak plane would become his backyard. But once Bai Tianxing is defeated and returns to the Tsangji plane, the 100,000 elite troops will be lost. Even if he is one of the most powerful princes of the Great Cloud dynasty, he will be attacked countless times, impeached by his brothers, and eventually lose his power. Bai Tianxing was silent for a while, then his eyes shimmered with a sinister light, and he said coldly, "Reinforcements, go ask the division chief for help. Tell him that I need another 2 million troops. As long as he sends troops to help me, I can give him 70% of the Andrak plane. At the same time, I'll give him a grade 9 plane." "Yes, Your Highness." A moonlight warlock responded respectfully, then flew into the void aboard a warship, set off ripples, and disappeared from this world. Bai Tianxing asked lightly, "How many days will it take to analyze the plane origin will of this world?" A research-type warlock reported, "Judging from the current progress, it will take our research team 10 years to fully analyze the plane origin will of this world. If we only rely on the survivors below, it will take 30 to 300 years. The research-type warlocks, who were responsible for analyzing the plane origin wills of each plane, quickly reported an accurate figure. 10 years, 30 years, or even 300 years isn't a long time for warlocks. Bai Tianxing frowned slightly and sighed slowly. 10 years, that's too long. At this time, the Great Cloud Dynasties by family has launched an all-out attack on the Battle Demon sect. Bai Tianxing's princes and brothers are active on various fronts, striking at the Battle Demon sect's forces. Under such circumstances, Bai Tianxing gathered the other plane development division's 1 million troops to attack the Andrak plane, hoping to settle the war as soon as possible and take control of the Andrak plane. Then, he can continue to attack the Battle Demon sect's forces, make great contributions, and ascend to the position of Crown Prince. For Bai Tianxing, 10 years is too long. He can't afford to wait. If he misses this opportunity, the gap between Bai Tianxing and the other princes will widen by a huge margin. Bai Tianxing clenched his fists, and his handsome face twisted and filled with madness. "Damn Yang Feng, you bastard, why don't you just die? Why did you come out and ruin my plan? Wretched bastard!" If it wasn't for Yang Feng, Bai Tianxing was confident that he could completely suppress the Andrak plane's 7 gods within 2 years. Even if he couldn't kill them completely, he could at least seriously injure them, seal them, and use them as top materials for alchemy secret treasures. But Yang Feng wiped out more than 90,000 of the surface world's 100,000 elite. Bai Tianxing can only switch from offense to defense, wait for reinforcements, and guard against Yang Feng's pincer attack. Chapter 577. He still hasn't left? What's going on? Does he still have a trump card? Sitting inside an Arc Battlestar, Yang Feng turned on the stealth system and observed the fierce battle between the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army and the Andrak Plains 7 Gods from afar. Although the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army is still barely resisting the siege of the 7 Gods, but at every moment, warlocks are being killed by the 7 Gods. Frantically burning divine force crystals, the 7 Gods fired spells containing the power of laws barreling towards the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army. The seemingly endless divine legions frantically attacked the human warlocks. From time to time, human warlocks would die. Under the tremendous pressure, the human warlocks couldn't seal the divine legions leisurely. Instead, they cast powerful spells and killed the divine legions. Even though the human warlocks knew that the divine legions would soon be resurrected, but they had no choice but to desperately cast spells to kill the divine legions. Otherwise, if they were careless, they would be the ones to die. Mechanical tentacles pierced into the brains of the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army high-ranking officers and read the information hidden in their brains. So that's how it is. The one who came to capture me is the most outstanding 73rd prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, by Tianxing. His mother is from the Jiang family of the 8 great families. He is one of the most popular candidates for the position of crown prince. Under such circumstances, he can't retreat. If he takes a step back, he'll fall into the abyss. After reading the information he wanted from the minds of the Expeditionary Army generals, Yang Feng understood Bai Tianxing's situation after thinking for a while. If you want to conquer the Andrak Plain, the best way is to find a way to send great warlock rank elites to infiltrate the Andrak Plain. On one hand, they will infiltrate the Andrak Plain's human world, and on the other hand, they will analyze the plane origin will. After the plane origin will is analyzed, the Tsangji Plane will manufacture the corresponding secret treasure. The other plane development division will then attack the Andrak Plane with absolute power and destroy the resistance of the 7 Gods in one fell swoop. After all, the Andrak Plane was only a grade 6 plane and could only give birth to 9 gods. Moreover, the highest level of gods was only a weak divine power rank god. Once the Tsangji Plane develops a secret treasure that can resist the plane origin will, the Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks in the other plane development division's elite army will be able to display their peak fighting strength. Even if the Andrak Plane's gods joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for them. However, Bai Tianxing was eager to gain merit, so he led the 1 million other plane development division elites to attack the Andrak Plane. Now that 90,000 elites were annihilated by Yang Feng, he will definitely be criticized when he returns to the Great Cloud Dynasty. They might even be deprived of their right to lead troops, unable to make any more contributions. Now, Bai Tianxing could only stake it all and request reinforcements to suppress the Andrak Plane in one fell swoop. This wasn't the best choice for the other plane development division, but for Bai Tianxing it was the only and the best choice. After Yang Feng made a judgment of the situation, he didn't immediately attack the Tsangji Plain's main forces. Instead, he focused his attention on the surface world and opened one Magic Cube Mecha Academy after another to cultivate Magic Cube Mecha Pilot. At the same time, he deployed various weapons and communication networks in the surface world. Yang Feng's Magic Cube Mecha personal guards, who have already experienced actual combat, encircled the Tsangji Plain's human warlocks in the surface world. The Magic Cube Mecha are equipped with human warlock detectors. Although the human warlocks can hide from most people in the Andrak Plane, but they can't hide from the Magic Cube Mecha soldiers. One after another, elite warlocks from the Tsangji Plane who tried to hide in the human world were fished out and then killed. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the other plane development division's headquarters, on the throne of a palace, there is a black cat sitting. This black cat with a rune engraved on its forehead is the avatar of Division Chief Umul of the Other Plane Development Division. Umul is an Infinity Warlock, and an Infinity Warlock who formed a virtual world at that. His battle prowess is tyrannical. When the powerhouses of many planes hear his name, they will tremble with fear. A Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse said respectfully to the Black Cat, "Sir Division Chief, His Highness Bai Tianqing requests 2 million reinforcements to support him and help him capture the Andrak plane." The Black Cat responded indifferently, 2 million reinforcements? He has the nerve to ask for it. Since he lost, let him come back. Now that we know the plane coordinates, the Andrak plane will be ours sooner or later. The Glorious Sun Warlock handed the Black Cat a slip of paper and said respectfully, "Bai Tianqing agrees to give you 70% of the Andrak plane. Besides, the Jiang family hopes that you can agree to his request, Sir Division Chief. This is a gift from the Jiang family to you." The Black Cat opened its eyes lazily, glanced at the slip of paper, and revealed an anthropomorphic smile of ridicule. After a long silence, it uttered, "Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming is in charge of this matter. I have to go into seclusion to do a research experiment. You take your leave." The Glorious Sun Warlock saluted respectfully and took his leave. "Yes, Sir Division Chief." The Black Cat was the only one left in the hall. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. It seems that the Great Cloud Dynasty can't escape this rule. The Jiang family, to use the Jiang family to suppress me. Anyway, the Great Cloud Dynasty isn't my family's, so it has nothing to do with me. The Black Cat's eyes shimmered coldly, and then it closed its eyes, as if it has fallen asleep. In the Andrak Plane's surface world's Inquisition, Kafina, dressed in maid attire, knelt on the ground and served Yang Feng respectfully. Yang Feng, on the other hand, was watching a video displayed on a holographic projection. In the video, charming and youthful girls are piloting magic cube mechas and conducting various kinds of training. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful girls, thought of an anime he once saw on Earth, and showed a smile. "If I go to school myself, I'll be the only man in the world who can use magic cube mechas. It must be interesting." Suddenly, light shone and formed a holographic projection of Katrina. At this time, she is dressed in splendid attire. She is gorgeous and full of majesty, looking like a spokesperson of a god in the secular world. Katrina spoke full of majesty. "Judge, my lord has sent an avatar. Please come to the temple." So fast. With a thought, Yang Feng got up and walked towards the temple. In the temple of the goddess of love, there is a divine temple. The divine temple is sealed all year round. Even the Pope cannot enter it. Only when a god comes in person or an avatar can it be opened. In theory, orders issued in the divine temple are far more effective than orders issued by the Pope. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the divine temple, he saw a peerless beauty with snow-white skin sitting on the throne. She seems to be full of charm. She is a peerless beauty who can make people fall head over heels for her with a glance. Katrina stood in front of the peerless beauty's hand with a respectful expression. This made Yang Feng realize that this peerless beauty is the feeble divine force rank god, the goddess of love. According to human warlocks, feeble divine force rank gods are in the same realm as human moonlight warlock. In fact, if a feeble divine force rank god burns their divine force and uses a god armament containing law force, they can even defeat some weak Glorious Sun warlock. Under the suppression of the Andrak Plane's origin will, even if a Tsangji Plane's bright world warlock comes here, they may not be the opponent of a feeble divine force rank god before the plane origin will is lifted. Yang Feng bowed slightly and saluted the goddess of love. "Greetings, my lord." Exuding faint divine might, the goddess of love uttered solemnly, I order you to immediately take your magic cube legion to the plane's outer space to launch a pincer attack on the freaks from the Tsangji plane." Yang Feng sighed slightly and wiped his forehead with his hand, and a strange soul brand appeared on his forehead. Yang Feng smiled bitterly and vividly portrayed the helplessness, sorrow, and desolation of a great martyr. Great Lord, in order to annihilate the freaks from the Tsangji Plain, I had to make a deal with an evil god with my soul. Now, like the magic cube soldiers, my soul belongs to that evil god. The goddess of love glanced at the brand on Yang Feng's forehead and said lightly, "Contact that evil god, I want to see him." "Yes, my lord." Yang Feng took out a holographic projector and pressed it, and light shone on the holographic projector. The goddess of love couldn't help but look at the holographic projector curiously, but she remained silent and maintained the dignity of a god. A dozen seconds later, light shot out from the holographic projector and formed a lifelike image of Yang Feng's true body in the void. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Greetings, goddess of love." When the goddess of love saw Yang Feng, her pretty face flickered, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, "You are the human warlock Yang Feng wanted by the Tsangji Plain's Great Cloud Dynasty? To use us to deal with people from the other Plain Development Division, you've got some nerve." Among the 7 gods, the goddess of love and the god of murder have the highest intelligence. After the goddess of love captured several human warlocks, she used all kinds of outrageous divine spells to easily bewitch the human warlocks, turn them into her captives, and tell the goddess of love all the information she knew. Only then did she learn that the Andrak Plain has suffered an undeserved disaster. Chapter 578. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "That's all in the past. We should look forward. Besides, if it weren't for me, the surface world would have fallen long ago. Since you weren't prepared for the fall of the surface world, you should have been seriously injured by now. Speaking of which, you should thank me for saving your lives." The goddess of love swept Yang Feng's true body and Katrina with her gaze and uttered majestically, "You too withdraw." "Yes, my lord." Yang Feng's true body and Katrina withdrew from the reception hall. Only the holographic projections of the goddess of love and Yang Feng's true body remained in the reception hall. The goddess of love twisted her body slightly and adjusted her sitting position. Suddenly, an amazing charm was emitted from her body. In terms of appearance alone, the goddess of love and Katrina's incarnation of the Pope were neck and neck. But at this moment, her body blossomed with an astonishing charm. Any man who saw her would be deeply fascinated by her. Even starry sky warlocks would be unable to extricate themselves from her charm. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. What an amazing goddess! Is this the power of the law of love? Even through a screen, you can still feel her amazing charm. Experts below the starry sky warlock rank cannot resist her charm. There must have been many traitors planted in the other Plain Development Division. Among the 7 gods of the Andrak Plain, the goddess of love was the weakest in terms of individual fighting strength. However, the divine legion of the goddess of love was the most powerful legion among the 7 gods. In her divine legion, there were even 2 peerless heroes with moonlight warlock rank battle prowess. Captivated by the charm of the goddess of love, they willingly became a member of her divine legion and served her to the death. This was the terror of the law of love. The goddess of love's bright and spirited eyes turned slightly, and her eyes welled up with mist. She stared at Yang Feng and pleaded softly, "No matter what, this disaster was caused by you. I know that as long as you are willing to join us in a pincer attack, we will be able to defeat the Tsangji Plain's human warlocks. Help me, okay?" Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "There are still many remnants of the Tsangji Plain in the surface world. I want to wipe them out one by one, lest they appear again and threaten the safety of humans. Moreover, I'm not lightly injured from the fight with those human warlocks. I need to recuperate for a period of time. When the time comes, I'll join you in a pincer attack and wipe out those human warlocks in one fell swoop." The goddess of love narrowed her eyes and said in a cold voice, You want to wait until both of us are injured and then reap the benefits, right? Yang Feng smiled and said, How could that be? I just don't have enough strength. The goddess of love threatened coldly. Yang Feng, in addition to fighting the Tsangji Plains human warlocks, we have a second option, and that is to send you away. As long as we hand you over, they will definitely retreat and leave this place. Yang Feng said lightly, Goddess, why are you deceiving yourself? This time, the commander of the army is Bai Tianxing, the prince of the great cloud dynasties by family. This battle is related to his family's life. No matter what, he has to take down the entire Andrak plain, and you are the stumbling blocks in front of him. If he doesn't kill you, he won't be able to control the entire Andrak plain. Even if you hand me over, it won't help. Besides, I'm helping you right now. If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by them by now. We are allies on the same front. There was a flash of wisdom in the goddess of love's beautiful eyes, and she uttered with a light smile, In addition to being killed by him, we have another option, and that is to rely on him. He wants to render meritorious service. If we rely on him and offer him the entire Andrak plain, he will never refuse us. We need faith power, while human warlocks need cultivation resources. What the two sides need is completely different. If we rely on him, we'll just be subservient to him. After establishing a divine country, if gods don't seek progress and don't want to become stronger, then they only need a steady stream of faith power to maintain their existence. Human warlocks, on the other hand, need the resources of a plain to carry out cultivation. Human warlocks, on the other hand, need the resources of a plain to carry out cultivation. In theory, there is no conflict between the needs of human warlocks and gods. When he heard the goddess of love's words, Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly, and then he revealed a smile and said, Unfortunately, you can't do that. In alchemy, gods are top materials for making all kinds of secret treasures. Besides, compared to you, the god slots you possess are much more valuable. If you surrender, only death awaits you. It's just a matter of time. Gods are formidable beings who wield the authority of a certain plane's laws, and they have extremely fearsome, undying characteristics. They are also the best alchemy materials. In the Tsangji plane, there are many powerful secret treasures refined from God. In addition, many human warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty covet the advantage of gods' long lifespans, and so they volunteer to become gods and guard a plane. The Andrak plane can promote to 9 gods, that is, 9 god slots. Even if these 9 god slots can only allow people to evolve to a weak divine force rank god rank, it is still enough for countless human warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty to fight over. Once a god becomes a god, not only will they possess power far beyond that of human warlocks of the same rank, but they will also have a lifespan of at least millions of years. That is a lifespan longer than that of Holy Spirit warlocks and warlock emperors. Naturally, it will cause countless people to fight over it. Although gods are restricted by the plane, and their true body cannot leave the plane, but they can use avatars to travel to other planes. For human warlocks who don't have much lifespan left, this is a huge temptation. 9 weak divine force rank god slots can even attract 9 glorious sun warlocks and above to serve them. Even bright world warlocks will be recruited. God slots are also an important bargaining chip that the Great Cloud Dynasty uses to recruit expert. In the eyes of the warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the value of gods like the Goddess of Love is far less than the god slots they occupy. When the Goddess of Love heard Yang Feng's words, her face remained unchanged, but a chill streaked past the abyss of her eyes. Judging from the information she has, Yang Feng isn't lying. Yang Feng said, I have made some arrangements in the surface world. If you collude with the Great Cloud Dynasty, then I will kill all your believers in the surface world. In this way, the 7 of you will become very weak. Presumably, the Great Cloud Dynasty's powerhouses won't mind killing the 7 weak gods. After all, the basis of a negotiation is that both sides must have equal strength. Although there is still a sweet smile on the goddess of love's face, but a storm has been set off in her heart. As Yang Feng said, the basis of a negotiation is that both sides must have equal strength. If the goddess of love's believers in the secular world are killed, their true bodies will weaken rapidly. At that time, Bai Tianxing will never let them off. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. So, considering all the conditions, it's you who need me now. It's not me who needs you. The goddess of love pondered for a while, and then said, Okay, it's us who need you. We need you to attack the Tsangji Plains invaders at once. If you have any conditions, state them. First, the remaining 2 god slots in the Andrak Plain belong to me. Second, I will launch an attack, but the timing of the attack is up to me. Third, I want to establish 2 more states in the Andrak Plain. You must recognize the legitimacy of the 2 states. Yang Feng said with a smile. The goddess of love uttered. The first and third conditions are fine, but the second condition needs to be changed. We need you to launch an attack immediately and wipe out the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army. Yang Feng uttered resolutely. Impossible! Before I'm strong enough, it's impossible for me to attack the Tsangji Plains warlock. There was a flash of anger in the goddess of love's eyes, and she uttered. According to the analysis of the intelligence I obtained, the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army is defending and fighting to the death because they are waiting for reinforcements. Once their reinforcements arrive, we'll be in danger. Yang Feng uttered lightly, I see. I'll find a chance to kill them before their reinforcements arrive. If there's nothing else, don't bother me again. With that, Yang Feng's figure collapsed and disappeared. There was a flash of anger in the goddess of love's beautiful eyes, and she cursed, Bastard! With a flash of light, the goddess of love turned into a statue, losing the luster and charm of a living person. In a secret place in the Andrak Plains outer space, there was a flash of light, and the goddess of love descended into a statue. In that secret space, there sat the 7 gods of the Andrak Plain. The god of murder asked, How did it go? The goddess of love sighed slightly. It failed. He's very cunning, and he didn't agree to my conditions. There was a flash of cold light in the god of death's eyes, and he uttered, It won't be that easy for him to watch the tigers fight. If he doesn't agree, then we'll go talk to Bai Tianxing. As long as Bai Tianxing takes his army out of our plain, we can capture Yang Feng ourselves and give him to them. The rest of the gods also showed thoughtful expressions. If sacrificing Yang Feng alone could resolve this disaster, then they would be able to do so. The gods wouldn't mind getting rid of Yang Feng. The goddess of love uttered, It's no use. Bai Tianxing and the other Plain Development Division have set their sights on the Andrak Plain. No matter how we hide, there's nothing we can do. We can only go all out and wipe them out or drive them out of our plane, and then send divine legions to patrol the plane's outer space day and night. This is our only chance of survival. Chapter 579. The other 6 gods fell silent upon hearing this. They weren't fools. After obtaining the information provided by the goddess of love, they understood their situation. As a sharp blade in the Great Cloud Dynasty's campaigns, the other Plane Development Division's human warlocks have captured many planes and grasped a lot of information. The gods of the captured planes were basically refined into various secret treasures, and the god positions of the planes were in theft to the Bai family's experts or human warlocks who served the Bai family and made great contributions. In a grade 6 plane like the Andrak plane, apart from the goddess of ice and the goddess of love, the other gods will be killed and refined into secret treasures if they side with Bai Tianxing. The goddess of ice and the goddess of love will become Bai Tianxing's playthings, and even props and playthings for him to recruit other powerhouses. The pleasure of toying with a goddess of another plane is much greater than toying with ordinary human warlocks. Some lecherous human warlocks were recruited by the Bai family in this way and became their lackeys. The god of justice uttered lightly, "Let's go with our true bodies. Let's go with our true bodies." The other 6 gods were shaken, and they hesitated. The 7 gods are avatars formed from part of their soul, divinity, and power. The 7 avatars are far stronger than ordinary moonlight warlocks and glorious sun warlock. However, once a god's true body fuses with the power of an avatar, they will erupt with twice the battle prowess of the avatar. Even if the avatar has more than 90% of the power of a god, but it doesn't have a godhead. Without a godhead, it can't exert the power of divine force to the limit. The gap between a god's true body and an avatar lies in the godhead. A god's true body with a godhead is the strongest and most terrifying existence. However, after a god's true body leaves their divine country, it is at the most dangerous time. Some feeble divine force rank gods of divine legions can even contend against some bright world warlock rank freaks in their divine country. But once a feeble divine force rank god leaves their divine country, then even a moonlight warlock will have a chance to kill him or her. It was precisely because of this that the gods liked to hide in their own divine kingdoms and walk the world as avatars. Even if their avatars were killed, they would only be injured and would not fall. An ominous glint flashed in the murder god's eyes. "That's right. If this goes on, we'll die no matter what we choose. My true body, go all out to destroy those damn human warlocks' defensive line." After weighing the pros and cons, the other gods finally made up their minds and decided to take the risk and let their true bodies participate in the battle. Yang Feng has made it clear that he intends to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Even though the gods of the Andrak plane want to surrender to Bai Tianxing, but at the thought of their fate they shuddered. They can only go all out and defeat the defensive line of Bai Tianxing and the other human warlocks as soon as possible. In the Andrak plane's outer space, countless divine soldiers retreated like a tide under the cover of the 7 gods. Dong Rui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the divine legion retreating like a tide. They finally retreated. These damn mad dogs are really hard to deal with. Virtually all human warlocks heaved a sigh of relief. Led by the avatars of the 7 gods, the divine legion attacked wildly. Even though the human warlocks were extremely powerful, but they still lost more than 10,000 elite great warlock. The cruel side of the other plane expeditions appeared before everyone's eyes. Every time they attacked a plane protected by gods, the human warlocks would lose many warriors. If they were the slightest bit careless, the expeditions would fail, and even the annihilation of the entire expeditionary force was a common occurrence. The other plane development division absorbs at least 300,000 warlocks from all over the Great Cloud Dynasty every year. But after tens of thousands of years, only 5 million elite great warlocks have been cultivated. The rest have all been buried in foreign lands. From this, the cruelty of other plane expeditions can be seen. After the huge divine legions retreated, 7 rays of light suddenly shone in the outer space and entered the 7 divine legions, and 7 vast and fearsome auras gushed out from the 7 divine legions in all directions. Bai Tianxing's face suddenly fell and his eyes shimmered with dignity. Damn it! These aboriginal gods are going all out. Before long, the 7 divine legions swept over again and attacked the human warlocks of the other plane development division. The goddess of love operated the law of love and madly burned the divine force, crystallized divine force. She instantly became beautiful, devastatingly beautiful, and full of charm. She cast a coquettish glance at a human warlock aboard a warship. "Goddess, my goddess! Die! You damned beasts, using your lives to please my lover! The great warlocks aboard the warship were suddenly infatuated, their eyes filled with endless adoration, and they frantically cast all kinds of powerful offensive spells at their companions. The warlock pagoda on the warship issued bursts of explosions, and the entire defensive barrier collapsed. Shrouded in death chi, the god of death with the god armament scythe in hand blurred into motion, appeared aboard the huge warship and swung the scythe. An invisible blade of death chi slashed out in an instant and spread along the huge warship. Slashed by the death chi blades, the souls of the human warlocks aboard the warship were cut in two, turned into distorted phantoms, and forcibly sucked into the god armament scythe of the god of death. More than 9,000 human warlocks died tragically under the joint attack of the goddess of love and the god of death. The goddess of love burned divine force crystals and cast the divine spell smile of the goddess of love. Charmed by the goddess of love's divine spell again, the human warlocks aboard the warship killed each other, and the magic shield released by the warlock tower collapsed. Go to hell! Go to hell! The god of war roared and turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant wolf. Exuding a ruthless aura, the giant wolf opened its maw and bit the warship's warlock tower that had lost its magic shield, and then chewed the warship's warlock tower to pieces. Countless wolf-headed divine soldiers rushed into the warship and fought with the human warlock. Among the 7 gods, the goddess of love wasn't the strongest in terms of battle prowess, but the divine spell smile of the goddess of love she developed was extremely strange. Especially after her true body descended, every move of hers possessed a captivating charm. With the blessing of the divine spell, even moonlight warlocks found it hard to resist her charm. The divine spell of the goddess of love didn't have much offensive power. Instead, it magnified her beautiful side by 1,000-fold, aroused men's admiration, and silently influenced men's souls. Strangely, it even surpassed that of the 3 weak divine force rank gods. Every time the goddess of love cast a divine spell, the defenses of a warship would be broken, and then the 7 gods would join forces to destroy the warship one by one. Under the frenzied attack of the 7 gods, 6 warships were destroyed in just a few hours, and the human warlocks inside were besieged and killed by the Divine Legion. At the same time, the divine soldiers suppressed inside the 6 warships were rescued, making the Divine Legion even stronger. Yang Feng watched this scene from afar and exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! When the true bodies of the 7 gods take action, they're really amazing. If a god of a plane burned divine force crystals, they could erupt with battle prowess comparable to that of a human warlock genius of the same rank who formed a virtual world who extracted world force. When the true bodies of the 7 gods took action, they burned divine force frantically. It was equivalent to 7 human warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world frantically extracting world force and casting all kinds of offensive spells containing laws. The might of the spells was terrifying. Even when Dong Rui and the other 2 glorious sun warlocks and the 50-plus moonlight warlocks joined forces with the power of warlock towers, they weren't the opponents of the true bodies of the 7 gods. Yang Feng made a judgment. If Bai Tianqing's star technique is only this much, then he's doomed. Gods, that's a god for you. Damn it. 9 gods sky wheel. Faced with the siege of the true bodies of the 7 gods, Bai Tianqing finally couldn't bear it anymore. With a wave of his hand, the level 8 secret treasure 9 gods sky wheel suddenly flew out and formed 9 gods in the void. The 36 warships continuously provided a huge amount of power into the 9 gods, causing 9 weak divine force levels of terrifying power to surge out. A heartless god with 1 eye and countless runes engraved all over his body suddenly opened his eye, and countless runes appeared in his eye. A gray ray shot out from the eye, cut through the void, and slammed into the goddess of love. The goddess of love trembled slightly, and then a gray force entangled her, and her bewitching charm disappeared at once. She spewed out a mouthful of black blood and retreated into her divine legion. After the goddess of love was seriously injured by the heartless god, the 9 gods of the Tsangji Plain cooperated and forcibly resisted the siege of the remaining 6 gods and the Divine Legion. When Yang Feng saw that the balance between the two sides was restored, he revealed a smile. It seems that there isn't much of a difference in strength between the two sides. I'm relieved. What I lack the most now is time. If the goddess of love and the other 6 gods defeat Bai Tianxing, then their next target will be Yang Feng. Only by driving Yang Feng out and killing all the Tsangji Plain's warlocks in the Andrak Plain will they be able to occupy the Andrak Plain without worry. This is the biggest reason why Yang Feng didn't attack Bai Tianxing and the other expeditionary army. Chapter 580. It's finally built. In the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, an earl's villa 1,000 meters underground, there is a vast basement engraved with countless runes, and there is a 100-meter-tall huge machine with countless mechanical pipes running through it like blood vessels. Standing in front of the huge machine, Yang Feng revealed a look of joy in his eyes. The huge machine is a level 3 large matter and energy converter. With this large matter and energy converter, Shizu weapons can be put into mass production. Bring out the strongest main combat units. With Yang Feng's order, the Level 2 optical computer listed the strongest units that can be put into mass production. Undyings with super offensive power and automatic recovery ability. As long as the core isn't broken, it can automatically recover. Void Assassin, an assassin that can travel through the void. Skynet, a super-intelligent system that can cover the entire celestial body. Star Destroyer Battlestar, equipped with a Star Destroyer artillery and 1,600 secondary artilleries. Star Destroyer Carrier, equipped with a dimensional space and 100,000 Swift Eagle fighters, equipped with a stealth system, unable to be detected by powerhouses below the Infinity Warlock rank using spells. Ghost Assassins, Invisible Assassins, cloning culture cabins, can cultivate clones in large numbers. Lightning Manipulators, battle robots that can manipulate lightning. Sealers, battle robots that can seal and restrict power. Yang Feng swept the list with a glance, and a series of powerful weapons appeared on the list of mass-produced weapons. After the stronghold was upgraded to level 3, the symbolic power was the appearance of Undyings. Undyings are faster than Starry Sky Rippers. At the same time, as long as the energy core isn't destroyed, they can attract the damaged parts to quickly reassemble and repair themselves. The Void Assassin was a terrifying robot that could move freely in space, just like the Void Evil Ghost. If you aren't proficient in the law of space, you can only destroy them the moment they appear in space. In addition, Starry Sky Rippers, bladed robots, gunner robots, and other basic units have also been greatly improved. The Starry Sky Ripper's speed increased to Mach 15, which is comparable to the full speed flight of some glorious sun warlock. The Undying robot had an undying characteristic. It could fly at Mach 20 at full speed, and its defense and combat power were far above that of the Starry Sky Ripper. When necessary, it could also be equipped with long-range attack weapons. It was a first-class existence in both long-range and melee combat. The cost of each Undying was 1,000 times that of a Starry Sky Ripper. The energy and materials needed to produce an Undying was enough to produce 1,000 Starry Sky Rippers. That's because every Undying needs Bumhagra stone to be manufactured. The Bumhagra stone was an essential material for the creation of the Undying energy chip. There's not enough time. There's not enough time to build the Star Destroyer carrier and the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship. However, they can be modified. As long as the existing war weapons are modified, there should be enough time. With a thought, Yang Feng used the already manufactured Level 3 optical computer to analyze and issue a series of orders. Andrak Plain Outer Space. Bai Tianxing stood on a huge warship and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with anxiety as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it! Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet?" When the 7 god true bodies arrived, they launched a frenzied attack on Bai Tianxing and his party. Even though they used the 9 god sky wheel, but Bai Tianxing and his party still couldn't resist the frenzied attacks of the 7 gods. The 9 god sky wheel was a level 8 secret treasure refined from 9 weak divine force rank gods. Only a bright world warlock or an intermediate divine force rank god could exert the peerless power of this secret treasure. Even though Bai Tianxing and the other warlocks used the power of warlock towers to simulate the form of divine force and operate the 9 god sky wheel, but they still couldn't exert the full power of the 9 god sky wheel. It was already very strenuous for them to resist the 7 gods. If it wasn't for the unfeeling god severely wounding the goddess of love as soon as the 9 god sky wheel appeared, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army would have collapsed by now. Even so, under the frenzied siege of the 7 gods, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army suffered more than 200,000 casualties. Plus the 100,000 casualties in the surface world. The Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army, which has lost more than 300,000 troops, is on the verge of collapse. The god of murder's voice echoed in the crowd. Bai Tianxing, take your people and leave the Andrak plain. As long as you leave this place, we can pretend that what happened in the past never happened. The goddess of love's beautiful voice was full of bewitchment. Bai Tianxing, for your own selfish gain, you ordered 1 million elite warlocks of the Other Plane Development Division to be buried with you. You're really vicious. Leaving here and regrouping is the best course of action. For your own selfish gain, you let so many elites die. Aren't you too ruthless? When the human warlocks of the Other Plane Development Division heard this, their morale plummeted at once. If they weren't in another plane, only death would await them if they tried to escape. At this moment, many people have already chosen to escape. The elite soldiers of the Other Plane Development Division are all great warlock rank powerhouses. Although they have amazing battle prowess, but they aren't puppets. They have their own thoughts. Bai Tianxing issued the unreasonable order to stay here and fight to the death. Virtually everyone knows what he's thinking. A gloomy expression on his face, Bai Tianxing is silent, but his heart is filled with anxiety. He can feel the dissatisfaction in the hearts of the warlocks of the Other Plane Development Division, as well as the undercurrents lurking below. But for the sake of the Andrak plane, for the sake of the position of Crown Prince, he can only do whatever it takes. Even if he knows that it's wrong, he has to go all the way. In the gods' camp, the god of war swept the battlefield with a glance. His eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, and he quickly made an accurate prediction: 7 days. With the morale and strength of the human warlocks, 7 more days is their limit. If they don't escape within 7 days, they won't be able to escape. Hearing this, the other 6 gods breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they persist for 7 more days, they will be able to defeat the Zhangji Plains Human Expeditionary Army. Suddenly, spatial ripples flickered in the center of the human warlocks outside the Zhangji Plain, and a human warlock warship suddenly flew out. Reinforcements! Our reinforcements are here. Ha ha! Those wretched other race indigenous gods, you're dead. Reinforcements, our reinforcements are here. As soon as the human warlock warship flew out, the Zhangji Plains human warlocks erupted with earth-shaking roars of excitement. A tall, burly, and handsome middle-aged man walked on air, arrived in front of the 9 gods' sky wheel, and pointed with a finger. Pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank aura diffused from him, and a gold ray entered the 9 gods' sky wheel. The divine spirits within the 9 gods' sky will seem to awaken one by one, and the might of the weak divine power rank slowly emanated from the bodies of the 9 divine spirits. Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming. Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming personally took action. This time, the indigenous gods are dead for sure. Excited voices sounded among the warlocks. Jiang Ziming is a powerful bright world warlock, comparable to an intermediate divine force rank god. Even under the suppression of the plane's laws, Jiang Ziming still maintains pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank strength, which is enough to operate the nine gods' sky wheel. There was a flash of despair in the eyes of the god of murder, and he roared wildly, "Damn it, how can this be? Only 7 days left. Only 7 days left." There was a flash of despair in the beautiful eyes of the goddess of love. "Damn it! What do we do now? Hide back in the divine country? That's only delaying death." There was a flash of despair in the eyes of the other 5 gods. Jiang Ziming was already able to fight against the 7 deities with the help of the 9 gods' sky wheel. Once the expeditionary army's reinforcements arrived, the divine legion of the 7 gods would not be able to resist the expeditionary army that was filled with experts after losing the support of the 7 gods. Bai Tianqing's face twisted and he laughed wildly. "Haha, we're saved. You wretched native gods and that damn traitor Yang Feng. I'll tear you to pieces and make you regret living in this world." Fire! Yang Feng's cold order sounded, and the Star Destroyer artillery mounted on the invisible arc battlestar flashed, and a resplendent beam barreled towards the 9 gods' sky wheel. In an instant, that incomparably resplendent beam of light slammed into the 9 gods' sky wheel. Before the 9 weak divine force rank gods could fully awaken, they were devoured by that beam of light and completely vaporized. The terrifying Star Destroyer artillery beam that can destroy stars also engulfed the Deputy Division Chief of the other Plane Development Division, Jiang Ziming. Suddenly, one magic shield after another appeared around Jiang Ziming. The magic shields were instantly engulfed by the beam of light and shattered like tofu. "No. How can this be? No, I don't want to die. I don't want to." Along with miserable screams, the bright world warlock Jiang Ziming was vaporized and disappeared. Bai Tianqing was struck dumb when he saw Jiang Ziming vaporized, and his eyes filled with despair. "Impossible! How can this be? How can this be? He's a bright world warlock. How can this be?" Chapter 581. If it was in the Tsangji Plain, then even if Jiang Ziming was ambushed, with his pinnacle bright world warlock rank strength, the Star Destroyer artillery would at most seriously injure him, but not kill him. But in the Andrak Plain, Jiang Ziming was also suppressed by the Plane Origin Will, and his strength dropped to a terrifying level, which is why he was killed by the Star Destroyer artillery. After firing the Star Destroyer cannon, the arc battlestar also exploded due to the terrifying recoil of the cannon, and countless parts splattered everywhere. Yang Feng looked at the disintegrated battlestar and mused regretfully, "It's still too difficult to use Star Destroyer artillery on these arc battlestars." The 36 arc battlestars hidden by Yang Feng lifted the cloaking system, and 36 beams instantly slammed into the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army warships that lost the protection of the 9 gods' sky wheel. One after another, the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army warships exploded, and countless warlocks were engulfed by the explosions. There was a fierce gleam in the eyes of the god of war, and he barked, "Kill them! Kill them all!" The 7 gods urged violent divine force and cast various divine spells containing laws barreling towards the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. "It's over, let's escape first." When Dong Rui saw this scene, his face flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the astral passageway rippling. When Dong Rui fled, the Moonlight Warlocks recruited by the Bai family turned around and fled towards the astral passageway without hesitation. Each Moonlight Warlock has a lifespan of thousands of years. Except for the Moonlight Warlocks cultivated by the Bai family, the Jiang family, and the Great Cloud Dynasty, the rest of the Moonlight Warlocks won't go all out in this certain death battle. The Tsangji Plains human warlocks were already at a complete disadvantage. Now that 1/3 of the Moonlight Warlocks have fled, the situation has become even worse. Frantically burning divine force crystals, the 7 gods tore apart the human warlocks' defensive line like 7 invincible existences. Numerous divine soldiers rushed towards the human warlocks one after another and fought with them. With each blow, the 7 gods destroyed a warlock tower, and then left the divine legions to fight the human warlocks who have lost the protection of their warlock towers. One after another, warships of the Other Plane Development Division flew out from the astral passageway. Every time a warship flew out, the 36 battlestars fired countless artilleries at the warship and blasted the warlock towers away. Before the warships could conjure magic shields, Yang Feng smashed their warlock towers, and then devoured them by the Divine Legion. Seeing that the situation was collapsing, the elites of the Other Plane Development Division finally began to crumble. Countless light dots frantically fled towards the astral passage. The reinforcements of the Other Plane Development Division poured in continuously, nearly filling the astral passage to the brim. Many great warlocks who fled into the astral passage were crushed to pieces by the fearsome spatial force. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, a high-ranking officer immediately shouted anxiously at Bai Tianxing, "Your Highness, run! If you don't, you'll become a prisoner." Bai Tianxing uttered with a distressed expression, "Run? Where else can I run to?" 1 million elite troops of the Other Plane Development Division were destroyed in my hand. When I return to the Tsangji Plain, my imperial father will never let me off. My brothers will definitely not let go of this great opportunity. 1 million elite troops of the Other Plane Development Division died in the Andrak Plain, which is equivalent to 1/5 of the division's elite force. Coupled with the death of a bright world warlock, the reinforcements were ambushed. Even though Bai Tianxing is a prince and has the backing of the Jiang family, but he still cannot bear this huge loss. The high-ranking officer barked, "Your Highness, as long as you live, everything is possible." Bai Tianxing's eyes flashed brightly, and he gritted his teeth and uttered, "That's right, I want to live. Everything is possible if I live." With that, Bai Tianxing's figure flickered, and he turned into a resplendent ray of light and flew towards the astral passageway. A dozen-plus moonlight warlocks followed Bai Tianxing and flew towards the astral passageway. At this time, reinforcements are pouring into the astral passageway on warships. Only sporadic human warlocks can escape through the astral passageway. Once you board a warship, there will be an accident where 2 warships collide. In the astral passageway, a collision between 2 warships is tantamount to a dead end, and may even cause the astral passageway to collapse. Only moonlight warlocks comparable to transcendent rank powerhouses can use that passageway to escape the death astral boundary and seek a way out. No! Son of a bitch, these bastards abandoned us. Damn it, that bastard Bai Tianxing abandoned us. It's over. These damned beasts have abandoned us. I have been fighting for the imperial court all my life, yet I didn't expect to be abandoned by these bastards. From now on, I am no longer a person of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Angry curses came from the warship. Light shone, and great warlocks descended from the sky and flew towards the surface world like raindrops. The astral passageway isn't something that great warlocks can cross. These great warlocks aren't heroes. In this desperate situation, they found a way out, that is, to land on the Andrak Plain. It's best if they can sneak into the Andrak Plain. These great warlocks are elites who have gone through countless training and battles. Once they sneak into the Andrak Plain, they can survive no matter how harsh the environment is. The 36 arc battlestars shone brightly, and a rain of light shot towards the elite great warlocks of the Other Plane Development Division and killed them one by one. Boom! Boom! Huge explosions rang incessantly. As soon as the Tsangji Plains warships flew out of the astral passageway, they were besieged by the 7 gods who burned divine force. The 7 gods will never allow the Tsangji Plains human warlocks to gain a foothold in the Andrak Plain again. They are well aware that in terms of strength, the Andrak Plain is far from being the Tsangji Plains' opponent. Only by not giving the Tsangji Plains experts a foothold and making it impossible for the Tsangji Plain to study the Andrak Plain's origin will they be able to control the Andrak Plain forever. One warship after another flew out of the astral passageway, and then was destroyed. The human warlocks inside were besieged and killed by the countless divine legions commanded by the 7 gods. After the 83 warships entered the Andrak Plain, no more warships entered the Andrak Plain through the astral passageway. Clearly, the human warlocks who were lucky enough to escape have informed the high-ranking officer commanding the reinforcements about the Andrak Plain, stopping him from throwing away his life. Fire! As the 7 gods besieged the remaining Tsangji Plains human warlocks, Yang Feng ordered mercilessly. The 5 archetype battlestars equipped with Star Destroyer artilleries shone brightly, and 5 dazzling beams of light shot out in an instant and slammed into the god of war, the god of death, the god of assassination, the god of justice, and the god of fire. Damn it! Yang Feng, you bastard! Son of a bitch! Amidst a series of frenzied roars, the 5 gods were instantly devoured by the incomparably resplendent pillar of light and vaporized, leaving only 5 godhoods that fell from the sky. The void twisted, and 5 void assassins emerged from the void, grabbed the godheads of the 5 gods, and disappeared. Virtually at the same time, beams from the main artillery of 2 arc battlestars instantly slammed into the lower body of the goddess of ice and the goddess of love, seriously injuring the 2 goddesses with one strike. Yang Feng, you damn bastard! Yang Feng, I won't let you off! Following 2 enraged shouts, the remaining heads of the goddess of ice and the goddess of love turned into 2 streams of light and flew towards their respective divine countries. Sitting inside a warship, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with regret. Unfortunately, I only modified 6 Star Destroyer artilleries. If I had more Star Destroyer artilleries, I would have been able to wipe out the gods in one fell swoop. After the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Force was eliminated, the next step for the 7 gods of the Andrak Plain was to expel Yang Feng from the plain. Yang Feng, on the other hand, had to take the Andrak Plain as one of his bases. The contradiction between the 2 sides was irreconcilable. Therefore, before the Tsangji Plains human warlocks were wiped out, Yang Feng sneak-attacked the 7 gods and insta-killed 5 gods with the help of the Star Destroyer artilleries. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Now it's time to put an end to this. Go and annihilate them." In the surface world, mountains far away from human habitation split open, and swarms of starry sky rippers and other second-generation battle robots soared into the sky, turned into a sky-blotting torrent of steel, and flew towards the broken 7 divine legions and the human warlocks who have already lost the ability to resist. Among the 7 divine legions, the divine legions of the goddess of love and the goddess of ice retreated frantically and fled towards their divine countries. On the other hand, the god of war and the other 4 divine legions pounced on the mechanical army in a frenzy, clashing with the mechanical army wave after wave. Before the 2 armies collided, the 36 arc battlestars fired countless beams that slammed into the divine legions of the 5 gods and blasted tens of thousands of divine soldiers into pieces. Chapter 582. Now that the god of war and the other 4 gods have died, the soldiers in their divine legions no longer have the ability to be reborn. The millions of divine legion soldiers were torn into countless pieces by the fierce artillery fire of the interstellar battleships. The second-generation battle robots, with the starry sky rippers as the main force, turned into a torrent of steel that pierced into the midst of the divine legions. Their engines roared, and they slaughtered the divine legions in a frenzy. Most of the divine soldiers were powerhouses below the level 3 warlock rank, with only about 100,000 of them being legend rank powerhouses. As soon as the starry sky rippers rushed into the divine legions, they cut them apart as if they were cutting cheese and slaughtered the divine soldiers. The sound of explosions continued in the sky, and countless parts and fragments fell from the sky, crashing to the ground. What fearsome mechanical golems! The fighting strength of each mechanical golem isn't inferior to that of a legend rank powerhouse. And there are millions of them. What a dangerous fellow! Hiding in her divine country, the goddess of love looked at the dense crowd of starry sky rippers, and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. At this time, under the nourishment of divine force, the goddess of love's half of her body has been completely restored, and her aura is only slightly weaker than when she was at her peak. Hiding in her divine country, the goddess of ice watched the 5 divine legions being swallowed by the mechanical torrent. Her thoughts revolved lightning fast, yet she couldn't come up with a good idea. What do I do? Am I just going to watch him take control of the Andrak plane? The fierce battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and the 1,000,000 soldiers of the 5 divine legions were wiped out by Yang Feng's steel torrent without any suspense. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, the human warlocks of the other plane development division surrendered to Yang Feng, allowing him to gather 200,000 elites of the division. After doing all this, the 200,000 battle robots, after replenishing their energy, turned into a torrent of steel and flew towards the divine country where the god of war lived. The 200,000 battle robots were just scouts sent out by Yang Feng to test the waters. Every god's divine kingdom was their lair and the most powerful and terrifying divine artifact. When a supreme god walks around with their true bodies in the outside world, they are equivalent to a great holy step powerhouse. However, in the first Warlock Dynasty era, there was a supreme god who even seriously injured the Time Lord in his divine country. This was the terrifying power of a divine kingdom. A divine kingdom was the embodiment of a god's strongest power. It was much more powerful than any divine artifact. Every god, unless they were idiots, would do their best to strengthen their own divine kingdom. The longer a god lived, the more powerful their divine kingdom would be, and the harder it would be to kill them. For some feeble divine force rank gods who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, even if a bright world warlock enters their divine country, they will be suppressed and killed if careless. When the 200,000 battle robots arrived in front of the god of war's divine country, the battle robots flying in the front slammed into a membrane and disintegrated, turning into countless parts. The divine kingdom was the palace where the gods lived, and it was always protected by a powerful barrier. Unless the gods opened the barrier on their own initiative, the only way to enter the divine kingdom was to attack and destroy the barrier. The gunner troops among the 200,000 main battle robots held the railgun and fired wildly at the boundary of the divine kingdom. The densely packed light beams bombarded the barrier of the divine kingdom like raindrops, setting off ripples. Based on the current intensity of the attack, if the attack continues for a month, the barrier of the divine kingdom will be broken. The Level 3 optical computer deduced the result of the battle from the changes in the barrier of the divine kingdom in a flash. Yang Feng showed a smile. However, there is a simpler and more effective way. Spatial ripples surged in front of the divine country, and countless devourers suddenly flew out, pounced on the divine country's barrier, and frantically absorbed the barrier's force. Energy crystals were expelled by the insect-like devourers, and then quickly collected by the rest of the battle robots. The energy crystals excreted by the devourer were all super energy crystals, and each of them contained 10,000 times more energy than ordinary high-energy crystals. Super energy crystals were a necessity for third-generation and above battle robots like the Undyings. Warships and other giant war weapons could use various types of energy crystals to replenish their energy. On the other hand, battle robots like the Starry Sky Ripper and Undyings required higher-grade energy crystals to power them. Only then could they erupt with incomparably tyrannical power. The energy contained in a super energy crystal was already comparable to that of an ordinary Starry Sky Warlock, which was why it could be used to drive the terrifying third-generation battle robots like the Undyings. Under the frenzied devouring of the Devourers, the Divine Country barrier only lasted for 2 hours before collapsing completely. The 200,000 battle robots poured into the Divine Country of the God of War like a tide. In fact, the God of War was an incarnation of a magic note wolf. Within the Divine Country of the God of War, there was a vast grassland with no end in sight. The grassland with no end in sight was divided into different levels, and there were all kinds of extraordinary life forms of different types wandering around. Magic note wolves were very belligerent and liked to hunt and fight. Therefore, the Divine Country was filled with all kinds of extraordinary life forms for them to hunt. After the magic note wolf died, their souls would reincarnate in the Divine Country and transform into petitioners, and then enjoy the fun of fighting and hunting in the Divine Country. Within the Divine Kingdom, there were countless preys, distributed in different areas according to their strength. The magic note fierce werewolves could wantonly hunt those extraordinary life forms. So long as the magic note wolf incarnation of the God of War gave an order, the countless extraordinary life forms in the Divine Country would turn into his subordinates and launch a desperate attack against the invaders. As soon as the battle robots flew into the Divine Country of the God of War, they fell to the ground one by one. The Divine Country of the God of War has the law of flight restriction. Anyone who enters the Divine Country will be prohibited from flying. Moreover, the law of space, the law of shadows, and many other laws are prohibited and rejected. This is equivalent to a small world with unique laws. As soon as the battle robots entered the Divine Country of the God of War, they immediately fed back all kinds of information, which was quickly analyzed by the Level 3 optical computer. In the Divine Country of every god, different laws were set up by the god, and even the god who set up the laws had to abide by those laws. However, those laws were of great benefit to the god themselves. Although the magic note wolf could fly in the sky, but most of the extraordinary life forms in the Divine Country couldn't fly in the sky. Once the law of flight restriction was set up, even intermediate divine force rank gods would be knocked down to the mundane world, unable to fly in the Divine Country. Electromagnetic beams barreled towards the extraordinary life forms and blasted them into pieces. After the extraordinary life forms were blasted into pieces, a copious amount of blood splashed about, sprinkled on the ground, and finally turned into specks of light and disappeared from the world. There are more than 30 million extraordinary life forms in this Divine Country. These extraordinary life forms aren't real life forms, but existences formed from the combination of divine force and the laws of this Divine Country. Killing them only consumes a bit of divine force. With the help of the Level 3 optical computer, Yang Feng quickly made a judgment. In the special environment of this Divine Country, many spells and divine spells couldn't be used. If an ordinary Bright World Warlock entered this Divine Country alone, they would be exhausted to death by the more than 30 million extraordinary life forms. After all, in this Divine Country, Bright World Warlocks couldn't use the power of heaven and earth to cast some earth-shattering meteorological spells. The huge mechanical legion crushed all the extraordinary life forms blocking their way until they reached the center of the Divine Country. In the center of the Divine Country there was a huge ancient tree with a huge lair on it. The huge lair was the residence of the God of War. A dense crowd of battle robots quickly climbed into the huge lair and drilled into it. Inside the lair, precious divine force crystals could be seen everywhere. The battle robots quickly plundered the divine force crystals, and then transported them outside the divine country. Shortly after the battle robots left, the divine country of the god of war trembled slightly, spatial ripples appeared behind it, and a fearsome attractive force enveloped the divine country and pulled it into the astral boundary. When the divine country of the god of war fell into the astral boundary, countless stones flew over from the void and enveloped it, forming a deathly still celestial body. On the Andrak plane, a star could clearly be seen radiating dazzling light, and then slowly falling and disappearing. The divine countries of the god of death, the god of fire, the god of justice, and the god of murder lit up brightly, and then were swallowed by the astral boundary and turned into a deathly still celestial body. When a god died, their divine countries would be swallowed by the astral boundary and become an abandoned celestial body. If a god could be resurrected, they could enter the abandoned celestial body, spend a copious amount of divine force, and transform the abandoned celestial body into a real divine country. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. If it was an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, they could use the power of secret treasures to lock up the divine countries and refine them into special secret treasures. Secret treasures refined from divine countries are extremely powerful. They are world-class secret treasures. In the Tsangji plane, human warlocks who can form a virtual world are very rare. In order to improve the fighting strength of warlocks, alchemists proposed the concept of world-class secret treasures. Chapter 583. The so-called world-class secret treasure was a secret treasure that was similar to a virtual world by using the god's divine kingdom and all kinds of unimaginable alchemy techniques mastered by humans. Through world-class secret treasures, human warlocks could absorb world force like experts who cultivated a virtual world and possess a steady stream of terrifying power to contend against experts of the same rank. World-class secret treasures were a concept put forward by the Magic Note dynasty, and it was only realized in the later stages of the Magic Note dynasty. The Great Cloud dynasty also had methods to refine world-class secret treasures. Unfortunately, to refine world-class secret treasures, one needed to be an Infinity Warlock specializing in alchemy and expended tremendous power to refine them. In the Magic Note dynasty, alchemy reached great heights, and it was an era when human alchemy flourished to the extreme. The status of alchemists in the Magic Note dynasty surpassed that of any other era by far. In the Magic Note dynasty, 7 emperor-level secret treasures had been refined. One of them was the Kingdom of Gods, which was refined from the divine kingdoms of countless deities. After the collapse of the Magic Note dynasty, due to the frequent wars, countless alchemy techniques were lost. In the Dawn Dynasty era, human alchemy was far inferior to that of the Magic Note Dynasty era. Through the research and development of countless warlock geniuses, modern alchemy has far surpassed that of the Dawn Dynasty era, yet it still couldn't compare to that of the Magic Note Dynasty era. Therefore, in the Great Cloud dynasty, on the surface, there was only one alchemist known to be able to use divine countries to refine world-class secret treasures, and that was the division chief of the Secret Treasure Division, the 100 Treasures Warlock. Of course, there were still many alchemists who could use divine countries to refine secret treasures, but only the 100 Treasures Warlock could use divine countries to refine world-class secret treasures. The old monsters hidden in the darkness of history weren't included. Clenching the two godheads, Yang Feng sank into his thoughts. Death and war, these two godheads can upgrade the strength of my clone in the Feisua plane to the weak divine force rank. But in this way I will clash with several strong divine force rank god. For now I'm not qualified to clash with strong divine force rank gods. Among the gods of the Fesua plane, gods who mastered the laws of death and war were extremely powerful existences. In the Zalia pantheon, the god of war, Barrios, was a great divine power god. For a god like Yangfeng, who has no backing, to occupy the law of shadows is one thing, but if he dares to touch the law of death or the law of war, God of War Barrios will definitely kill Yangfeng himself. There were two ways for gods to become stronger. The first was to devour a higher-grade godhead and convert the main laws they mastered into the laws of that higher-grade godhead. The other was to devour a godhead that grasped the same laws. If the god of war Barrios could devour enough godhood of war and absorb the law of war contained in those godhood of war, there was hope for him to break through and become a greater divine power rank god. If he devoured the divinity of the god of peace, the two laws would repel and clash, which would weaken him. The more laws and divine domains a deity grasped, the better it would be. Instead, they had to be interconnected and coordinated with each other. According to warlock research, there were three strongest god paths. The first was when a god purely grasped a law and a divine domain, which was pure to the extreme and powerful to the extreme. The second was when the laws and divine domains grasped, influenced, interconnected, and coordinated with each other. The third was when all laws and divine domains were integrated, and one became a sovereign of gods comparable to a warlock emperor. The paths of the three gods were more difficult than the other. The strongest gods defeated by the Tsangji Plains human warlocks were supreme gods. Every supreme god took the first path, wielding only one law and a divine authority, and was an extremely pure expert. The strongest experts of the second path were mighty divine power rank expert. The strongest human warlocks of the third path had ever seen was merely a feeble divine force rank idiot. After the decisive battle, Yangfeng sent a large number of battle robots to cover the Fesua Plains outer space and methodically began to establish a Skynet that controlled the entire Andrak plain. All munitions factories in the Tarandit subcontinent, the Fuso subcontinent, the Fesua plain, and the Grade 9 plane occupied by the Shadow Prince Mecha began to be upgraded. The Andrak plane also began to produce third-generation battle robots on a small scale. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the other plane development division's headquarters, in a conference hall. There were 7 people sitting at a long table. The 7 people were the 7 deputy division chiefs of the other plane development division, each of whom possessed bright world warlock rank battle prowess. In the seat of honor sat a black cat. It was the division chief Amol of the Great Cloud Dynasty's other plane development division. There was an empty seat next to the long table, which was the seat of the deputy division chief Jiang Ziming. A quiet and strange atmosphere pervaded the hall. The eyes of the deputy division chiefs swept Jiang Ziming's seat with peculiar looks. Amol's voice was heavy as he said, Jiang Ziming has fallen in the Andrak plane. By Tianxing's 1 million elites and Jiang Ziming's 900,000 elites have all fallen in the Andrak plane. Jiang Ziming died? He actually died? Isn't the Andrak plane a plane with an upper limit of the glorious sun warlock rank? No matter how powerful the indigenous gods are, as long as he doesn't enter their divine countries, how can anyone kill him? 1. 9 million elites have been killed, damn it. That bastard Jiang Ziming deserves to die. The complexions of the 7 deputy division chiefs changed dramatically, and they commented. The Great Cloud Dynasty's other plane development division has a total of 1 director, 8 deputy directors, and 9 bigwigs. Amol was in charge of everything. He had 1 million elites directly under him. Jiang Ziming and the other 3 deputy division chiefs each controlled 1 million elite troop. The other 4 deputy division chiefs were in charge of recruit training, logistics, plane origin analysis, and Shadowfang, who were in charge of infiltration and subversion like special forces. Attacking a small grade 6 plane, the Andrak Plain, has resulted in the loss of nearly 2/5 of elite warriors and the death of a bright world warlock. For the Other Plane Development Division, this loss is a heavy blow, and may even harm its vitality. Although the Other Plane Development Division still had 10 million soldiers in training, which could easily fill in the 5 million elite soldiers. However, the reinforcements couldn't be compared to the battle-hardened soldiers at all. Moreover, the more than 200 Moonlight Warlocks and 3 Glorious Sun Warlocks lost in the battle were even more difficult to replenish. The more than 200 Moonlight Warlocks were the foundation the Other Plane Development Division accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Even with the ability of the Other Plane Development Division, without hundreds or thousands of years, it wouldn't be able to cultivate and recruit so many experts. A burly man with an angry look on his face roared loudly. Those bastards of the Andrak Plane dared to kill people of the Other Plane Development Division. That's unforgivable. Sir Division Chief, we must take revenge and wipe them out. Amol sneered. Well said. Jiang Tiexin, I'll allow you to take your troops to attack the Andrak Plane. But you have to bear all the responsibility yourself. Jiang Tiexin's eyes flickered, and he uttered resolutely, "This subordinate is incompetent. I'm afraid I'm no match for the indigenous gods of the Andrak Plane. Sir Division Chief, please take action and suppress the indigenous gods of the Andrak Plane." Strange gazes immediately focused on Dark Moro. The Andrak Plane is a Grade 6 plane. Even if an Infinity Warlock enters the Andrak Plane, they will be suppressed to the Glorious Sun Warlock realm by the plane origin will. Once they enter the Andrak Plane, even an Infinity Warlock has a chance of being killed, just like Jiang Ziming. But if Amol doesn't stand up for his subordinates, then his status in the Other Plane Development Division will drop sharply. There was a flash of ridicule in Amol's eyes, and he said coldly, "I'm going into seclusion to research a spell experiment. I'll leave the matter of attacking the Andrak Plane to you. This is an order." Jiang Tiexin's face fell, and he stood up and shouted, "That's an order! I don't accept it." Even Jiang Ziming died when he entered the Andrak Plane. Now everyone knows that on the other side of the plane, the powerhouses of the Andrak Plane are definitely on guard. Without a bridgehead, even a bright world warlock will be in danger of dying if they enter. What gall! To disobey an order! The black cat suddenly swelled up and slapped Jiang Tiexin with its paw. The cat's paw passed through the void and slapped Jiang Tiexin's face, and half of Jiang Tiexin's skull was sent flying, and he slammed into a wall, and a large amount of blood sprayed out of his body. Runes flickered on Jiang Tiexin's face and formed a black chain that sealed Jiang Tiexin's bright world warlock rank cultivation base. Seeing this scene, the other 6 deputy division chiefs felt a chill in their hearts, and they no longer dared to make any unusual movements. A ferocious and violent aura surged out from Amol's body. His cat eyes flickered with a cold and merciless light. He said coldly, "I am the director of the Other Plane Development Division. If you have the ability, get the Jiang family to replace me. If you don't have the ability, then obey my orders. If there is a next time, the Jiang family won't be able to save you." Chapter 584. After losing half of his skull, Jiang Tai's head squirmed. Nourished by the tremendous life force of a bright world warlock, it quickly recovered. Within a breath of time, most of it was restored. There was a flash of resentment in Jiang Tai's eyes, and he lowered his head and gritted his teeth and responded, "Yes, Sir Division Chief. The black cat Amol has transformed into a shrouded in ripples and then disappeared strangely. I'm going into seclusion to study spells. Don't bother me if there's nothing important." There was a flash of resentment in Jiang Tai's eyes, and he roared in his heart, "Amol, you dare to humiliate me like this? I won't let you get away with this." The Green Cloud Plain is a Grade 9 plain belonging to the Great Cloud Dynasty. There are more than 100 million ordinary humans living in the Green Cloud Plain. Ripples of the void surged in the outer space of the Green Cloud Plain, and a 1,000-meter-long warship flew out of the space. From a semi-plane that has been transformed by warlock spells suspended in the Green Cloud Plain's outer space, 36 great warlocks exuding fearsome auras flew out. The burly great warlock dressed in a black robe barked, "This is the Green Cloud Plain belonging to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Who are you?" A resplendent ray flew out of the warship and formed Yang Feng's figure in the void. Yang Feng said flatly, "I am the battle demon Sex Yang Feng." The warlock in a black robe suddenly turned pale with fright, and he exclaimed, "Yang Feng, the Yang Feng who killed 2 million elites of the Other Plane Development Division in one fell swoop." The complexions of the other 35 great warlocks changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The 36 great warlocks stationed in the Green Cloud Plain are all experts of the Other Plane Development Division. They are quite well informed in the division. They naturally know that the Other Plane Development Division suffered a great defeat at Yang Feng's hands 2 days ago, and 2 million elite great warlocks died at Yang Feng's hands. The 2 million great warlocks died. At the thought of facing such a terrifying existence, the eyes of the great warlocks shimmered with fear. Yang Feng uttered, "Submit to me or die, choose one. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. There's no need to think about it. I am a warlock cultivated by the Great Cloud Dynasty. Thus, guarding this place is my mission. Yang Feng, you are very strong, I am not your opponent. But every dynasty has loyal ministers. Let me, Wang Yi, be this loyal minister." The eyes of the warlock in a black robe flashed brightly, and he roared. His body shook, and he turned into a 100-meter-long Andaraman boa. Exuding a trace of ancient ferocious aura, he soared into the sky and flew towards the huge warship. "What a loyal subject of the Great Cloud Dynasty! I will fulfill your wish and send you to the Netherworld," Yang Feng praised. A beam of light shot out from the huge warship and slammed into the Andaraman boa. Under the bombardment of the beam of light, the Andaraman boa collapsed inch by inch and turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood splashing about. When the 35 great warlocks saw this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Wang Yi was the strongest among them. If he couldn't block a blow from the huge battleship, then it was even more impossible for them to block a blow from the battleship. A great warlock roared, "The Battle Demonic Sect is definitely not the opponent of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Even if Yang Feng takes this place, it will be recaptured by the Great Cloud Dynasty sooner or later. Everyone, follow me. Even if we die now, the Imperial Court won't treat our families unfairly in the future. Once we surrender, not only will our reputation be ruined, but we will also be killed when the Imperial Court returns in the future. We might as well go all out now." The great warlock silently recited an incantation and pointed at the huge warship with the magic staff in his hand. A beam of light shot out from the warship, slammed into the head of the great warlock, and blasted it apart. As if aroused by the great warlock, the remaining 34 great warlocks began to cast spells. Starry sky rippers flew out of the huge warship and shot towards the 34 great warlocks at Mach 15 speed. Following afterimages, the 34 great warlocks were torn apart in an instant and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. After killing the 34 great warlocks, a dense crowd of gunner troops and bladed troops flew towards the Green Cloud Plain under the leadership of the Starry Sky Rippers. The Starry Sky Rippers specialized in suppressing human warlock powerhouses, while the gunner robots and bladed robots were responsible for maintaining law and order. Yang Feng looked at the 36 great warlocks who were killed and mused. The Great Cloud Dynasty is still at its strongest. There's still a long way to go to destroy it. If it was at the end of the Warlock Dynasty, Then as long as human warlocks encountered an existence they couldn't contend against, they would either choose to flee or submit. The fact that the 36 great warlocks attacked Yang Feng despite knowing that they would die was proof that the Great Cloud Dynasty was still at its strongest. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, and he mused, "Since the Great Cloud Dynasty is my enemy, then let me be its gravedigger." As soon as the countless battle robots entered the surface world, they destroyed the weak resistance of the human warlocks in the Grade 9 planes. The huge warship sent countless engineering robots into the outer space of the Grade 9 planes and began to build a Skynet. Almost at the same time, the 5 warships flew into the Purple Fragrance plane, the South Cloud plane, the Peace plane, the Gully plane, and the Maud plane. They easily destroyed the resistance of the 5 ninth grade planes and took control of the 5 ninth grade planes. Each of the 5 Grade 9 planes had a population of more than 100 million. The faith force provided by more than 500 million ordinary people was enough to support the existence of a mighty divine force ranked God. The more powerful the God, the greater the faith force required. If a strong divine force ranked God didn't have 50 million believers in the secular world, then they would slowly weaken and fall from a strong divine force ranked Godhead to an intermediate divine force ranked God. Intermediate divine force ranked gods required the support of more than 1 million believers. Weak divine force ranked gods required the support of more than 100,000 believers. Feeble divine force ranked gods only needed the support of more than 3,000 believers to maintain their existence. The struggles in the secular world could also affect the existence of gods. Some strong divine force ranked gods who obtained a godhead and ascended to the heavens in a single bound didn't understand the mysteries of believers, and their godhead weakened step by step until it finally fell to the weak divine force rank. For Yang Feng, who has a god clone, the 5 Grade 9 planes were a huge fortune. The Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial palace, in the immortal Cloud Hall, 9 purple dragons exuding bright world warlock rank might coiled in the hall. Powerful warlocks stood in the hall, each of which was comparable to a transcendent in terms of strength. At the head of the 9 purple dragons, there was a purple gold throne, and a handsome and dignified man dressed in an imperial robe. Bai Wuqing had a square face, big ears, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a dignified appearance. As the royal family of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Bai family controlled countless planes, had tremendous resources, countless secret methods, and even complete Empyrean grade secret method. The Bai family was full of powerhouses. Among the powerhouses in the Bai family, the strongest powerhouse was Bai Wuqing. Different from other warlock groups, the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family's strongest powerhouse was the Great Elder, while the sect master was in charge of all kinds of mundane affairs. The Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, on the other hand, was definitely the strongest powerhouse in the royal family. That was because in the world of warlocks, the strong were king. A warlock emperor rank powerhouse could suppress all the forces of the Zhangji plane by themselves. Moreover, the Great Cloud Dynasty's resources and power could be used to practice cultivation. Virtually every Great Cloud Dynasty's emperor was an infinity warlock. Bai Wuqing was a peerless genius of the Bai family. At the time, he launched a coup d'état, killed the former emperor who was still in his prime, and seized the throne. In the Bai family, he was one of the few peerless powerhouses who killed the former emperor and ascended to the throne. He was recognized as the #1 expert in the world in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Standing below Bai Wuqing were the Grand Preceptor, the Grand Tutor, and the Grand Protector. Below the Grand Preceptor were the ministers of the 6 ministries, the Imperial Censor, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, and the Office of Transmission. The Grand Preceptor and the 9 ministers all exuded infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. In addition to the Grand Preceptor and the 9 ministers, the ministers of the court all exuded terrifying life force. Each of them was a powerful existence comparable to a transcendent. As long as a human warlock practiced cultivation until the Moonlight Warlock rank, their life stage would undergo a complete transformation, and they would become existences comparable to transcendent. No matter which warlock it was, an eidetic memory was one of the basic extraordinary abilities. As long as a Moonlight Warlock was willing, they could easily be competent in any position, and could even perform better than ordinary people. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, once created an Empyrean-grade secret treasure called the Magic Note Throne. This Empyrean-grade secret treasure had no offensive ability, but it could gather the power of the people of the dynasty and form a kind of dynasty force similar to Faith Force. Warlocks who have grasped the Magic Note Throne can not only use the power of the Imperial Court to practice cultivation, but also in theft official positions can use the power of the Imperial Court to practice cultivation. Take the Magic Note Dynasty as an example. At the time, the 3 ministers and 9 ministers in theft by His Majesty were only Infinity Warlocks. But within a short 1,000 years, they all promoted to Holy Spirit Warlocks. This was the terror of the Magic Note Throne. This Empyrean-grade secret treasure was under the control of the Bai family. With the Magic Note Throne as its foundation, the Bai family grew stronger and stronger, and eventually became the most powerful family. Chapter 585. The Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court system is exactly the same as that of the Magic Note Dynasty in order to use the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Magic Note Throne. If the Great Cloud Dynasty can unify the entire Zhangji Plain, then Bai Wuqing can easily break through to the quasi-holy step by using the Magic Note Throne. He may even be able to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock in one fell swoop and advance to the Supreme Warlock Emperor realm. An Imperial Censor with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Other Plane Development Division lost more than 2 million elites in the attack on the Andrak Plane. Even Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming died in the Andrak Plane. I impeach Division Chief Umol of the Other Plane Development Division for dereliction of duty, improper use of personnel, corruption, and bribery." When the Imperial Censor stepped forward, there was silence in the Imperial Court. All the court officials were as silent as clay puppets. The officials of the Great Cloud Dynasty have already learned through their own intelligence channels that the 2 million elite troops of the Other Plane Development Division died in the Andrak Plane. The commander of the 2 million elite army is Bai Tianxing, a prince of the Bai family. The person behind the scenes who stirred up a storm in the Andrak Plain and killed 2 million elites of the Great Cloud Dynasty in one fell swoop is the peerless genius Yang Feng from the Battle Demon sect. Originally, Yang Feng should have been recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty as a member of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, this peerless genius of the Great Cloud Dynasty now stands on the opposite side of the Great Cloud Dynasty and wiped out 2 million elite troops of the Other Plane Development Division in one fell swoop. Even for the Great Cloud Dynasty, this is not a small blow. The Other Plane Development Division is an elite army used by the Great Cloud Dynasty to suppress and attack other planes. It has a total of 5 million elite troops. Now that 2 million of them have been wiped out, it is equivalent to losing 2/5 of its strength. To fill the gap in the Other Plane Development Division, it is necessary to transfer elite warlocks from other armies of the Great Cloud Dynasty. This is very disadvantageous for the Great Cloud Dynasty, which needs to concentrate its strength on the Battle Demon sect. In addition, the most outstanding genius of the Bai family, Bai Tianxing, is also mixed in. Once the struggle for the Crown Prince is involved, the ministers of the Imperial Court won't dare to say anything. A Crown Prince is the heir apparent of a state. Once a prince is conferred the title of Crown Prince, He can use the power of the imperial court stored in the magic note throne to strengthen his cultivation and promote to an infinity warlock. Moreover, once a prince is promoted to a crown prince, then when the dynasty's emperor dies, he will be able to take over the position of emperor and use the power of the note throne to suppress enemies. In the Bai family, other than a few useless crown princes who were defeated, many crown princes successfully ascended the throne after the death of the previous emperor. Bai Wuqing said indifferently, Amol has neglected his duties and is relieved of his position as the director of the Other Plane Development Division. The rest of the 7 deputy division chiefs, who can kill Yang Feng, will be the next division chief of the Other Plane Development Division. Place Yang Feng 10th on the Demon Hunting Division's wanted list. A eunuch respectfully noted down Bai Wuqing's words. Yen, by rank, said, as Emperor of Demon of. Emperor of Yang of Emperor, Tian Dynasty of Wang as, Li Ziaf of Wudong Dynasty to Dynasty of as. For Yang Feng to be able to enter the top 10, His Majesty really wants to kill him. With 2 million elites of the Other Plane Development Division wiped out, it will take at least 100 years for the division to recover. To His Majesty, who has great talent and bold vision, this is definitely a big blow. The ministers of the imperial court were silent, but stormy waves were set off in their hearts. The top 9 Infinity Warlocks of the Demon Hunting Division are all Infinity Warlocks wanted criminals. The 9 Infinity Warlocks are peerless enemies that the Great Cloud Dynasty has accumulated for tens of thousands of years. They are already hiding in other planes, not daring to set foot in the Zhangji plane rashly. The 10th place on the Demon Hunting Division's wanted list is equivalent to the Demon Hunting Division focusing on killing Yang Feng. Even the Infinity Warlock Division Chief of the Demon Hunting Division may step in and kill Yang Feng. Bai Wuqing said indifferently, Bai Tianxing was greedy and rash, leading to a great defeat. He was demoted to a commoner and exiled to the demonic realm. Jiang Tai is suspected of corruption and is dismissed from the position of Deputy Division Chief of the Other Plane Development Division. As soon as this statement came out, the face of the representative of the Jiang family changed dramatically, and despair streaked past his eyes. Bai Tianxing is finished. The Jiang family made the wrong bet this time. Looks of schadenfreude focused on the representative of the Jiang family. The Other Plane Development Division is the most popular department in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Most of the treasures from other planes have to be turned over to the treasury. But the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. The Other Plane Development Division can intercept a small part of the precious materials from other planes. Moreover, the Other Plane Development Division, which often comes into contact with other planes, may find the coordinates of some other planes with life forms. The coordinates of other planes with life forms can be sold at sky-high prices. Other planes with life forms, even if they are grade 9 planes, can be used as bases for churches to spread their faith. Moreover, planes of rank 7 and above are extremely precious because they can give birth to God. Human warlocks who desire immortality are willing to pay any price for a God position. After the Jiang family lost that position, the blow it suffered wasn't small. With the death and dismissal of the 2 deputy division chiefs, it is equivalent to cutting off more than 3/4 of the Jiang family's power in the Other Plane Development Division. Among the 6 ministers, an eye suddenly opened on the forehead of the Minister of War Wei Jin, and a strange rune suddenly appeared, and his complexion changed dramatically. Bai Wuqing asked indifferently, Wei Jin, what happened? An unsightly expression on his face, Wei Jin gritted his teeth and replied, Your Majesty, the green cloud plane, the purple fragrance plane, the south cloud plane, the calm plane, the valley plane, and the maud plane have been captured by Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire hall shook. Under the expressionless Bai Wuqing's feet, the earth cracked, and countless cracks spread into the surroundings. The nine-headed purple dragon opened its eyes, which flickered with a cruel and berserk light, and a vast and tyrannical aura diffused from the nine-headed purple dragon. In the imperial court, everyone was trembling with fear. They lowered their heads and did not say a word. They could all feel an incomparably violent aura pervading the hall. The 9 purple dragons are monsters formed from the power of the Great Cloud Dynasty. In this hall, they can even kill Infinity Warlock. Everyone could feel the anger of Bai Wuqing, who was sitting on the throne. Since the establishment of the Great Cloud Dynasty, although it isn't as mighty as the 8 Warlock dynasties, it has suppressed countless planes and is invincible. But at the same time, it is growing stronger day by day. It is seizing planes that have been seized by others in the past. At the same time, it is exploring and colonizing new planes. But now Yang Feng has captured 6 planes of the Great Cloud Dynasty in one fell swoop. Although the 6 planes are only grade 9 planes, but it is still equivalent to a slap in Bai Wuqing's face. Bai Wuqing uttered indifferently, "Bai Yunlai." "Yes, your majesty." A burly man walked out of the hall. His body was ramrod straight, and a domineering aura emanated from his body. Bai Wuqing said indifferently, "Go and destroy the green cloud plane, the purple fragrance plane, the south cloud plane, the Only plane, the Gully plane, and the Maud plane." Bai Yunlai replied respectfully, "Yes, your majesty." The Bai family has 13 Infinity Warlock. Bai Yunlai is one of the 13 Infinity Warlock. He is also one of the 13 Grand Princes of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once a powerhouse of the Bai family promotes to an Infinity Warlock, they can become one of the Grand Princes of the Great Cloud Dynasty. At the same time, they can obtain countless resources and a grade 7 plane as their fief. When the ministers heard the order, they felt a chill in their hearts, understanding that Bai Wuqing is furious. Generally, those 9th grade planes were incomparably precious treasures. If they were taken away, then they could just take them back. Very few people would destroy a 9th grade plane. After all, ordinary people of grade 9 planes can provide a steady stream of divine force crystals. The Great Cloud Dynasty has conferred many gods, who need the faith force of ordinary people to support them. However, when Bai Wuqing is furious, no minister dares to dissuade him. After all, Bai Wuqing is an ambitious and ruthless character. Those who angered him before are already dead. A few days later, ripples suddenly appeared in the space outside the green cloud plane. Bai Yunlai stepped out from the ripples in space. At the moment when Bai Yunlai stepped out of the spatial ripples, a tremendous, seemingly omnipresent plane will suddenly descended from the depths of the green cloud plane and crushed towards Bai Yunlai. "A trifling grade 9 plane's origin will wants to suppress me. You're overestimating yourself." Bai Yunlai smiled coldly, and an Infinity Warlock rank life force suddenly gushed out, intertwined with the grade 9 plane's origin will, and suppressed it bit by bit. "This is an Infinity Warlock." A prompt came from the green cloud plane's Skynet, attracting Yang Feng's attention to the green cloud plane. For the first time, he saw Bai Yunlai, a human warlock, forcibly resist the oppression of a plane's origin will, and even suppress it instead. "Kill him! Open fire!" In the semi-plane outside the green cloud plane, numerous steel gates opened and revealed a fully charged Star Destroyer artillery. The Level 3 optical computer performed frantically, deduced Bai Yunlai's reactions, and predicted his actions. The Star Destroyer artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam of light cut through the void and barreled towards Bai Yunlai along the trajectory guided by the Level 3 optical computer. Chapter 586. God Guard Shield. A dignified look in his eyes, Bai Yunlai raised his hand, and the level 8 secret treasure God Guard shield suddenly flew out. The 100-meter-tall shield inlaid with godheads specialized in the divine authority of protection suddenly flew out, and a fearsome god formed from dozens of godheads suddenly awakened. The god stepped out of the shield, spread his hand, and a 6-pointed star, a heptagram, an 8-pointed star, and an enneagram appeared in the void. These 4 shields were formed from countless runes. When the Star Destroyer artillery beam that insta-killed the Bright World Warlock Jiang Ziming slammed into the Godguard shield and destroyed the Enneagram shield and the Octagon shield, its power was exhausted, and it collapsed. When Bai Yunlai used the level 8 secret treasure Godguard shield, his aura suddenly dimmed, and his pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base was suppressed to the junior Bright World Warlock rank. In the Green Cloud Plane, due to the suppression of the plane origin will, an infinity warlock like Bai Yunlai can't devour the energy of heaven and earth to restore his strength. Every time he uses a bit of power, he will lose a bit of power. Only infinity warlocks who have formed a virtual world inside them can have a steady stream of power in any environment. The original will of the plane? Let me crush you. Bai Yunlia's eyes flashed with a fanatical shade, and his aura rose wildly. He beckoned with his hand and withdrew the God Guard shield, and a bronze halberd appeared in his right hand. Level 8 secret treasures are extremely powerful. Unless an infinity warlock has formed a virtual world, they can only use one. They can't use 2 level 8 secret treasures at the same time. At the same time as Bai Yunlai withdrew the God Guard shield, countless beams shot towards Bai Yunlai from the semiplane. The small semiplane suspended above the Green Cloud Plane has been transformed by Yang Feng into a small armed fortress. Even a Bright World Warlock can't ignore the barrage of energy beams. A trifling low-level arcane treasure dares to be so arrogant? Break for me. An ominous glint flashed in Bai Yunlia's eyes. He looked like a peerless god of disdain as he threw the rank 8 void-shattering halberd in his hand. It shattered the void and slammed into the small demiplane. A terrifying mushroom cloud suddenly rose up, as if several hundred 10,000-ton nuclear warheads had exploded at the same time, completely swallowing that 30-kilometer diameter demiplane. The small demiplane equipped with countless defensive equipment and cannons was instantly engulfed by the terrifying explosion. Yang Feng looked at the fragmented small semiplane and inhaled a breath of cold air. Amazing! As expected of an infinity warlock, what a terrifying enemy! No wonder the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court sent such a tyrannical monster to destroy the Green Cloud Plane alone. If it wasn't for the fact that the base had just been upgraded to a rank 3 base not long ago, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to such a monster in a low-level plane like the Azure Cloud Plane. Due to the suppression of the Green Cloud Plane's origin will, even a Bright World Warlock will be suppressed to the Great Warlock rank. For Bai Yunlai to be able to erupt with such frightening combat power under the suppression of the plane's origin will is simply shocking. Before Bai Yunlai could catch his breath, engine roars sounded, and a swarm of starry sky rippers flew towards Bai Yunlai at Mach 15 speed. A cold ray flashed in Bai Yunlia's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand, and a strange rune appeared in his hand. Violent wind elemental particles suddenly gathered, and violent wind blades slashed towards the starry sky rippers. Amidst the violent wind blades containing the law of wind, the energy shields of the starry sky rippers shattered and turned into countless parts that scattered in the sky. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. Countless broken parts suddenly flew up, condensed, and reconstructed into the Undying main battle robot. As soon as the Undyings appeared, they erupted with Mach 25 speed, flew to in front of Bai Yunlai in an instant, and slashed at him with their blades. "Get the hell out of my way!" Bai Yunlia's face fell, and he roared, and violent wind blades slashed in all directions with him as the center. The hundreds of undyings were cut into countless pieces by the violent wind blades in an instant. As if they had a life of their own, the countless fragments attracted each other, and then suddenly gathered in front of Bai Yunlai and formed undyings again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the devourers attached to the undying pounced at Bai Yunlai, turned into a black cloud, and pounced on the life force field 3 meters away from Bai Yunlai, and frantically devoured it. A large number of devourers pounced on the violent storm and frantically devoured the wind elemental particles contained in the storm. Bai Yunlai suddenly felt his life energy pour out. Shocked and angry, he beckoned with his hand, wanting to take back the level 8 secret treasure void breaker halberd. At this time, next to the level 8 secret treasure, the void shattering halberd, stood thousands of sealer primary battle robots. The sealer's power output was pushed to the maximum. Circles of blue light enveloped the void-shattering halberd, blocking the connection between it and Bai Yunlai. If it was in the Tsangji plane, Bai Yunlai, who controls the law of wind, could absorb a copious amount of life magic energy with a wave of his hand. With a spell, he could cut the undyings into the atomic state. The undying chips of the undyings can't be preserved, and naturally can't be regenerated. But in the green cloud plane, it is already very difficult for Bai Yunlai to suppress the plane origin will. Moreover, the whole world and the whole plane are rejecting him. He can't absorb any life magic energy, nor can he contend with the sealer's seal on the void breaker halberd. An unknown premonition welled up in Bai Yunlai's heart. Damn it, if it was in the Tsangji plane, these mechanical golems wouldn't be able to hurt me. However, now I have to withdraw. Originally, with Bai Yunlai's junior infinity warlock rank strength, he could destroy the green cloud plane's plane origin will. However, although the green cloud plane's plane origin will is weak, but after all, it is still an amalgamation of the plane's power. It is an existence similar to Gaia's consciousness, so it can't be destroyed so easily. On one hand, Bai Yunlai contends against the green cloud plane's plane origin will, on the other hand, he has to fend off the almost endless number of robots. He couldn't help but have the thought of retreating. In the green cloud plane, in a secret room of a villa, a portal shone brightly, and Yang Feng stepped out of the portal and pressed the dimensional badge. Along with flashes of light, 18 arc battlestars with their main artillery modified into Star Destroyer artillery suddenly appeared and fired a Star Destroyer artillery barreling towards Bai Yunlai. The Devourers suddenly scattered before the Star Destroyer artillery fired, exposing Bai Yunlai to the muzzle of the Star Destroyer artillery. God Guard Shield. Bai Yunlai's face fell, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. He promptly cut off the connection with the level 8 secret treasure void sundering halberd, and the level 8 secret treasure God Guard shield suddenly flew out and blocked in front of him. The god stepped out of the shield, spread his hand, and a 6-pointed star, a heptagram, an 8-pointed star, and an enneagram appeared in the void. These 4 shields were formed from countless runes. When the Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the God Guard shield and destroyed the enneagram shield and the octagon shield, its power was exhausted, and it collapsed. Another Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the God Guard shield in an instant and blasted the heptagon shield and dimmed it. The other 2 beams of light from the Star Destroyer cannons bombarded the heptagram shield one after another, finally shattering it. The beams of the Star Destroyer cannons bombarded the remnants of the hexagram shield one after another. Every time a planetary obliteration cannon beam was fired, one of the Arc interstellar battleships would explode in midair. The power of the Star Destroyer artillery is too great. Arc battlestars cannot bear such a powerful force. An indifferent expression on his face, Yang Feng watched the battlestars he spent countless resources to build disintegrate and shatter one after another. As long as he can kill an infinity warlock, Yang Feng is willing to pay any price. When the 9th Star Destroyer artillery beam finally shattered the heptagon shield, the 10th Star Destroyer artillery beam devoured the Godguard shield together with Bai Yunlai. Bai Yunlai is indeed an Infinity Warlock. After he was devoured by the Star Destroyer artillery beam, his body became riddled with scars, but he still didn't die. The 11th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into Bai Yunlai in an instant, engulfed him, and vaporized him. Yang Feng, I am a Grand Prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty. You must not kill me. If you dare to kill me, the Bai family will fight the Battle Demon sect to the bitter end. Under the bombardment of the 11th Star Destroyer artillery beam, the lower half of Bai Yunlai's body vaporized, leaving only his head, which roared wildly. The 12th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the remaining part of Bai Yunlai's head in an instant and blasted half of it into pieces. When the 13th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into Bai Yunlai's head, his head was finally blasted apart, leaving only an infinity core floating in the void. Countless devourers suddenly turned into a black swarm and pounced on the infinity core. A distorted black gas gushed out of the infinity core and was swept by the devourers, and they issued miserable screams at once. Yang Feng, I curse you! I curse you to die a horrible death! I curse you! The distorted black gas roared mournfully, but its voice became weaker and weaker and eventually disappeared. After searching for a while, the devourers picked up the infinity core and flew towards the Level 3 laboratory established by Yang Feng in the Green Cloud Plain. Chapter 587. In the depths of the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal palace, in a huge palace called Cloud Soul Hall, there are soul lamps exuding soul aura. If the soul lamp is not extinguished, it proves that the warlock is still alive. Many warlocks will either go to other planes to explore for hundreds of years, or they will enter seclusion to study a spell for 100 years. The life and death of these warlocks is extremely important to the Bai family, so they set up soul lamp. Once they died, a soul lamp would be extinguished within the Cloud Soul Hall. In the deepest part of the Cloud Soul Hall, there are 13 soul lamps, which are the soul lamps of the 13 infinity warlocks of the Bai family. Suddenly, a fearsome soul storm rose in the Cloud Soul Hall, and a soul lamp went out. A warlock guarding the Cloud Soul Hall pushed open the gate of the Cloud Soul Hall, and his gaze fell on the deepest part of the hall. Suddenly, his eyes shimmered with horror, and he exclaimed, "Grand Prince Bai Yunlai died." Soon after, the sound of a huge and magnificent funeral bell reverberated in the royal palace. Everyone in the royal palace knows that an infinity warlock of the Bai family has died. In the royal palace, the eyes of the Bai family's clansmen revealed a look of worry. The 13 infinity warlocks are the pillars of the Bai family as well as the underlying strength of the Bai family. They firmly guard the Bai family. It is because of the 13 infinity warlocks that the Bai family is known as the #1 family in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, although the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers are all infinity warlocks, but they only serve the Great Cloud Dynasty. When the Bai family is strong, they can naturally bow their heads and obey their orders. But once the Bai family weakens, who knows what they will do? In the past, the Bai family was a loyal minister of an ancient family, serving the ancient family for generations. Later, when the ancient family declined amid the struggle for hegemony, the Bai family took the opportunity to stab the ancient family in the back and took control of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Magic Note Throne. In addition, the founder of the Bai family, with great talent and bold vision, allied with the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, suppressed the major forces one by one and ascended to the throne. The death of an infinity warlock is equivalent to the collapse of one of the 13 pillars supporting the Bai family. What nerve! This scoundrel dares to kill an infinity warlock of the Bai family. In the imperial study, a violent life force field diffused, and a terrifying might spread in all directions with Bai Wuching as the core. Standing beside Bai Wuching is a eunuch with a glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation base. Facing Bai Wuching's fearsome might, the eunuch's face turned pale and he shivered. A cold ray flashed in Bai Wuching's eyes and he barked. Warlock rank of the Battle of the Demon sect of the Bai family dynasty, the Bai family, Warlock Wu dynasty, warlocks of warlocks, and the demon, and they and of demon sect, of the Bai of the dynasty, the power of war, they emperor, they of Bais of world, king, demon of sect, Bai of war demon king, sect, king, Wuching, and of dynasty, whereof of war, the palace, war. The battle demon sect's warlocks throughout the Great Cloud dynasty fled back to the battle demon sect. Some high-ranking officers of Battle Demon sect with a large number of troops chose to rebel, setting off the flames of war in Great Cloud Dynasty. Originally, Bai Wuching planned to suppress all the rebels in Great Cloud Dynasty, and then use all of Great Cloud Dynasty's power to launch a thunderous strike and destroy the Battle Demon sect in one fell swoop. But now that an Infinity Warlock of the Bai family has died, the Bai family's vitality has been damaged. If the Battle Demon sect is not annihilated, then the powerhouses of the other 10 great sects and 8 great families may develop disloyalty. If Bai Wuching wants to unify Great Cloud Dynasty, then he must destroy the Battle Demon sect with the force of a thunderbolt. Only then will he have the qualifications to eradicate the 10 great sects and 8 great families one by one, or merge with them. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty shows a slight decline, then the entire Eastern world will be shaken, and countless hidden freaks will jump out. Under Bai Wuching's order, Great Cloud Dynasty's war machine was started, and countless materials were moved towards the Tianlian province near the Battle Demon province. Elite warlock legions that were originally stationed in various places were also transferred and gathered towards the Tianlian province. Shortly after, the news of Bai Yunlia's death was spread by people with ulterior motives, and now the entire Great Cloud Dynasty knows that an Infinity Warlock died at Yang Feng's hands. In the Tai Yi sect, in a luxurious palace, Yi Yuanyang clenched his fists, his face ashen. After a long time, he sighed faintly and revealed a look of dejection. Even an Infinity Warlock was killed by him. The gap between me and him is actually so big? Every Infinity Warlock is a genius among geniuses. Not only do they need to practice hard, but they also need great opportunities to advance. As a supreme genius who formed a virtual world in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, Yi Yuanyang has no suspense in advancing to the Glorious Sun Warlock realm. However, to advance from the Glorious Sun Warlock realm to the Bright World Warlock realm, and from the Bright World Warlock realm to the Infinity Warlock realm is a huge hurdle for powerhouses who formed a virtual world. Warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world possess far greater battle prowess than ordinary warlock. Furthermore, they can go to different planes and use the power of the virtual world to erupt with terrifying power for a short period of time. However, breaking through to the Infinity Warlock realm is 100 times more difficult than breaking through to the Infinity Warlock realm. Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian, the 2 great elders of the Battle Demon sect, have been trapped at the pinnacle Bright World Warlock realm for who knows how many years. If they hadn't broken through the Heavenman boundary, they would still be trapped at the pinnacle Bright World Warlock realm, unable to advance an inch. When Yi Yuanyang thought that Yang Feng killed an Infinity Warlock, even though he has a firm will, he couldn't help but feel a great blow. It should be noted that Bai Yunlai is not an ordinary Infinity Warlock, but an Infinity Warlock of the Bai family. Ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be able to exert Infinity Warlock rank power due to the lack of level 8 secret treasures. However, each of the 13 Grand Princes of the Bai family has at least 2 level 8 secret treasures, which is enough to enable them to exert strong divine force rank battle prowess. For such an infinity warlock to be killed by Yang Feng, Yuan Yang can't imagine how powerful Yang Feng is now. In the Saint Lotus sect, on a mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist, there is a lotus pond blooming with countless holy white lotuses. The charmed dragon fairy lotuses emitted dense mist that rises from the lotus pond. Bai Ilian, dressed in a snow-white warlock robe, is lying in the mist, and her eyes, which seem to be able to absorb stars, flickered with an enigmatic light. Even an infinity warlock was killed by him. This Yang Feng is getting more and more extraordinary. If he doesn't die, I'm afraid that he will become another warlock emperor in the future. On the battlefield between the Bright Moon School and the Saint Lotus sect, there are human warlock corpses everywhere. On the battlefield covered in blood and corpses, Jiang Lang, bathed in blood and holding a greatsword, showed a smile and laughed loudly. Amazing, as expected of my brother. He even killed an infinity warlock. If he kills a few more infinity warlocks of the Bai family, the Great Cloud Dynasty will fall apart. Haha. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Bai family has 13 infinity warlocks as its underlying strength and the magic note throne as its foundation. This is how the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers have become the number 1 force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once too many of the Bai family's infinity warlocks die, the Bai family will no longer be able to control the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, and it may even be overthrown. Within the Saint Devil sect, within an exquisitely beautiful palace, the Saint Demon sect's holy son, who has a beautiful woman in his arms, suddenly sighed faintly. Infinity warlock, even an infinity warlock died at his hands. What a monster! The beautiful woman asked curiously, Sir Holy Son, which infinity warlock died? No matter where they go, infinity warlocks are among the strongest powerhouses. Even at the peak of the 8 warlock dynasties, infinity warlocks were still bigwigs in the warlock dynasties. In the Eastern world, the death of any infinity warlock is a major event. It may even affect the rise and fall of a force. Once the infinity warlocks supporting the 2 sects at the bottom of the 10 great sects die, they will immediately fall from grace and lose their position as one of the 10 great sects. The Saint Demon sect's holy son said flatly. The Bai family's Bai Yunlai died at the hands of the battle demon sect's Yang Feng. The beautiful woman was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and incredulity, and she exclaimed, How is that possible? The battle demon sect's Yang Feng promoted to a moonlight warlock less than 2 years ago. How could he kill an infinity warlock? Even if Bai Yunlai stood still, Yang Feng couldn't break his life force cover. The Saint Demon sect's holy son said meaningfully, That's right. According to reason, it is impossible for Yang Feng to kill Bai Yunlai. However, in the world of warlocks, nothing is impossible. Otherwise, how could the 8 warlock dynasties, which shook countless planes and were virtually invincible, collapse so quickly? According to reason, there was no force that was the opponent of the 8 warlock dynasties at the time. The beautiful woman's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and she asked, Then what should we do? Get rid of him? The Saint Demon sect's holy son said with a smile, No, what's in it for us to get rid of him? It would be better to make friends with him. If he owes us a favor, that would be for the best. A favor from a future warlock emperor is invaluable. Even if he is killed before advancing to a warlock emperor, the price of making friends with him is much lighter than the price of being his enemy. The Saint Demon sect's holy son sighed slightly, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, the only existence in the Saint Demon sect who can contend with Yang Feng has disappeared. Otherwise, I might really be tempted and try my best to get rid of him. Chapter 588. The Battle Demon Sect. In a palace suspended in the clouds, the Battle Demon Sect's 4 great elders are sitting around a jade table. He Lianu deliberated for a while, and then said, Bai Yunlai, one of the 13 grand princes of the Bai family, was killed by Yang Feng. Huang Yihe laughed loudly, feeling carefree. Haha, that's my disciple for you. Well done. Even I didn't expect him to be able to do this. That's amazing. The other 3 great elders smiled helplessly. Yu Wuxian uttered with a cold smile, Old Huang, your disciple did a great job. He killed an infinity warlock of the Bai family. The Bai family won't let the matter rest. Bai Wuqing is planning to lead the army himself. There was a dignified look in the eyes of He Lianu and Yu Jingang. Bai Wuqing is recognized as the #1 expert in the Great Cloud dynasty. Moreover, the 3 Grand Dukes and 9 ministers of the imperial court are all infinity warlocks. Apart from this, no one knows how many experts the Bai family has hidden. The Battle Demon Sect indeed has considerable underlying strength, but the underlying strength of the Great Cloud dynasty is much stronger than that of the Battle Demon Sect. For by Wuqing to lead the army himself, it means that countless powerhouses of the Great Cloud dynasty will gather under his command and launch a shocking attack on the Battle Demon Sect. Huang Yihe said lightly, Since Bai Wuqing is leading the army himself, then let's launch our final plan and leave the Cangji Plain. The Battle Demon Sect, which followed the Bai family to establish the Great Cloud dynasty, is well aware of the principle that once the cunning hare is killed, the hound is cooked. After the Battle Demonic Sect was established, it had been preparing to flee the Cangji Plain and hide in a Grade 4 plane under the Battle Demonic Sect's complete control when necessary. In the Grade 4 plane completely under the control of the Battle Demon Sect, there are 3 strong Divine Force rank gods from the Battle Demon Sect sheltering them. Even if the Great Cloud dynasty dares to attack the Grade 4 plane, the outcome is still unknown. He Lianu hesitated for a moment and then said, But once we leave the Cangji Plain, we will never be able to promote to the Warlock Monarch realm in the Battle Demon Plane. Moreover, the resources of the Battle Demon Plane are limited, and cannot be compared to the Cangji Plain. If we leave the Cangji Plain, our Battle Demon Sect will lose its powerful foundation. The Battle Demon Sect occupies a greater province of the Great Cloud dynasty. The resources provided by the greater province alone are enough to support the birth of 10 infinity warlocks and the cultivation needs of many glorious dawn warlocks and moonlight warlocks. However, once they left this place, they would enter the War Demon Plane, a 4th-tier plane. It is 100 times more difficult for the 2 Bright World warlocks, He Lianu and Yu Jingang, to promote to infinity warlocks than in the Cangji Plane. The Battle Demon Plane was a Grade 4 plane, and its resources could not be compared with those of the Cangji Plane. Once the Battle Demon Sect retreated to the Battle Demon Plane, it could only slowly decline. Huang Yihe. Bai Wuqing is personally leading the army, and the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers are all infinity warlocks. Each of the 3 dukes is stronger than me and junior apprentice Sister Yu. As for Bai Wuqing, even if junior sister Yu and I join hands, we might not be his match. Even if the Battle Demon Sect fights to the death, we can at most kill 2 or 3 infinity warlocks of the Great Cloud dynasty, and then be wiped out by Bai Wuqing. What's the point? A cold ray shimmered in Huang Yihe's eyes, and he enunciated each syllable. If we leave, the Bai family will sooner or later point its blade at other forces. At that time, we will naturally have a chance as well. Besides, since they are so heartless, then don't blame the Battle Demon Sect for being unjust. The other 3 great elders pondered for a while, and then nodded in agreement with Huang Yihe's opinion. The power of the Great Cloud dynasty in the Cangji Plain is too terrifying. Even if the Battle Demon Sect goes all out to resist, it can only kill 2 or 3 infinity warlocks at most. It is even possible that an infinity warlock can't kill them. The best course of action now is to escape from here and hide in the dark. A few days later, dazzling rays of light suddenly rose from the battle demon sect. The rays of light entered the sky and formed strange seals. A huge hole rose above the battle demon sect and swallowed the entire battle demon sect. In the original site of the battle demon sect, a huge, hideous, and ugly cave suddenly appeared. In the headquarters of the Tianlian province, Huanglian City, inside an exquisite palace, an incomparably handsome middle-aged man sat on a chair, admiring the beautiful dance of a beautiful dancer. This handsome middle-aged man is one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, Marshal Tiger Yuzichao. Each of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals is an infinity warlock. They are the 8 powerful pillars of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yuzichao is the marshal who led countless troops of the Great Cloud Dynasty to suppress the battle demon sect. After he arrived in the Tianlian province, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he gathered forces from all sides and nibbled away at the power of the battle demon province step by step. The battle demon sect has a deep underlying strength. If Yuzichao leads people to the battle demon sect's base, he will be throwing away his life in vain. By nibbling away at the battle demon province, he is also eliminating the battle demon sect's effective forces. After the 8 marshals finished mobilizing forces from all sides, Yuzichao planned to attack the battle demon sect's base. However, after Bai Wuqing decided to personally lead the army, Yuzichao stopped all military operations and waited for Bai Wuqing to arrive. A tall and handsome young man stepped into the palace and said, "Marshal, I have an urgent report." Yuzichao waved his hand at the dancers and said, "Stone? All of you withdraw." The dancers quickly withdrew. Yuzichao looked at the young man and said with a smile, "Stone, what happened?" The young general is a fierce subordinate of Yuzichao. His name is Fang Shi, and he is a bright world warlock. He is Yuzichao's most capable right-hand man. Fang Shi replied, "The battle demon sect used a secret method a day ago. The entire battle demon sect's headquarters disappeared from the battle demon province, and most of the battle demon sect's warlocks fled in all directions. The battle demon province has fallen into chaos. Marshal, should we take this opportunity to send troops to recapture the entire battle demon province?" Yuzichao frowned at once and revealed a look of embarrassment. The entire battle demon sect has fled? What a ruthless method, a good drastic measure. If the battle demon sect was still here, then even if Great Cloud Dynasty lost 1 or 2 infinity warlocks, it would still be able to destroy the battle demon sect. But now that the battle demon sect has fled, the countless troops that Great Cloud Dynasty has gathered here are of no use. Moreover, Bai Wuqing has just released the news that he will personally lead the army, yet the battle demon sect has already fled, giving Yuzichao a headache. Bai Wuqing is indeed a great strategist, but he also has a common problem of emperors: the desire for grandiose achievements. Yuzichao originally wanted to let Bai Wuqing take the great merit of conquering the battle demon sect, but the battle demon sect had escaped. But now that the battle demon sect has fled, the amazing merit of defeating the battle demon sect has fallen into Yuzichao's hands. Yuzichao pondered for a while and then said, "Forget it. Stone, take people to recapture the battle demon province at once." Fang Shi nodded and immediately retreated. "Yes, sir. Marshal." Sitting in a chair, Yuzichao narrowed his eyes and revealed a contemplative look. The battle demon sect doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Great Cloud Dynasty will be in trouble this time. Yuzichao weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Yang Feng? A trifling moonlight warlock killed an infinity warlock. His means are not inferior to those of great holy and warlock emperor rank powerhouses. I wonder how far he can go? Should I form a good relationship with him? The fact that Yang Feng killed an infinity warlock has alarmed the entire Great Cloud Dynasty. Some of Great Cloud Dynasty's top powerhouses want to kill him, some want to curry favor with him, and some remain neutral. The Bright Moon School, in the Moon Hall, there sit 3 beautiful warlocks with extraordinary temperament. They are the great elders of the Bright Moon School. Female warlocks pay more attention to their appearance than male warlock. The various secret methods of the Bright Moon School have the effect of preserving one's appearance. Among the 3 great elders, 2 are quasi-infinity warlocks and 1 is a junior infinity warlock. With extraordinary strength, they are the pillars of the Bright Moon School. The graceful and elegant infinity warlock Luo Qingqing, who looks like a peerless fairy, said flatly, "The battle demon sect has fled. I have decided that the Bright Moon School should withdraw from the Cangji Plain immediately." Zhong Xinlan, a petite girl with a childlike face and big breasts, frowned and her eyes shimmered with worry. "But if we give up the Cangji Plain, our Bright Moon School will continue to weaken, and it will be almost impossible to give birth to infinity warlocks." An Ing, who has a cold and elegant appearance but a look of cynicism on her face, said coldly, "Now that the Battle Demon sect has been destroyed, the Bright Moon School, as their ally, will be the next target of the Imperial Court. If we don't escape now, I'm afraid that we will become the playthings of those stinky men." Luo Qingqing uttered, "That's right. Now that the Battle Demon sect has been destroyed, the Bright Moon School will be the next target of those guys. Even if I die, I don't want to become the playthings of those people. What's the trifling foundation of the Bright Moon School? Only with people can we have everything. I've made up my mind, there's no need to say more." The other 2 great elders nodded silently as well. Soon after, a dazzling spell radiance shone above the Bright Moon School, and a huge hole suddenly appeared above the Bright Moon School, directly swallowing the Bright Moon School. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, the entire Bright Moon School disappeared from the Cangji Plain. A few days later, the news that the Battle Demon sect and the Bright Moon School, 2 of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, escaped from the Cangji Plain spread throughout the plain. The escape of the 2 sects was equivalent to a harsh slap to Bai Wuqing's face. At the same time, among the 10 major sects and 8 major families, except for the Tai sect and the Saint Lotus sect, the rest of the sects and families were filled with fear. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.